Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had double elemental quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The scent of ozone and burnt sugar always lingered on Izuku's skin after a heroics class. At UA, he was Midoriya, the bright-eyed kid with the blazing, emerald-tinted fire quirk. He was the boy who smelled like a campfire, whose knuckles smoldered when he was nervous, and who was currently sitting at the kitchen island of the teacher's dorms, trying very hard not to look exhausted. Problem child, Aizawa's gravelly voice cut through the hum of the refrigerator. Izuku blinked, looking up from his notebook. Shoyuta Aizawa stood there in his faded yellow sleeping bag, a mug of coffee in one hand. Behind him, Hisashi Yamada present Mike, though currently in soft sweats and a messy bun, was happily humming while stirring a pot of tea. Since Aizawa had legally adopted Izuku a few months prior after a massive custody battle with his abusive father, Izuku had been moved into a world of overwhelming warmth. Eraserhead and present Mike were a package deal. They were husbands, they were his teachers, and now, they were his parents. "You're burning through your glucose again," Aizawa muttered, sliding a plate of leftovers toward Izuku. "Your temperature is running high. Go eat, then go to bed." "Thanks, Dad," Izuku mumbled, giving a tired smile. He dug into the food, letting the domestic warmth wash over him. But beneath the smell of smoke and the safety of the dorms, Izuku could still feel the phantom sensation of cold water rushing through his veins. 2 hours later, the dorms were silent. Izuku slipped out of his window, dropping soundlessly into the shadows of the night. He couldn't use fire out here. Fire left ashes. Fire left signatures. Fire was loud, bright, and uniquely Midoriya. Instead, Izuku reached deep inside his chest, locking away the heat and pulling forward the cool, fluid current of his second quirk. He pulled a dark hood over his green curls and adjusted a sleek, pressurized mask over his face. Tonight, he wasn't the fiery UA student. He was Flask. Flask didn't just control water, he manipulated any liquid. In the grime of the Muzutafu alleyways, that meant condensing the humidity in the air, redirecting puddles, or in extreme cases manipulating the sweat or blood of an attacker to throw off their balance. "Drop the knife," Flask commanded, his voice muffled and distorted by his mask. A low-tier thug whirled around, clutching a stolen purse. Before the criminal could even register the vigilante's presence, Flask flicked his wrist. The standing rainwater in the alleyway rose like a striking serpent, wrapping tightly around the man's wrists and ankles, pinning him to the brick wall. "DMN it. Flask," the thug yelled. Izuku didn't answer. He retrieved the purse, tied the man securely with pressurized water cords that would hold for at least an hour, and turned to leave. "Hold it right there, Flask." Izuku froze. Walking out of the shadows at the end of the alley was Detective Tsukachi Naomasa, his tan trench coat flapping slightly in the midnight breeze. Beside him, leaning against the brickwork with his capture weapon loosely draped around his neck, was Eraserhead. Izuku's heart slammed against his ribs. "Dad," he thought. "We just want to talk," Tsukachi said, raising his hands peacefully. "You've been clearing out the underground rings in this district for months. We know you aren't malicious. If you answer my questions honestly, we can help you." Flask kept his posture rigid, his mind racing. The toll. He thought. Swapping quirks wasn't a seamless magic trick, it was a physical agony. Holding back his fire quirk meant his internal body temperature plunged dangerously low. His fingers were already changing colors beneath his gloves. If he stayed out here much longer, hypothermia would set in. If he went back to UA and used his fire, his blood would practically boil as his body rapidly adjusted to the heat. He was a walking thermometer of self-destruction. "I don't need help, Detective," Flask said, his voice a gravelly, disguised pitch. "True." Tsukachi's mind registered. Aizawa stepped forward, his red eyes flashing, his hair floating upward. "You're a kid. I can tell by your build. You should be in a classroom, not bleeding out in alleys. Let us help you before you get killed." An ache bloomed in Izuku's chest. Hearing his adoptive father use that exact dad voice, the one filled with fierce, hidden protection while hunting him, was a psychological mind bend that nearly broke him. "I'm doing what the heroes can't reach," Flask said softly. "True. And you think you're invincible?" Aizawa countered, stepping closer. "One slip up with that water quirk, and—" "It's not just water," Flask interrupted, needing a distraction. He raised a hand, and the stale coffee left in a discarded paper cup nearby flew out, forming a swirling shield between him and the heroes. "I control liquids. And right now, I'm leaving." Flask slammed his hands down. The rainwater on the pavement exploded upward in a massive, blinding fog screen. "Eraser." Tsukachi coughed, shielding his eyes. Aizawa lunged through the mist, his capture weapon slicing through the vapor, but Flask was already gone, scaling the fire escape with a burst of pressurized water at his heels. At 3 a.m., Izuku crawled back through his dorm window. The moment his feet touched the carpet, the water quirk receded, and his fire quirk snapped back into place like a rubber band. The sudden, violent shift in temperature made him crash to his knees, gasping for air. His teeth chattered violently while steam literally began to pour from his skin. Cold, so cold no, hot, burning. He clutched his stomach, dry heaving into his trash can. The psychological whiplash was suffocating. At UA, he had to pretend he was a hot-headed, passionate fire wielder. He had to laugh with Bakugo, train with Todoroki, and look Aizawa in the eye while lying through his teeth. In the streets, he was a silent, cold tide. He was fracturing himself into two completely different people, and the seams were starting to fray. A soft knock on his bedroom door made him freeze. Izuku? It was Hisashi. Izuku shoved his vigilante gear under his bed, threw on a baggy hoodie, and forced his body temperature to stabilize, though his hands were still trembling. He opened the door. Hisashi was holding a mug of warm milk, his expression soft but deeply worried. "Hey, kiddo. Shoyuta just got back from a rough patrol, and he said he felt your room's temperature spike from the hallway. You having nightmares?" Izuku looked at Hisashi, the man who had spent the last 3 weekends helping him study for English finals, the man who made him pancakes every Sunday. The guilt tasted like ash. "Yeah," Izuku lied, his voice cracking. "Just a lot on my mind." Hisashi stepped in, setting the mug down and pulling Izuku into a massive, warm hug. He smelled like vanilla and hairspray. "You're safe here, listener. You don't have to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders. Your dad and I have got your back, okay? Always." Izuku buried his face in Hisashi's shoulder, a single tear slipping down his cheek. It evaporated into a tiny puff of steam before anyone could see it. "I know," Izuku whispered. "Thank you." He would keep running. He would keep saving the people in the dark that the light couldn't reach, and he would keep playing the golden student in the daytime. He would bear the burning heat and the freezing depth, because that was his burden to carry. But as he hugged his foster father back, Izuku realized the hardest part wasn't evading the police or fighting villains. It was knowing that the people who loved him most were the ones he was running from. The next morning, the breakfast table at the 1A dorms was loud, chaotic, and bright, a stark contrast to the suffocating silence of the alleyways a few hours prior. "Midoriya! Pass the eggs before Bakugo explodes them!" Kaminari yelled, ducking as a small blast of sparks flew over his head. "Shut up, dunce face. I'm trying to eat." Bakugo snarled, though he didn't actually blast the food. Izuku forced a bright, familiar smile onto his face. "Here you go, Kaminari." As he handed over the plate, his fingers brushed Kaminari's. The electric hero in training winced slightly. "Whoa, Midoriya, you're like a walking radiator today. Did you crank your quirk up in your sleep or something?" "Oh. Sorry. Just fired up for today's rescue training." Izuku lied smoothly, rubbing the back of his neck. His palm smoldered with a tiny, performative puff of green smoke to sell the act. In reality, his core felt like dry ice. The violent shift from Flask's freezing water manipulation back to Midoriya's fire quirk last night had left his internal thermometer completely shattered. His body was overcompensating, pumping out heat to combat a chill that was no longer there. He felt sick, dizzy, and dangerously close to a meltdown. After the class goes down to the classroom, Aizawa walks through the doors, sporting his usual scowl, nursing a massive mug of black coffee. His dark eyes slitted as he watched Izuku. He didn't say anything, but the sharp, analytical gaze made Izuku's stomach twist into knots. Did he notice something last night? Did Flask leave a trace? He thought. "All right, problem children, wrap it up," Aizawa rasped, standing up and stretching his arms. "Change into your gym uniforms. Today, we're doing joint rescue maneuvers. And because Principal Nizu likes to make my life miserable, we have a guest speaker from the police force." Izuku's heart stopped. No. Ground Beta looked as imposing as ever, the simulated concrete ruins looming under the morning sun. Class 1A stood in neat lines, but Izuku's focus was entirely locked on the man standing next to All Might and Aizawa. Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. "Good morning, students," Tsukachi said, tipping his tan fedora politely. "As future heroes, your relationship with the police is vital. Today, I'm here to observe how you handle a simulated crisis, but also to talk to you about the realities of underground crime, specifically, the rise of vigilantism." Beside him, Aizawa crossed his arms, his posture rigid. Lately, a vigilante known as Flask has been interfering with police investigations in the Muzurafu district. While his actions have neutralized several high-profile drag rings, he is operating without a license. He is breaking the law. Flask uses a highly versatile liquid manipulation quirk, Tsukachi picked up, his sharp eyes scanning the faces of the students. We believe he is young. Possibly your age. If any of you hear rumors in the underground or on forums, you are to report it immediately. A liquid quirk? Todoroki muttered from next to Izuku, his voice thoughtful. That's a powerful element to use in an urban environment. He could utilize the sewage, the rain, or even. Todoroki paused, looking at Izuku. Midoriya, you're sweating a lot. Are you okay? Izuku flinched. Large beads of sweat were rolling down his face, sizzling slightly as his skin radiated unnatural heat. I am fine, Todoroki. Just thinking about how tough it would be to fight someone like that. Haha. Up ahead, Tsukachi's head snapped toward the sound of Izuku's nervous laughter. The detective's quirk didn't just work on spoken words, it picked up on the micro-expressions and vocal tremors of deceit. Izuku felt a cold sweat break out over his hot skin. He was a terrible liar, and he knew it. He had to keep his mouth shut. All right, enough talk, Aizawa interrupted, stepping between Tsukachi and the students, effectively breaking the detective's line of sight on Izuku. We're splitting into teams. Midoriya, Todoroki, Bakugo. Your team A. Your job is to retrieve the dummy from the collapsing building. Go. The exercise was supposed to be simple, but Izuku's body was a ticking time bomb. As they entered the crumbling concrete structure, the heat radiating from Izuku was making the air shimmer. He could feel his fire quirk clawing at his throat, desperate to be released to balance his internal temperature, but he couldn't let it out in full force without losing control. Hey, Deku! Stop dragging your feet! Bakugo barked, blasting himself up a flight of stairs. If you're going to be a liability, stay out of my way. I'm right behind you, Kakin. Izuku called out. He tried to ignite a small burst of green flame from his boots to propel himself forward, but instead of fire, a sickening wave of nausea hit him. His body, confused by the extreme stress and the lingering memory of Flask's cold water quirk, misfired. The flame sputtered out, and a sudden, massive wave of humidity erupted from his skin, turning into a cloud of thick, localized steam. The building chose that exact moment to groan. A weakened support beam snapped above them, sending a massive slab of concrete hurtling directly toward Bakugo, who was looking the wrong way. Kakin! Look out! Izuku screamed. There was no time to think. There was no time to process which quirk he was supposed to use. Survival instinct took over. Izuku didn't reach for the heat in his chest. He reached for the moisture in the air, the condensation on the concrete walls, the very sweat dripping from his own skin. He moved his hands forward. No, wait. Fire. I have to use fire, his mind screamed at the last millisecond. In a frantic, desperate compromise, Izuku forced his fire quirk to ignite the water pressure he had just called up. The result was an explosive, deafening blast of superheated, high-pressure steam that ripped from his palms. The sheer force of the scalding vapor struck the falling concrete slab, shattering it into harmless pebbles and filling the entire room with a blinding, impenetrable white fog. What the hell? Bakugo coughed violently, blasting himself backward through the mist. Deku, you idiot! Since when can your fire make a smoke screen like that? Outside the building, the observation monitors went completely white. What happened? Tsukachi asked, leaning forward in the observation room. Did Midoriya's fire quirk react with something? Aizawa stared at the screen, his eyes narrowing to sharp slits. He tapped his headset. Midoriya, Bakugo, Todoroki. Status report. Inside the fog, Izuku fell to his knees, clutching his chest. His hands were raw, a bizarre mix of being painfully scalded by his own steam and shivering from the sudden drop in his core temperature. He had successfully masked the water quirk by turning it into steam, but it was a dangerously close call. I'm fine, Mr. Aizawa. Izuku croaked into his headset, forcing his voice to sound stable. My flames just hit a burst pipe in the wall. It created a lot of steam. Sorry about the visibility. In the observation room, Tsukachi listened to the audio feed. His quirk remained completely silent. No ping of falsehood. Because technically, Izuku's flames had hit the water he had generated himself, and it did create steam. It was a half-truth, the perfect loophole. Aizawa let out a slow, measured breath over the comms. Clear the fog and finish the objective. We'll talk about your quirk control back at the dorms, kiddo. Yes, sir, Izuku whispered. He stood up, shaking out his trembling hands, and plunged back into the mist. He had escaped the trap for today, but as he caught Tsukachi watching him with deep suspicion from the observation window later that afternoon, Izuku knew the ice he was walking on was getting thinner by the second. The thermometer on the wall of the Izuku Yamada apartment read a comfortable 72 degrees, but to Izuku, it felt like the absolute Arctic. He was curled up on the living room couch, wrapped in 3 separate fleece blankets, a mug of steaming chamomile tea clasped tightly between his hands. His teeth were clicking together in a rapid, uncontrollable rhythm that he couldn't seem to stop, no matter how hard he clamped his jaw shut. "Kid, if you shiver any harder, you're going to vibrate right through the floorboards," a tired voice drawled from the doorway. Hitoshi Shinso walked into the room, a stack of hero studies textbooks tucked under his arm and a capture weapon loosely draped over his shoulders. As Aizawa's personal student, Shinso spent a lot of time at the apartment on weekends, training until his muscles ached and sharing meals with the family. He dropped his books onto the coffee table with a heavy thud and squinted at Izuku through messy purple hair. "Your quirk is fire manipulation," Shinso pointed out, taking a seat on the opposite end of the couch. "How are you freezing, especially during this month?" Just a bug," Izuku lied through chattering teeth, pulling the thick blankets higher up his neck until they brushed his chin. "Sometimes. If I overuse my flames during training, my body overcompensates and drops my core temperature. It's just a rebound effect. A latent thermal drawback. I wrote a whole thesis on it in my middle school notebooks." Shinso didn't look convinced. He leaned his head back against the cushions, his sharp eyes mapping the frantic rise and fall of Izuku's chest. "Right. And does that latent thermal drawback also make you smell like old rain and river water?" Izuku's breath hitched. He had scrubbed himself raw in the bathroom shower after his midnight patrol as Flask, trying desperately to wash away the scent of the Muzutafu canals, but Shinso's sensory training honed specifically by Aizawa for underground heroics was entirely too sharp. "I took a long walk by the park earlier," Izuku muttered, staring intently at the swirling tea leaves in his mug. "I must have stood too close to the fountain." Before Shinso could push the issue or question the logic of standing near a fountain in the dead of night, the heavy deadbolt on the front door clicked open. Shoyuta Aizawa walked in, and he looked like he had been dragged through a gravel pit backward. His dark hair was damp and matted, sticking to his forehead, and his capture weapon was slightly darkened with moisture. His face was set in a grim, exhausted line. Right behind him was Hisashi, his usual boisterous energy completely subdued into a quiet, heavy worry as he hung his leather jacket on the coat rack. "Shoyuta, go sit down before you fall down." "I'll make the coffee," Hisashi said softly, his voice lacking its radio host theatrics. He gave Izuku and Shinso a small, tired wave before heading straight for the kitchen. Aizawa collapsed into the armchair across from the couch, letting out a long, ragged sigh that seemed to vibrate from his boots. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, his knuckles pale, before opening his bloodshot eyes to look at the two boys. "Rough patrol, sensei?" Shinso asked, shifting into a more respectful posture. "Flask again," Aizawa muttered, his voice a low, gravelly rasp. "The kid is getting reckless. He intercepted a major trigger smuggling ring near the industrial docks tonight. By the time Tsukachi and the raid team got there, the smugglers were all pinned to the shipping containers by pressurized water cords. Flask was already gone. But he made a mistake tonight. He left blood." The word struck Izuku like a physical blow. His fingers clamped so hard around his mug that the ceramic groaned under the pressure. "Blood?" He mentally retraced his steps from 2 hours ago. He remembered a stray knife nicking his forearm during the scuffle with the ringleader, but the cut had been shallow. He thought the heavy downpour had washed it completely away. He hadn't realized he'd left a viable sample behind. "Blood?" Shinso repeated, leaning forward, his interest piqued. "Did Tsukachi get a DNA match through the system?" "No," Aizawa sighed, leaning his head back against the headrest and closing his eyes. The rain diluted it heavily, and whatever properties Flask uses to manipulate the liquid altered the cell structure. It threw off the primary sequencing. But the lab group managed to pull a partial profile before the sample degraded. Izuku felt a drop of sweat form at his hairline, and because his body was currently a chaotic mess of shifting elements, the sweat felt freezing cold against his skin. He didn't dare blink. "What did the partial profile say?" Shinso asked. "The genetic markers show a high probability of a recessive elemental mutation," Aizawa explained, his voice tight. "Tsukachi thinks whoever Flask is, he isn't a career criminal from the slums. He's likely a teenager with registered citizens as parents, someone who skipped the standard quirk manifestations. Tsukachi is expanding the search to dual elemental anomalies and quirk registries in the prefecture. He thinks Flask is a student." Every muscle in Izuku's body locked up. If Tsukachi started digging into the specific sub-registries of Shizuoka Prefecture, looking for anyone with connections to both fire and water generation, the trail would eventually lead right to the Midoriya family tree. His mother's family had minor hydrokinetic traits 3 generations back. If the police looked too closely at Izuku's initial, messy medical records from primary school. Are you alright, Izuku? The sudden sound of his name made Izuku snap out of his spiral. He looked up to find Aizawa staring directly at him. The underground hero's eyes were wide open now, sharp and evaluating. He was tracking the heavy fleece blankets, the violent shivering, and the sheer, pale terror painted across his adopted son's face. I'm fine, Dad, Izuku managed to choke out, forcing his vocal cords to stabilize. Just thinking about how dangerous that vigilante sounds. If he's bleeding out there in the rain, he could get seriously hurt. Or worse. Aizawa's expression softened, just a fraction. The fierce, protective father replaced the tired, calculating underground hero. He reached across the small gap between them, patting Izuku's blanket-wrapped knee with a heavy hand. Don't worry about him, problem child, Aizawa said, his voice dropping to that low, reassuring tone he only used at home. That's our job. Tsukachi and I are going to find him, and we're going to pull him out of the dark before he breaks himself permanently. You just focus on school. The overwhelming warmth and love in Aizawa's voice felt like ash in Izuku's mouth. The guilt was suffocating. He nodded silently, burying his face in his green mug to hide the tears welling up in his eyes, taking a slow sip of the hot tea to try and force the freezing chill out of his bones. From the other end of the couch, Shinso didn't say a word. He just watched the way Izuku's knuckles trembled against the ceramic, his purple eyes tracking the distinct, rising scent of river water that the steam from the tea couldn't quite mask. The rain in Muzurafu didn't just fall, it drowned the city in a heavy, suffocating gray sheet. For Izuku, the downpour was a sensory overload. As he crouched on the rusted lip of a warehouse roof overlooking the commercial district, his water quirk flared to life, singing through his nervous system. With the sheer volume of water saturating the atmosphere, he didn't just feel the rain, he felt the pooling puddles in the alleys below, the rushing torrents in the storm drains, and the rhythmic, pressurized thrum of the city's water mains beneath the asphalt. He pulled the damp hood of his vigilante gear lower, his pressurized mask hissing as it filtered the damp air. Tonight, his body was trapped in a grueling equilibrium. Because of the infinite moisture surrounding him, his water quirk was pulling hard on his reserves, dropping his core temperature down to a dangerous chill. He could feel his teeth wanting to chatter behind the plastic of his mask, but he clamped down hard, focusing on the warehouse across the street. According to the underground forums, a faction of the Shai Hasaikai remnants was using this specific seafood processing plant to move a newly synthesized batch of localized depressants drags meant to permanently dull a hero's reflexes. I have to move fast, Izuku thought, his lungs burning with a cold, phantom ache. If I stay out here too long, my internal temperature won't recover by homeroom. With a silent breath, Izuku stepped off the roof. He didn't fall. Instead, he gathered the cascading sheets of rain beneath his boots, condensing the water molecules until they formed a brief, pressurized cushion that caught his weight before vanishing back into the downpour. He slid down the brick facade of the processing plant like a shadow, slipping through a high, unlatched ventilation window. Inside, the warehouse smelled violently of salt, copper, and damp cardboard. Move the crates to the truck before the storm passes, a voice shouted from the main floor. 3 men in heavy, waterproof coats were loading unmarked plastic bins onto a flatbed. The bosses want this batch cleared out before Eraserhead expands his perimeter. Izuku didn't waste time with warnings. Flask wasn't a hero, he didn't need to make an entrance. Reaching out with both hands, Izuku tapped into the large floor drains where the fish processing runoff gathered. The water murky, cold, and heavy surged upward in thick, serpentine coils, shattering the iron grates. What the hell? Before the smugglers could draw their weapons, Izuku flicked his wrists. The water slammed into the first 2 men, spinning them off their feet and pinning them flat against the concrete floor under the weight of a localized atmospheric pressure. The third man, a brute with a minor gigantism quirk, snarled as his muscles swelled, breaking through the first wave of water Izuku threw at him. You're that brat, Flask, the brute roared, lunging forward with a fist the size of a boulder. Izuku didn't move. He kept his breathing steady, though a sharp, stabbing pain bloomed in his chest, the first warning sign of severe hypothermia. He forced his fingers to flex. Instead of fighting the man's strength, Izuku targeted the heavy rain pouring through the open loading dock behind him. A massive, solid wall of water rushed inward like a tidal wave, encapsulating the brute in a pressurized sphere. The villain thrashed, his air instantly cut off, his movement slowed to a crawl by the sheer density of the liquid. With a final twist of his hands, Izuku compressed the sphere, forcing the villain to his knees before dropping the water entirely, leaving the man coughing and gasping for air on the wet floor, completely neutralized. Izuku stumbled back, clutching his ribs. His hands were pale, his veins showing a terrifying, icy blue beneath his gloves. Too much. I used too much pressure. Suddenly, the warehouse doors blew inward with a deafening crash. Police. Nobody move. Izuku's heart plummeted. Tsukachi Naomasa strode into the warehouse, flanked by a dozen heavily armed officers. And right beside him, his yellow goggles catching the dim fluorescent light of the warehouse, was Aizawa. Secure the perimeter. Tsukachi ordered, his eyes instantly locking onto the lone, hooded figure standing among the defeated smugglers. Flask. Stand down. Aizawa didn't hesitate. His capture weapon shot forward like a striking viper, aiming directly for Izuku's torso. In a panic, Izuku drew on the remaining puddles on the floor, throwing up a thick, rotating shield of water that caught the capture weapon, twisting the fabric into a wet knot. But Aizawa was too smart. He yanked the weapon back, using the momentum to launch himself directly at the vigilante. You're burning clean through your stamina, kid, Aizawa rasped, his red eyes flashing as he tried to catch Izuku's gaze to erase the quirk. But the darkness of the warehouse, combined with the deep rim of Izuku's hood and his mask, kept his eyes hidden. Give it up. You're shivering. He knows, Izuku's mind screamed. He knows Flask is cold. I'm fine, Izuku forced out, his voice modulated into a deep, unrecognizable growl by the tech in his mask. Across the room, Tsukachi's eyes widened. False. He's lying. His vitals are crashing, he's in severe physical distress. Aizawa paused for a fraction of a second, a flicker of genuine concern crossing his features before it was replaced by the stark determination of an underground hero. If you don't let us help you, you're going to go into cardiac arrest in an alleyway somewhere. Stop this. The sheer weight of his foster father's worry nearly broke Izuku right there. He wanted to drop the mask. He wanted to tell Dad that he was safe, that he was trying to help, that he was sorry. But the fear of losing everything, his dream, his family, kept his hands raised. I can't, Izuku whispered. True, Tsukachi's quirk registered. With a desperate, final surge of energy, Izuku didn't throw water at the heroes. Instead, he targeted the overhead industrial sprinkler system. The pipes groaned, and then exploded outward in a massive, blinding curtain of high-pressure mist that blanketed the entire warehouse in seconds, dropping the visibility to zero. Eraser, watch out! Tsukachi yelled through the fog. Aizawa lunged forward, his hands reaching through the blinding spray, his fingers brushing against the rough fabric of a damp hood, but the figure dissolved away, sliding out of the ventilation window and into the roaring storm outside. An hour later, the police lab was dead silent save for the hum of the computers. Tsukachi sat at a metal desk, rubbing his temples, while Aizawa stood by the glass window, staring out at the rain-slicked streets of Mizurufu. On the table between them lay a small, sealed plastic tube containing a fresh cotton swab. We got it before the rain could wash it away this time, Tsukachi said softly, his voice heavy with reluctance. When you brushed against his hood, a few strands of hair caught in the fibers of your capture weapon, Shoyuta. The lab just finished. The secondary sequencing. Aizawa turned around slowly, his face completely unreadable. And? The DNA profile is clean. No degradation, Tsukachi explained, sliding a file folder across the desk. It's a partial match to a registered citizen in Shizuoka, but the primary markers. Shoyuta, the profile belongs to a minor currently enrolled in a hero course. The system flagged the genetic sequence as a 98% match to a family line with a history of latent elemental traits. Tsukachi looked up, his eyes filled with a grim, professional sorrow. The search has narrowed down to 3 specific schools in the district. And UA is at the top of the list. Flask is a student, Shoyuta. He might be one of yours. Aizawa stared at the folder, his fists clenching so tightly inside his pockets that his knuckles turned white. The image of Izuku sitting on their couch, wrapped in blankets and shivering from a latent thermal drawback, flashed violently in his mind. We don't act until we have a definitive match, Naomasa, Aizawa said, his voice dropping into a dangerously quiet, protective register. If he's a student. If he's a kid. There's a reason he's doing this. And I'm going to find out why before the commission gets their hands on him. The atmosphere inside the Aizawa Yamada apartment the following evening was suffocatingly normal. The savory, rich aroma of pork katsu curry filled the kitchen, a comforting scent that usually had Izuku leaning over the counter with an eager grin. Tonight, however, Izuku sat at the dining table, staring blankly at his notebook. His hands were tucked deep inside the pockets of his oversized hoodie, fingers tightly coiled around a couple of chemical hand warmers he'd snuck from the support studio. His core temperature was finally leveling out, but the physical price of last night's massive sprinkler explosion was a dull, thumping ache in his chest. Every time he took a deep breath, he could feel the residual, icy weight of Flask's quirk refusing to entirely let go. "Dinner's up, listeners." Hisashi's bright voice echoed from the kitchen, breaking the silence. He marched out holding a massive ceramic bowl, his long blonde hair pulled back into its casual home bun. "Eat up while it's hot. You look like you're writing a eulogy over there, Izuku." "Oh. Sorry," Izuku stammered, quickly closing his analysis notebook. He forced a bright, sheepish smile. "Just breaking down some of the rescue strategies from yesterday. I got a bit carried away." Hisashi smiled warmly, setting the food down and ruffling Izuku's green curls. "That's our resident quirk nerd. But seriously, eat. You've been looking a little pale lately. Your dad and I are starting to think UA is working you into the ground." The front door clicked open, and the heavy, rhythmic thud of combat boots signaled Aizawa's arrival. He walked into the dining room, looking completely drained. His dark eyes were bloodshot, and his shoulders carried a tense, rigid weight that wasn't there before. He didn't speak. He just dropped his yellow goggles onto the entryway table, washed his hands, and took his seat at the head of the table. "Rough day at the office, show?" Hisashi asked gently, sliding a large portion of curry toward his husband. Aizawa picked up his chopsticks, staring down at the food for a long moment before letting out a slow rasp. "Tsukachi and I spent the afternoon at the precinct. The high-tier drag ring Flask busted last night?" Two of the suspects tried to talk. They were terrified. Izuku's heart did a violent flip against his ribs. He carefully picked up a piece of pork, keeping his eyes glued to his plate. "Terrified? Of the police?" he asked, trying to keep his voice light and curious. "No," Aizawa said, his voice dropping into a low, analytical register. "Of Flask. They said the kid didn't just throw water. He completely controlled the environment. One of them claimed Flask nearly collapsed his lungs by drawing the moisture right out of his breath. The underground is starting to view him as a monster, not a vigilante." "That's awful," Hisashi murmured, his usual cheerful demeanor completely vanishing. He leaned his elbows on the table, looking deeply troubled. "He's just a kid, right? That's what the DNA profile from the blood and hair suggested." "Yeah," Aizawa muttered, taking a slow bite of his food. "A kid who is completely unhinged. He's operating with an efficiency that rivals seasoned pro heroes, but he's doing it completely alone. No support network. No medical backup." Tsukachi's polygraph quirk confirmed the suspect's fear. Flask isn't pulling his punches anymore. Izuku swallowed hard, the curry tasting like cardboard in his mouth. "I didn't try to hurt them," he wanted to scream. "I was just trying to stop them from flooding the streets with depressants. I had to use the moisture." But he had to remain silent. He had to sit here and listen to his foster parents dissect his alter ego like a dangerous specimen. Did the police find anything else from the hair sample?" Izuku asked, his voice trembling slightly. He tried to mask it by taking a quick sip of water. Aizawa's eyes snapped up, locking onto Izuku. The intensity of the gaze made Izuku want to crawl out of his skin. "The DNA sequencing narrowed the field," Aizawa said softly, his dark eyes boring into Izuku's emerald ones. "The quirk registry flags a recessive hydrokinetic mutation matching a family lineage from Shizuoka Prefecture. The lab is cross-referencing the database with every student enrolled in a hero course across 3 prefectures. UA, Shiketsu, Ketsubutsu." Hisashi sighed, running a hand over his face. "Man, if it really is a UA student, Nedzu is going to have a heart attack. Can you imagine the scandal? A kid from our school running around playing judge, jury, and executioner in the slums." "It's not about the scandal, Hisashi," Aizawa said sharply, his voice cutting through the room. He slammed his chopsticks down onto the table, making the bowls rattle. "It's about the kid. Whoever this is, they are burning themselves out." The lab report noted that the cellular structure in the hair sample showed signs of extreme thermal stress. Like the body is constantly fluctuating between severe hypothermia and hyperthermia. Aizawa leaned forward, his expression a mix of fierce, raw anger and deep, aching sorrow. "This kid is literally tearing his own nervous system apart every time he uses his quirk. He's committing slow-motion suicide in the streets, and he thinks nobody notices." The room fell into a dead, heavy silence. Izuku stared down at his hands. Beneath the table, out of sight, he clenched his fists so hard his nails bit into his palms. The hand warmers in his pockets felt scorching hot against his skin, but inside, a freezing wave of reality washed over him. Dad notices. He didn't know Flask was Izuku yet, but he knew Flask was hurting. He cared about the vigilante's safety just as much as he cared about his students. "Izuku," Aizawa's voice softened, breaking the heavy tension. Izuku looked up, blinking back the sudden warmth prickling behind his eyes. "You're shivering again," Aizawa said, his voice laced with a quiet, undeniable parental worry. He reached across the table, his rough hand covering Izuku's trembling one. Go upstairs and get into a hot bath. I don't care if you think it's a latent thermal drawback from your fire quirk if you're still this cold tomorrow, I'm pulling you from practical training and taking you to recovery girl myself. I understand, Dad, Izuku whispered. He stood up from the table, leaving his half-eaten dinner behind. Thank you for the food, Hisashi. Good night. As Izuku walked down the hallway toward his bedroom, he could hear the quiet, murmured voices of his parents starting up again in the dining room discussing timelines, DNA databases, and perimeters. He shut his bedroom door and leaned against it, sliding down to the floor. He pressed his face into his knees, letting out a shaky, silent breath. The walls were closing in. The police were searching the registries, his body was failing him, and his dad was leading the hunt. The ice was cracking, and the threats of revealing were looming just around the corner. The morning sun beat down mercilessly on ground gamma, turning the sprawling indoor training facility into a veritable greenhouse. The air was thick and humid, a cruel irony that Izuku felt deeply as he stood in the center of the concrete courtyard. Today was a foundational heroics class for Class 1A, specifically designed to test adaptation and restraint. Listen up, Aizawa announced, his voice echoing flatly off the high metal beams. His eyes, heavily ringed with dark circles, scanned the assembled teenagers. Today's exercise is simple. You'll be paired up for close-quarters combat. The catch is that you are restricted to using a maximum of 10% of your quirk's output. If you overdo it and cause structural damage, you fail. Beside Aizawa stood Hitoshi Shinso, lazily spinning a piece of his capture weapon around his fingers. His purple eyes immediately drifted to Izuku, landing on the slight tremor in the boy's knees. Izuku swallowed hard, his throat feeling like sandpaper. Last night had been a disaster. He hadn't patrolled, but the psychological stress, combined with his body's desperate attempt to regulate his shattered internal thermostat, had kept him awake until dawn. He was currently trapped in a terrifying biological limbo. His skin was burning hot to the touch, radiating green sparks of erratic fire, but beneath the surface, his bones felt like ice. Every breath felt heavy, as if his lungs were trying to condense the humid air of ground gamma into actual water. Just 10%, Izuku repeated to himself like a mantra, clutching his chest. I just have to use a tiny splash of fire. Keep it small. Keep it safe. First match, Aizawa called out, clicking his stopwatch. Midoriya versus Shinso. The rest of the class backed away to the safety lines. Bakugo leaned against a concrete pillar, his eyes narrowed into a sharp, suspicious glare as he watched Izuku stumble slightly while walking out to the arena. Oi, Deku, Bakugo muttered under his breath, his explosive palms sparking faintly. Don't you dare slack off. Izuku didn't hear him. The roaring in his ears was getting louder. Ready, Aizawa raised his hand. Begin. Shinso didn't waste a second. He lunged forward, throwing a quick, practiced strike with his capture weapon, the gray cloth slicing through the humid air. Izuku instinctively dodged to the left, but his reaction time was sluggish. The fabric grazed his shoulder, tearing a small strip from his gym uniform. I need a burst of speed, Izuku thought frantically. He reached deep into his chest, trying to pull forward the emerald flames that usually propelled him across the battlefield. But when he pulled on the spark, nothing happened. The fire quirk was completely locked behind a wall of sheer, icy exhaustion. His body, completely traumatized by the constant, violent swinging between the freezing depths of his water manipulation and the blistering heat of his fire, had finally pulled the emergency brake. What's wrong, Midoriya? Shinso asked, his voice low and calculating as he threw another strike, forcing Izuku back. You're usually much faster than this. Are you still dealing with that bug from last night? Izuku clamped his jaw shut. He knew better than to answer Shinso. If he spoke, the brainwashing quirk would snap him out of commission instantly, and right now, his body was so fragile that a sudden mental shock might completely collapse his vitals. Shinso saw the hesitation and pressed the advantage. He swept his leg low, catching Izuku's ankle and sending the green-haired boy crashing heavily to the concrete floor. The impact rattled Izuku's teeth. As he lay on the ground, gasping for air, the sheer, unadulterated panic of a trapped animal took hold of him. His vision blurred, the edges turning a dangerous, hazy gray. Through the fog, he saw Shinso stepping forward, capture weapon raised to pin him down. I have to get up. I have to move. Fire, please, just a spark. He reached into his core again, but instead of finding heat, his fingers met the cold, heavy tide of his second quirk. Desperate to mask it, Izuku tried to force a fire spark into the sudden rush of moisture. The result wasn't a jet of flame. It was a sudden, violent eruption of superheated, dense white mist that blasted outward from his palms. The sheer pressure of the steam hit Shinso's capture weapon, throwing off his aim and shrouding the immediate area in a blinding, opaque cloud. To the rest of the class, it looked like a standard smoke screen, a clever, if desperate, use of his heat reacting to the gym's humidity. "Midoriya, watch your output," Aizawa shouted from outside the fog, his eyes narrowing as he tried to peer through the whiteout. Inside the curtain of steam, Izuku scrambled backward on his hands and knees, choking on his own breath. He thought he had hidden it. He thought the steam covered his tracks. But as the mist began to thin, Izuku looked down at the concrete directly beneath his hands. Because he had been forced to draw on fluid to create the pressure, a localized patch of the floor wasn't just damp, the humidity had been pulled so rapidly into a single spot that a small, perfectly formed puddle of water sat directly between his palms, completely untouched by the heat of his supposed fire quirk. And from his skin, a sharp, undeniable scent of fresh, cold rain cut through the smell of burnt ozone. Shinso stepped through the clearing fog, coughing slightly. He stopped dead, his eyes dropping straight to the puddle beneath Izuku's hands, then to the way Izuku's fingers were violently trembling against the wet stone, completely devoid of sparks. Shinso didn't say a word out loud. But his purple eyes widened, locking onto the water, then tracking up to the sheer terror painted across Izuku's pale, shivering face. The pieces, the cold skin, the rain scent from the apartment, the sudden anomaly were beginning to align. "Match over," Aizawa called out, stepping into the arena as the last of the steam dissolved. He looked at Izuku, his brow furrowing at the boy's exhaustion. "Midoriya, go to the nurse's office. You're completely out of sync today." "Yes, sir," Izuku whispered, pushing himself up and deliberately stepping over the puddle to hide it. He walked away, keeping his head down, but he could feel Shinso's intense, calculating gaze burning into his back. The water quirk hadn't been fully exposed to the world, but the first undeniable clue had just been left behind. The walk to the nurse's office was a blur of gray concrete and agonizing shivers. Izuku didn't actually make it to Recovery Girl. The moment he turned the corner out of Ground Gamma's sightline, he slipped into a secluded, dimly lit stairwell in the training building's basement. He collapsed against the concrete steps, pulling his knees tightly to his chest. The heat warmers in his gym uniform pockets were dead, completely spent. His fire quirk was still completely locked away, leaving his body to violently crash into a state of severe, self-induced hypothermia. His teeth clicked together so hard his jaw ached, and his fingers were a terrifying shade of pale blue. "I almost blew it," he thought, burying his face in his arms. "I almost let everyone see. You're not a very good liar, Midoriya." Izuku's head snapped up. Hitoshi Shinso stood at the top of the stairwell, the heavy metal door clicking shut behind him. He hadn't changed out of his gym uniform, which was still damp from the steam Izuku had blasted into the arena. His capture weapon hung loosely around his neck, but his posture wasn't relaxed. It was incredibly tense. As Shinso, Izuku choked out, his voice a frail, chattering whisper. He tried to force a smile, but his lips were too stiff to cooperate. What are you doing down here? You should be with the class." "Cut the crap," Shinso said flatly. He walked down the stairs, his boots echoing sharply against the concrete, stopping just 3 steps above Izuku. He looked down at the green-haired boy, his purple eyes dark and unreadable. "I've been watching you for weeks at the apartment. You come home freezing in the middle of summer. You smell like the Muzutafu River canals. And today, when you supposedly used your fire to make a smoke screen, you didn't leave scorch marks. You left a puddle of water." Izuku pulled his blankets, his arms tighter around himself. It was a ruptured pipe. "The underground gym doesn't have water pipes running through the center of the concrete floor, Midoriya. I asked Power Loader about the blueprints last week," Shinso interrupted, his voice dropping into a dangerously quiet register. "And last night, Aizawa-sensei came home and said Flask used a water explosion to burst the industrial sprinklers at a warehouse. A warehouse that smelled exactly like the damp, salty air clinging to your jacket this morning." Izuku's heart hammered against his ribs like a trapped bird. He clamped his teeth together to stop the chattering, his eyes wide with sheer, unadulterated panic. He couldn't speak. If he answered, if he lied, if he said anything, Shinso could brainwash him and force the truth out anyway. Seeing the sheer terror in Izuku's eyes, Shinso let out a slow, heavy sigh. He didn't activate his quirk. Instead, he reached into his pocket, pulled out a small, foil packet, and tossed it into Izuku's lap. It was a high-grade chemical heat pack, the kind Aizawa used on winter patrols. "I'm not going to brainwash you," Shinso said softly, sitting down on the step above Izuku. "And I haven't told Aizawa. Yet." Izuku weakly tore the packet open with his trembling teeth, squeezing the heat pack between his freezing palms. The sudden burst of warmth felt like heaven, but the dread in his stomach was hell. "Why?" Izuku whispered, his voice cracking. If you think I'm..." I don't think. I know, Shinso said, turning his head to look directly at Izuku. You're Flask. The vigilante the police and your own adoptive dad have been hunting for months. The words were out. The secret that Izuku had nearly destroyed his own body to protect had been laid bare in a dusty, dark stairwell. Izuku's shoulders slumped, the last of his defensive walls crumbling to dust. A single tear slipped down his cheek, but because his core was so cold, it didn't evaporate into steam this time. It just ran down his pale skin, freezing cold. Are you going to tell him? Izuku asked, staring at the floor. Are you going to tell Dad? Do you have any idea what you're doing to him? Shinso countered, his voice suddenly sharp, laced with a rare flash of anger. Aizawa-sensei stays up until 4 in the morning staring at Flask's case files. He's losing sleep, he's stressing out, because he thinks some reckless kid is out there bleeding to death in the gutters. He's trying to save you from yourself, and you're lying to his face every single day. I have to. Izuku suddenly burst out, his voice echoing violently in the cramped stairwell. He gripped the heat pack so hard it nearly ruptured. You don't understand, Shinso. If the school finds out I have a second quirk that I've been using illegally, I'll be expelled. The Hero Commission will take me away, or worse, they'll ruin Dad's reputation. He adopted me. If his son is unmasked as a criminal vigilante, his hero career is over. Shinso blinked, caught off guard by the sheer desperation in Izuku's voice. And my body. Izuku choked back a sob, pulling his knees closer. If I don't use the water quirk, it builds up. It feels like I'm drowning from the inside out. But if I use it, my temperature drops. When I switch back to fire, my blood feels like it's boiling. I'm trapped, Shinso. I'm tearing myself apart, and I don't know how to stop. But I can't stop saving people. I can't look away when people are hurting in the places the pros can't see. Shinso stared at him. He saw the raw, bleeding knuckles, the dark circles under Izuku's eyes that mirrored Aizawa's, and the terrifying, blue tint to his skin. This wasn't an arrogant teenager playing hero for fame. This was a broken kid carrying a burden that was actively killing him, all to protect the people he loved. The silence stretched between them for a long, heavy minute. Finally, Shinso stood up. He walked down the last few steps, standing right in front of Izuku. He reached down, grabbing Izuku's arm, and firmly pulled the shivering boy to his feet. You're an idiot, Midoriya, Shinso said, his voice dropping back into its usual, tired drawl, though there was a new, fierce undercurrent of protection in it. A complete and total idiot. Izuku looked up, blinking through his tears. Shinso? I'm not telling Aizawa. Not yet, Shinso said, adjusting his capture weapon. Because if I do, he'll pull you from the hero course to protect you, and you'll probably do something even stupider. But you're done patrolling alone. If your body is failing, you need someone to watch your back and keep you from freezing to death. Izuku's eyes widened. You're going to help me. I'm going to make sure you don't die in an alley, Shinso corrected sharply, turning toward the stairwell door. But under one condition. You start letting your body rest. If I see you shivering like this at the breakfast table again, I'm dragging you to your dad myself. Understand? A profound, overwhelming wave of relief washed over Izuku. For the first time in months, he wasn't completely alone in the dark. Understand, Izuku whispered, a genuine, albeit exhausted, smile finally touching his lips. Thank you, Shinso. Don't thank me yet, Shinso muttered, pushing the door open to the bright hallway above. We still have to figure out how to keep Tsukachi's quirk from catching you next week. The first crack had formed, but instead of shattering Izuku's world, it had given him an ally. The walk back to the 1A dorms after the ground gamma disaster felt like moving through wet cement. Izuku kept his hands buried deep inside his pockets, his fingers white-knuckled gripping the fresh chemical heat pack Shinso had given him. The artificial warmth was the only thing keeping his knees from buckling entirely. He could still feel Shinso's intense, calculating gaze lingering on the back of his neck, but true to his word, the purple-haired boy didn't say another word as they rejoined the class. Midoriya. Ida had marched over the second they stepped back into the common room, his arm chopping the air with rigid concern. Aizawa-sensei informed us you were sent to the nurse. Your temperature regulation issues are becoming a chronic hindrance to your studies. Did Recovery Girl provide a proper diagnosis? Yeah. Just standard thermal fatigue, Ida, Izuku forced out, his voice a little too high, a little too practiced. She gave me some glucose pills and told me to rest. I'm totally fine, really. From the couch, Bakugo let out a harsh, mocking scoff. Yeah, right. Decapitated Extra looks more alive than you do, Deku. Stop slacking or I'll blast you into next week. Izuku just smiled weakly and hurried up the stairs to his room. The moment his bedroom door clicked shut, the fake smile vanished. He slid down the wood, pressing his back against the door, and let out a shaky breath. His body was completely exhausted. The conflict between the freezing reservoir of Flask's water quirk and the dormant, suffocating heat of his fire quirk was turning his nervous system into a war zone. He crawled over to his bed, reached underneath, and pulled out his vigilante gear. The dark hood and the pressurized mask stared back at him, like a physical manifestation of his sins. "You're an idiot, Midoriya." Shinso's words echoed in his head. "You're lying to his face every single day." The guilt felt like swallowing hot coals. Aizawa had saved him from his biological father. Aizawa had given him a name, a home, and a future. And in return, Izuku was running around the slums, breaking the law, and leaving breadcrumbs of DNA for his own dad to find. A soft, rhythmic knock on his balcony window made him jump. Izuku frantically shoved the gear back under the bed and pulled open the curtains. Standing on the narrow ledge, balancing precariously with his capture weapon loosely wrapped around his arm, was Shinso. Izuku quickly unlocked the window, sliding it open to let the purple-haired boy slip inside. "Shinso, what are you doing? If the security sensors catch you." "I used the blind spot near the support studio supply line," Shinso interrupted flatly, shaking out his messy hair. He looked around Izuku's room, his eyes lingering on the All Might posters before settling on the trembling boy in front of him. "And you don't have to look at me like I'm about to call the police. I told you I wouldn't." "I know," Izuku whispered, wrapping his arms around his chest. "It's just. Everything is falling apart. Friday is the deadline. Tsukachi is going to run the UA cross-reference." Shinso crossed his arms, his expression turning grim. "I know. I overheard Aizawa talking on his phone in the faculty lounge after class. Tsukachi already has the warrant drafted. The second Aizawa signs the departmental authorization, the precinct mainframe will run the genetic sequencing against every kid in the hero course." Izuku sank onto the edge of his bed, burying his face in his hands. "If they find out, Dad will lose his license for harboring a vigilante. He didn't even know, but the commission won't care. They'll make an example out of him. Then we make sure he doesn't sign it," Shinso said. Izuku looked up through his messy green curls, his eyes wide. "What? How? We can't steal a police authorization from Aizawa. He's an underground hero, he'd notice the file missing in a second." "We don't steal it," Shinso explained, leaning against the wall. "We alter the narrative. Tsukachi's quirk registers truth based on awareness. If we can introduce a different suspect, a phantom file that perfectly mimics Flask's recessive markers, we can create enough legal gridlock to force Tsukachi to stall the database search." "A phantom file?" Izuku's quirk analysis brain instantly began to whir, despite his exhaustion. "Like an unregistered citizen profile? But the police database only accepts official government metadata. We'd need a support item or a hacker capable of spoofing a national registry." "Which is exactly why I spent the last hour talking to Hatsum-Mei," Shinso said with a small, exhausted smirk. Izuku gasped. "You told Hatsum?" "No. I told her I was working on a highly classified underground hero project for Aizawa-sensei regarding digital counterintelligence, and I needed a logic-scrambling flash drive," Shinso corrected smoothly. "She didn't ask questions. She just started laughing and handed me a device that can bypass standard precinct firewalls for exactly 4 minutes before it self-detonates." Shinso stepped closer, pulling a small, metallic drive from his pocket and holding it out. "Tomorrow night, Aizawa has a mandatory late-night briefing at the police station. He's going to leave his office terminal active at UA to monitor the sector cameras. We use his terminal, plug this in, and feed Tsukachi's system a false trail. A trail that points Flask far away from the hero schools." Izuku stared at the tiny drive. It was a lifeline, but it was also a massive gamble. They were talking about cyber-espionage against the police force. If they were caught, Shinso would go to juvenile detention right alongside him. "Shinso, why are you doing this for me?" Izuku asked, his voice cracking with emotion. "You barely know me. We've only lived together for a few months." Shinso looked away, his jaw tightening slightly. He stared out the window at the distant lights of the city. "Because before Aizawa took me in, everyone looked at my quirk and saw a villain," Shinso said softly, his voice dropping into a rare, vulnerable register. "They thought I was dangerous. They thought I was a liar. But Aizawa looked at me and saw a hero. He gave me a chance." Shinso turned back, his purple eyes locking onto Izuku with absolute determination. "And he adopted you. I've never seen him look at anyone the way he looks at you, Midoriya. He doesn't look at you like a student, he looks at you like his son. If this vigilante crap breaks him, then the only real underground hero this country has left is gone. I'm not letting that happen. Not to him. And not to you." The weight of Shinso's loyalty hit Izuku like a physical wave. The freezing chill in his chest didn't disappear, but for the first time, the heat of his fire quirk felt like it was trying to fight back not as an explosion, but as a steady, quiet spark of hope. "Okay," Izuku whispered, standing up and reaching out to take the drive. "Tomorrow night. We change the data." The silence of the UA faculty wing at 11 p.m. was absolute, broken only by the distant, rhythmic hum of the building's central air conditioning. Izuku crouched behind a structural pillar in the secondary hallway, his heart hammering a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He was wearing his standard dark UA hoodie, the hood pulled low over his green curls, but his hands were entirely bare. To his right, Shinso stood perfectly still, his back pressed against the wall, his eyes locked onto the digital security panel monitoring the staff room corridor. Aizawa-sensei's vehicle just cleared the main gate tracking toward the Muzutafu precinct, Shinso whispered, lowering his phone. His voice was completely devoid of its usual casual cadence. "We have exactly 20 minutes before the automatic system lock initiates for the midnight maintenance cycle. If we aren't out by then, the thermal sensors in the floorboards will flag us." "The security grid on the terminal uses a dual-layer rolling encryption," Izuku murmured, his analysis brain kicking into high gear despite the cold sweat prickling at his neck. "Dad's personal login is tied to his biometric signature, but during late-night monitoring, the terminal leaves a secondary administrative gateway open for the local patrol feeds. If Hatsum's device can inject the phantom script into that specific gateway, it will override the automated cross-reference without triggering an alert at the precinct," Shinso finished. He pulled the small, metallic flash drive from his pocket. The tiny indicator light on the side blinked an eerie, neon blue. "Let's move." Slipping through the heavy oak doors of the staff office, the room was bathed in the pale, blue glow of Aizawa's primary terminal. The massive desk was meticulously organized, stacked folders detailing underground activity, high-grade capture weapon fibers, and the specific, black-bound binder containing the current Flask investigation files. Izuku approached the desk, his boots making no sound against the carpet. Seeing his father's personal space, the half-empty mug of cold black coffee, the spare yellow goggles resting near the keyboard sent a sharp, agonizing pang of guilt straight through his chest. He was trespassing in the office of the man who had given him a home, using a piece of illicit support technology to scramble an active police investigation. "I'm doing this to keep him safe," Izuku reminded himself, his jaw tightening as he reached out toward the keyboard. "If Tsukachi finds my DNA, Dad's career is over." "Plug it in," Shinso commanded softly, guarding the doorway. "The timer starts the second the port registers the hardware." Izuku slid the metallic drive into the terminal's secondary port. A sharp, digital chime echoed through the quiet room. Instantly, the main display fractured, strings of green code cascading down the monitor as Hatsum's logic-scrambling script began its attack. A massive digital countdown appeared in the center of the screen, 4 hours 3 minutes and 59 seconds. "The script is accessing the Shizuoka regional sub-registry," Izuku muttered, his fingers flying across the keys to direct the injection. "It's generating a completely synthetic identity profile. Recessive hydrokinetic markers. Maternal lineage traces. We're mapping the data to an abandoned district in the outer prefecture. It looks like an unregistered mutant citizen who went off the grid 5 years ago. 2 hours 2 minutes and 44 seconds. "Hurry, Midoriya," Shinso warned, his head snapping toward the hallway as a distant, metallic click echoed from the elevator bank. "The patrol bots are rotating early. We have 90 seconds before the floor sweep hits this sector." "The file is uploading, but the database encryption is pushing back." Izuku's teeth began to chatter faintly, the psychological stress causing his internal thermostat to dip into a sudden, freezing chill. He forced his thumbs to press down hard on the console, trying to stabilize his hands. "Come on. Just bypass the primary firewall. Match the sequencing." The monitor flashed an angry, crimson warning, "Authorization required, Pro-Hero Eraserhead biometric override." Izuku's breath caught in his throat. "It's asking for a physical key. The script can't spoof Dad's specific biometric matrix." "Use the backup routing," Shinso said, stepping up to the desk, his purple eyes scanning the interface. "When Aizawa-sensei sets his terminal to active patrol monitoring, he leaves an emergency override code written into the encrypted security protocols for the General Studies Department in case of a campus breach. The key isn't a fingerprint, it's a string of characters based on his original hero registry date." Izuku's eyes widened. He knew that date by heart. He had memorized every single detail of Eraserhead's underground career long before he ever met the man. Without hesitation, Izuku punched a 10-digit alphanumeric sequence into the prompt. The screen immediately flashed green, override accepted. Synthetic profile, Project Flask, injected into the precinct mainboard. And 11 seconds. The small flash drive in the port began to emit a faint, high-pitched hiss, the internal components melting down exactly as Hatsum had promised to ensure no forensic trace remained. Izuku snatched the ruined casing from the slot, shoving the warm metal deep into his pocket just as the digital countdown hit 0. The terminal screen instantly snapped back to its original configuration, displaying nothing but the standard, looping security feeds of the Muzutafu commercial sector. "We're clear," Izuku breathed, his chest heaving as he leaned against the edge of the desk. The freezing chill in his bones was violently replaced by a sudden, intense wave of heat as his adrenaline spiked, a tiny wisp of green smoke curling from his collar. "Movement in the corridor," Shinso hissed, grabbing Izuku's shoulder and pulling him toward the rear ventilation exit just as the heavy sliding doors of the main office began to whirl open. They dropped down into the dark, shadowed courtyard below, their movements completely masked by the midnight downpour. The phantom file was officially in the system. The immediate threat of the DNA cross-reference matching the Midoriya family tree had been neutralized, but as Izuku looked up at the glowing windows of the faculty building, he knew the game had completely changed. They hadn't just evaded Detective Tsukachi, they had actively pointed the entire police force toward a ghost. The aftermath of the hack left a heavy, suffocating silence in its wake. By the time Friday morning arrived, the atmosphere in the 1A dorms was thick with anticipation. Izuku sat at the long dining table, his fingers wrapped tightly around a hot mug of tea. His internal thermometer was finally hovering at a stable baseline, but the psychological tension was making his muscles ache. Across the room, the common area television was tuned to a live news broadcast showing the Muzutafu police precinct. Detective Tsukachi was scheduled to hold a press briefing regarding the progress of the Flask investigation. "Attention, everyone," Ida announced, stepping into the center of the room and gesturing toward the screen. "Aizawa-sensei requested that we pay close attention to today's police briefings. As hero students, understanding how the authorities track unauthorized quirk usage is vital to our curriculum. TCH. It's just a bunch of extras chasing a shadow," Bakugo muttered, though his sharp eyes didn't leave the screen. Izuku's heart hammered against his ribs. He felt a light tap on his shoulder and turned to find Shinso standing behind him, a completely unreadable expression on his face. Neither of them said a word, but the silent understanding between them was absolute. The trap had been set, now they had to see if the police would walk into it. On screen, Detective Tsukachi stepped up to the podium, his tan trench coat crisp under the flashing lights of the press corps. "Thank you for waiting," Tsukachi began, his voice carrying clearly through the broadcast. "Over the past 48 hours, our specialized forensic unit, in cooperation with UA's administrative oversight, completed a comprehensive cross-reference of the DNA markers recovered from the Flask crime scenes." Izuku held his breath, his knuckles turning white against the ceramic of his mug. "Initial data led us to believe the suspect might be connected to local hero academies within the Shizuoka prefecture," Tsukachi continued, adjusting his papers. "However, after a thorough audit of the regional sub-registries, the system has successfully identified a definitive match outside of the academic network." A collective murmur rippled through the 1A common room. "The genetic sequencing matches an unregistered citizen profile listed in the Outer Prefecture's historical database," the detective announced. "The individual in question has no formal ties to any hero course or academic institution. We are currently pursuing leads in the abandoned industrial districts. For security reasons, the identity will remain confidential as active operations proceed." "Wow, so it wasn't a student after all," Uraraka said, letting out a sigh of relief. "Everyone was so worried it might be someone from UA." "A ghost from the slums," Todoroki mused, his hand resting on his chin. "It makes sense. Someone operating with that level of versatility would need to know the underground layout perfectly. A student wouldn't have the time." Inside his head, Izuku felt a profound, overwhelming wave of relief wash over him. The phantom file had worked. The logic-scrambling script had integrated the synthetic profile so seamlessly that Tsukachi's system accepted it as an absolute truth. The immediate threat to his family, his dad's career, and his own future had vanished into thin air. But as he looked at the screen, the relief was quickly replaced by a cold, hollow ache. He hadn't just saved himself, he had actively deceived the people who trusted him most. He had pointed his own adoptive father toward a ghost, ensuring that Aizawa would spend countless more sleepless nights hunting a person who didn't exist. "Midoriya," Shinso's low voice cut through his spiral. Izuku looked up, blinking back the tightness in his throat. Shinso wasn't smiling. He looked just as exhausted as Aizawa usually did, his purple eyes fixed on the television. "The data held," Shinso murmured, leaning down slightly so only Izuku could hear. "The loop is closed. But don't forget the baseline we agreed on in the stairwell. You rest." No patrols, no shifting elements, nothing. If you break the baseline, the ghost disappears, and we're back at square one. I know, Izuku whispered back, his voice thick with a mixture of gratitude and guilt. I understand, Hitoshi. The television screen shifted to a different broadcast, the heavy tension in the room lifting as the rest of the class returned to their breakfast chatter. The secret remained buried deep in the dark, the ice had held, and for now, the walking thermometer of self-destruction had bought himself a fragile, quiet peace. The rain finally stopped over Mizurufu, leaving the city glistening under a pale Saturday morning sun. In the faculty apartment, the air was warm and smelled faintly of Hisashi's cinnamon toast, a stark contrast to the heavy dampness that had clung to Izuku's skin for weeks. Izuku sat at the low table in the living room, a notebook open in front of him, though he hadn't written a word in an hour. His internal temperature felt remarkably steady, no shivering, no sudden spikes of emerald sparks. The baseline Shinso had enforced was working. By forcing himself to stay completely away from Flask's water quirk, his body was slowly, painfully patching its shattered thermostat back together. You're actually sitting still, a tired voice noted from the hallway. Shinso walked into the living room, wearing a plain black t-shirt and carrying a mug of green tea. He dropped onto the opposite side of the table, his purple eyes scanning Izuku's face with practiced, analytical precision. No trembling. Your color is back. Looks like you actually listened to me for once. I promised I would, Izuku said, giving a small, genuine smile. It's strange. My chest doesn't feel tight today. I didn't realize how much the constant shifting was wearing me down until I stopped. Good. Keep it that way, Shinso muttered, taking a sip of his tea. Because even though Tsukachi is chasing the ghost we left him, Aizawa-sensei hasn't dropped the case. He spent the morning rewriting patrol routes based on the warehouse raid. The front door clicked open, cutting their conversation short. Aizawa walked in, his shoulders slightly less tense than they had been on Friday, but his dark eyes were still sharp, still carry the weight of an underground hero who knew a piece of the puzzle was missing. Morning, Sho, Hisashi called out from the kitchen, poking his head out with a spatula in hand. You're back early. Did the precinct meeting wrap up? Tsukachi is shifting resources to the outer districts to track the database lead, Aizawa said, unbuttoning his high collar and sitting down heavily in his armchair. He looked at Izuku, his expression softening into that quiet, protective fatherly gaze. The pressure is off the school. The principal is satisfied. That's great news, Dad, Izuku said, forcing his voice to remain perfectly level, a smooth, practiced layer of relief covering the heavy knot of guilt in his stomach. Yeah, Aizawa murmured, leaning his head back against the cushion. But something still doesn't line up. Flask's tactical movements during the warehouse raid were too precise. He knew exactly how to neutralize the chemical gas using atmospheric pressure. That's not the behavior of an unregistered mutant hiding out in the outer slums. That's someone with formal training, or at least an advanced understanding of environmental heroics. Izuku's fingers tightened slightly against his notebook. Beside him, Shinso didn't move a muscle, his expression an unreadable mask as he slowly set his mug down. But if the DNA match is absolute, the detective has to follow the evidence, right? Shinso asked, his tone perfectly casual, conversational. The system doesn't lie, Aizawa said, closing his eyes. If the polygraph and the database agree, then that's the path we take. But I'm keeping an eye on the local perimeters regardless. Whoever that kid is, he's still out there somewhere, and he's still hurt. Aizawa opened his eyes, looking directly at Izuku. Which reminds me, problem child. Your temperature readings have been normal for 2 days straight. Recovery girl cleared you to return to full practical training on Monday. Really? Izuku's eyes brightened, a spark of the familiar, enthusiastic UA student shining through. Thank you, Dad. I'll make sure to keep my output controlled. See that you do, Aizawa rasped, a faint, tired trace of a smile touching his lips. Go get some breakfast. You've earned the rest. As Izuku stood up to head toward the kitchen, his gaze locked with Shinso's for a split second. The lie was holding, the identity remained buried beneath layers of synthetic code and psychological loopholes, and the pro-heroes were looking the other way. They had bought themselves time, but as Izuku felt the faint, distant thrum of the city's water lines vibrating beneath the apartment building, he knew the silence wouldn't last forever. Monday morning brought a stark change of pace that Izuku hadn't anticipated. Instead of the wide-open, highly destructive expanses of Ground Beta, Class 1A was ushered into the indoor labyrinth of Ground Sigma, a specialized facility specifically engineered for close-quarters stealth, tracking, and urban evasion. The indoor environment was a dizzying, complex maze of floor-to-ceiling mirrors, polished glass panels, and narrow metallic corridors meant to simulate a high-tech corporate espionage scenario or a dense, modern office building. For a student with a bright, loud, and inherently destructive fire quirk, it was a tactical nightmare. Every flicker of heat, every flash of light would reflect a dozen times over across the polished surfaces, giving away his position to his opponents instantly. Izuku stood in the dim staging area, carefully checking the leather seals on his gauntlets. His core temperature was perfectly stable, but his mind was elsewhere. He kept looking at the reflective surfaces around him, catching distorted, fragmented glimpses of his own green curls. It felt entirely too symbolic. He was a walking fracture, a boy living behind two completely different masks, and today's exercise felt entirely too close to the psychological tightrope he walked every single night. "Listen up, problem children," Aizawa's gravelly voice echoed through the metal corridor, cutting through the low, anxious chatter of the class. He stood at the entrance of the maze, a digital tablet in his hand, his dark eyes rimmed with their usual exhaustion. "Today's drill is a hunt. You will enter the maze in pairs. One team plays the infiltrators trying to retrieve an encrypted drive from the center, the other plays the defenders. Quirk usage is permitted, but if you shatter or damage a single glass panel or mirror, your team will be penalized heavily. This is an exercise about precision, absolute restraint, and environmental awareness." Aizawa tapped the tablet, assigning the pairings for the opening round. First match, Midoriya and Shinso on defense. Bakugo and Kaminari on offense. Get to your positions. Izuku blinked, turning to look at Shinso. The purple-haired boy merely adjusted his capture weapon, his expression an unreadable mask. They hadn't spoken since Friday's broadcast, but the silent, heavy understanding between them was palpable as they walked together into the glittering, deeply reflective depths of the maze. "We need to split their focus," Shinso murmured as the heavy steel doors slid shut behind them, locking them into the mirrored labyrinth. "Bakugo is going to rely on explosive mobility, but the reflections will mess with his depth perception if we keep him guessing. If we can lead Kaminari away into one of the dead zones, I can use my artificial vocal cords to trigger his response and take him out of the running early." "Right," Izuku whispered back. He felt a familiar, nervous spark in his chest, the warmth of his fire quirk wanting to rise in response to his adrenaline, but he consciously pushed it down. Out here, a single flame would betray their location to every mirror in the sector. "I'll draw Kaken's attention. I can move through the blind spots in the lower rafters where the glass panels don't extend." They split up, moving like ghosts through the polished, silent corridors. For the first few minutes, the maze was dead silent. Izuku scaled a structural support beam, crouching silently in the shadows near the ceiling where the mirrors didn't reach. From this vantage point, the labyrinth looked like a massive, glittering kaleidoscope. He could see multiple reflections of himself scattered across the floor below, some distorted, some clear, and for a split second, the true psychological weight of his double life pressed down heavily on his chest. Which version of him was real? The bright UA student aiming for the light, or the silent vigilante surviving in the dark? Boom! A sudden, sharp detonation rattled the metallic framework of the maze. Bakugo had entered the sector, using small, controlled palm blasts to test the acoustic echoes of the metal walls and locate his targets. "Step out, Deku!" Bakugo's voice echoed from 3 different directions at once, warped and multiplied by the precise angles of the glass. "I know you're lurking around here somewhere. Stop hiding in the shadows like a coward." Izuku held his breath, pressing his back against the cold steel beam. He needed to create a distraction to allow Shinso to corner Kaminari, but he couldn't risk using a burst of fire that would shatter the glass or reveal his exact coordinates. His mind frantically searched for a solution, scanning the environment for any tactical advantage. The moisture, his instinct whispered, a sudden, unwanted thought rising from the depths of his mind. The indoor facility was climate-controlled, but the sheer heat from Bakugo's rapid explosions was causing the humidity in the enclosed space to rise. Tiny, microscopic beads of condensation were beginning to form on the cold, polished surfaces of the mirrors. If he could just reach out just a tiny fraction and manipulate that gathering condensation, he could fog up the mirrors completely. He could blind Bakugo and mask his movements without breaking a single panel of glass. It was a brilliant tactical move, but the realization struck him like a physical blow. "I can't. Shinso is watching, Dad is watching from the observation monitors." The hesitation cost him his window of opportunity. Bakugo rounded the corner below, his sharp, perceptive eyes catching the subtle, unnatural shift of a shadow in the upper rafters. With a vicious, competitive grin, he lunged upward, his palms sparking aggressively. "Found you!" Izuku scrambled backward along the support beam, his footing slipping slightly on the slick metal surface. As he fell through the air toward the ground, his survival instincts flared. He reached deep into his chest for the emerald flames to propel himself safely to a landing, but the sudden panic caused his quirk output to spike out of control. A harsh, blinding jet of intense fire erupted from his palms. The sudden, intense heat hit the nearest mirror directly, causing the material to expand too rapidly. Crack. The sound was like a gunshot in the confined space. The thick, reinforced glass spiderwebbed instantly, fracturing into 1,000 jagged pieces before raining down onto the concrete floor in a sharp cascade. The training buzzer wailed instantly through the sector, the red emergency lights flaring. Match over. Defense team penalized for structural damage. Izuku landed heavily on his feet, his chest heaving, his right hand still smoking with a volatile, erratic green fire. He looked down at the shattered mirror by his boots, his reflection now broken into a dozen distorted, jagged fragments that stared back at him. Shinso stepped out from a parallel corridor, his eyes dropping briefly to the broken glass before tracking up to Izuku's pale, visibly trembling form. Through the intercom speaker overhead, Aizawa's voice cut through the silence, noticeably colder and sharper than usual. Midoriya. Shinso. Report to the observation deck. Now. As Izuku walked out of the maze, his head bowed and his hands tucked back into his pockets, he knew the physical toll wasn't his only enemy anymore. The pressure of keeping the two halves of his soul from violently colliding was starting to crack his composure, and eventually, the mirror would shatter completely. The elevator ride up to the ground Sigma observation deck was defined by the rhythmic, mechanical hum of the hydraulic lift and a suffocating, absolute silence. Izuku stood with his arms locked straight at his sides, his gaze firmly anchored to the brushed steel of the elevator floor. His right hand still tensed inside his reinforced glove, the fabric retaining a stubborn, lingering heat from the accidental flare that had shattered the mirror. Beside him, Hitoshi Shinso remained perfectly still, his posture slouched in a display of deliberate, calculated apathy. But Izuku could hear the slight, rapid rustle of Shinso's fingers tapping against the edge of his capture weapon, a silent, anxious rhythm that resonated perfectly with the tension thick in the air. When the doors slid open, the observation deck was bathed in the harsh, sterile glow of 20 different monitor screens. The digital displays showed various angles of the mirrored labyrinth below, but the central, largest screen was locked onto a high-definition freeze frame of the precise moment Izuku's green flames had violently fractured the glass panel. Shoyuta Aizawa sat at the main console, his back to them. His dark hair was pulled loose, falling over his shoulders like a curtain, obscuring his profile. He didn't turn around when their boots crossed the threshold. He simply tapped a single key on the keyboard, causing the playback to reverse, frame by frame, capturing the split-second hesitation before the explosion. Kaminari and Bakugo are resetting the perimeter for the second heat, Aizawa said, his voice dropping into a flat, gravelly register that made the hairs on the back of Izuku's neck stand up. Sit down. Izuku and Shinso moved toward the secondary metal bench against the wall, but before Izuku's knees could bend, Aizawa's chair whirled around. The underground hero's eyes were heavily bloodshot, his gaze cutting through the space between them with a look of profound, exhausted concern. Not you, Midoriya. Stand right there. Izuku stopped instantly, his breath catching in his throat. He felt a cold knot of anxiety twist violently in his stomach, instantly clashing with the residual heat of his fire quirk. His internal thermometer threatened to waver, but he clamped down on his core with an iron will. Keep it steady. Do not shiver. Do not burn. Aizawa leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, his hands woven together. He didn't look angry, he looked intensely worried, the weight of his parental responsibility visibly heavy on his shoulders. Explain the hesitation, Izuku. And don't give me the standard playbook answer. I miscalculated the distance, sensei, Izuku stammered, utilizing the formal classroom title to try and establish a professional buffer, though his voice trembled slightly. Kaken's acoustic echoes were bouncing off the glass panels at 3 different angles. I thought he was coming from the parallel corridor, so I tried to prep a low-output blast to create a thermal wall behind me. But he dropped from the rafters faster than I anticipated, and my reaction time was sluggish. I panicked, and the output spiked. You panicked, Aizawa repeated, the words rolling off his tongue with a heavy sigh. He stood up slowly, his tall frame casting a long shadow over the console. He walked over to Izuku, stopping close enough that Izuku could smell the stale, bitter scent of black coffee. You're the boy who jumped into a localized villain assault in your first week without blinking. You're the student who memorizes structural load capacities for every training ground on campus. You don't just panic and lose control of your output unless something is fundamentally wrong with your tracking. Aizawa stepped to the side, pointing a finger toward the central monitor, displaying the slow-motion playback. Look at the frame-by-frame rendering. Before you ignited the fire, your hands didn't drop into a standard flame generation stance. Your palms were open. Your fingers were flexing toward the condensation pooling on the structural support beams. For a full 0.3 of a second, your body was reacting to the ambient humidity in the room, completely out of sync with your quirk's actual activation requirements. Shinso's foot shifted against the floorboards, a tiny, deliberate scrape meant to draw some of the pressure away from Izuku. "Sensei, if I can interject regarding the environmental layout." "Quiet, Shinso," Aizawa commanded, though his tone was entirely devoid of malice. "You're not in trouble, but don't think I didn't notice the way you altered your positioning to shield him from the secondary camera arrays when he started struggling. I appreciate the teamwork, but covering up a teammate's physical compromise during a live drill is a safety hazard." Aizawa turned his full attention back to Izuku, his expression softening further into an agonizing mix of professional evaluation and deep, aching parental protectiveness. There was no suspicion of an alter ego in his eyes, only the profound fear of a father watching his foster son suffer from a terrifying biological malfunction. "Last week at Ground Gamma, you misfired and filled the arena with a high-pressure steam screen because of an alleged, latent thermal drawback. Today, you stall out in a room full of condensation, your body goes completely stiff, and you unleash a thermal spike so volatile it shatters reinforced material. It's the exact same physiological profile, Izuku." The sudden use of his first name felt like a physical weight lifting and pressing down all at once. "Your quirk registry lists a standard fire mutation," Aizawa whispered, his voice dropping into a low, private register meant only for the residential apartment, not the school walls. "But quirks can experience late-stage somatic mutations under intense psychological or physical stress. If your body is rejecting the heat, if your nervous system is subconsciously reaching for environmental moisture to protect itself from burning from the inside out, you need to tell me. We need to get you to a specialist before you permanently damage your pathways." He reached out, his rough hand gripping Izuku's shoulder. The touch was firm, grounding, and filled with an unconditional warmth that made the secret in Izuku's chest feel incredibly heavy. Aizawa wasn't hunting a vigilante right now, he was desperately trying to save his son from what he believed was a catastrophic, self-destructive medical anomaly. "The police closed the database search on Friday," Aizawa continued softly, trying to soothe the tension he could feel radiating from the boy's shoulders. "The Flask case is moving to the outer districts, completely away from UA. The school is safe. You don't have to carry the stress of the campus being under scrutiny anymore. You can focus entirely on your health. If you're hurting, or if your quirk is changing into something you can't control, let me help you. That's why I'm here." Izuku's jaw tightened so hard his teeth ached. The urge to break, to collapse against his father's chest and explain everything was almost insurmountable. Aizawa was offering him an out, a medical explanation that the school would accept, a narrative that framed his water manipulation as a rare, stress-induced quirk mutation rather than an illegal double life. But Izuku's analytical mind saw the immediate downstream dominoes. If he claimed his quirk was mutating into a dual-element status, the Hero Commission would demand mandatory medical profiling. They would run advanced genetic sequencing to map the mutation. They would find the exact recessive hydrokinetic markers from Shizuoka Prefecture that Tsukachi had just flagged in the criminal database. The ghost profile he and Shinso had meticulously uploaded would instantly collide with his real medical files. The loop would break. "I have to protect the lie to keep him safe," Izuku realized, his heart aching. "If the truth comes out, the fact that he's my legal guardian will destroy his status as a hero, mutation or not." "It's not a mutation, Dad," Izuku said, his voice dropping into a flat, steady finality. He looked directly into Aizawa's bloodshot eyes, forcing his expression to mirror the stubborn determination of a teenager who refused to admit he was exhausted. "The fire burns clean, but the rebound drops my core temperature drastically. When I saw the condensation on the mirrors, my brain processed it as a psychological cooling source, and I hesitated because I was overthinking the thermal drawback. It was a cognitive error, not a physical one. It won't happen again." The silence in the observation deck stretched, heavy and profound. Aizawa stared deep into his son's green eyes, searching for any sign of hidden pain or a deeper ailment. But Izuku's conviction was entirely real. He was trying to protect his father, and that absolute truth anchored his posture, leaving no room for a traditional tales of deception. Slowly, Aizawa released his grip on Izuku's shoulder. He let out a long, ragged sigh that seemed to drain the last of his remaining energy, his shoulders slumping slightly. "Go to the locker rooms and change," Aizawa rasped, turning back to the monitor console. "Both of you are benched for the remainder of the afternoon drills. Shinso, you're on cleanup duty for the shattered glass in Sector Move It." Yes, sir, Shinso muttered, standing up and heading for the elevator. Izuku followed silently, his hands tucked deep into his pockets. As the elevator doors slid shut, cutting off the view of the observation deck, he finally let out the breath he had been holding. His fingers were freezing cold against the fabric of his trousers, the hidden tide of his dual nature swirling restlessly beneath his skin, safely locked away for another day, while the heavy smell of burnt sugar and ozone lingered like a silent, permanent shield. The concrete tunnel connecting Ground Sigma to the main campus development buildings was intentionally designed to dampen sound, a architectural choice intended to give exhausted students a literal breathing room between high-stress tactical simulations and their standard academic coursework. Izuku walked 3 paces ahead of Shinso, his boots dragging slightly against the expansion joints in the flooring. The reinforced gauntlets of his gamma suit felt heavier than usual, dangling from his wrists like iron weights. The residual warmth from his panic-induced flare had completely vanished, leaving behind the inevitable, sluggish drop in his core temperature. He could feel it creeping inward from his fingertips, the silent, heavy chill that signaled his body's desperate attempt to overcompensate for the sudden thermal spike. "You're pacing too fast," Shinso said from behind him, his voice flat, low, and perfectly modulated to avoid carrying down the length of the corridor. "Your shoulders are up around your ears, Midoriya. If anyone passes us in the atrium, they're going to know you just came out of a disciplinary briefing." Izuku slowed his steps, but he didn't turn around. He pulled his hands out of his pockets, forcing his fingers to uncoil despite the stiff, brittle sensation locking up his knuckles. "I'm just trying to get to the locker rooms before the rest of the class finishes the second heat. If Kaken catches me in the hallway while I'm benched, he's going to demand a rematch right there on the linoleum." "Bakugo isn't the problem right now," Shinso muttered, stepping up until he was walking parallel to Izuku, his eyes fixed straight ahead on the double doors leading to the main locker block. "Aizawa-sensei didn't buy the cognitive error excuse. He accepted it because he doesn't have a legal or medical reason to push past your boundary yet, but he's an underground tracker. He looks for anomalies for a living. You can't keep throwing up massive steam screens or shattering reinforced glass without him bringing in Recovery Girl for a full diagnostic scan." "I know," Izuku whispered, his voice cracking slightly as the reality of the situation pressed down on his chest. "But if I let them scan my metabolic pathways while my core is this unstable, the data won't make sense for a standard fire quirk. They'll see the internal condensation patterns. They'll see how my lungs are processing the moisture in the air. If the school doctors get involved, the timeline we built with Hatsum's drive completely collapses." They pushed through the heavy doors into the boys' changing room. The space was completely empty, the rows of metallic lockers reflecting the gray afternoon light filtering through the high, frosted windows. The air smelled of laundry detergent, floor wax, and the faint, lingering scent of burnt ozone from the class's earlier exercises. Izuku collapsed onto the wooden bench in front of his locker, his head dropping into his hands. Without the constant need to maintain appearances under the observation deck's cameras, the physical exhaustion took over completely. A violent, deep-chested shiver racked his frame, his teeth clicking together twice before he could force his jaw shut. "Catch," Shinso said. A heavy, insulated sports thermos smacked against the wooden bench next to Izuku's thigh. "It's high-sodium broth from the cafeteria line," Shinso explained, sitting down 2 lockers away and leaning his head back against the metal venting. "I grabbed it before the morning assembly started. Your blood pressure always bottoms out when you try to lock down both elements at the same time. Drink it before your hands go completely blue." Izuku weakly unscrewed the cap, the rich, savory steam instantly rising to coat his face. He took a slow, careful sip, feeling the liquid warmth spread down his throat and begin the slow process of thawing his core. "Thanks, Hitoshi. I don't know what I would have done today if you hadn't moved to block the secondary camera array." "I told you, I'm just keeping the pieces together," Shinso said, his purple eyes tracking the way Izuku's hands were slowly losing their pale, bloodless tint. "But the margin is getting smaller, Midoriya. Today, Aizawa-sensei genuinely believed you were suffering from a severe, stress-induced quirk mutation. He was looking at you like he wanted to pull you from the hero course entirely just to keep your nervous system from burning out. He's not looking for a criminal, he's trying to protect his kid from slow suicide." The word suicide hung heavily in the empty room, reflecting off the metal lockers like a physical accusation. Izuku stared down into the dark liquid of the thermos. He looks at me with so much care, Hitoshi. Every time he ruffles my hair or checks my temperature, it feels like a knife turning in my chest because I know exactly what I'm keeping from him. He took me in when nobody else wanted to deal with a kid who couldn't control his own baseline. He gave me a family. And every day I look him in the eye and let him believe my body is broken because of a drawback instead of the truth. The truth would ruin him, Shinso said flatly, his tone dropping its casual armor for a moment. You know how the Hero Public Safety Commission operates. If an active, high-profile underground hero, especially one teaching at UA, is discovered to be the legal guardian of an unlicensed vigilante who has been actively dismantling drag syndicates in the slums, they won't look at the nuance. They won't care that you were trying to stop the flow of illegal depressants. They'll view it as a massive security failure and systemic negligence. They'd strip his license, dismantle his agency, and clear out his entire legacy before the media could even draft the headlines. I know, Izuku whispered, a single, warm tear escaping his eye and splashing into the thermos. That's why I can't ever let the mask slip. Flask has to stay a ghost. A shadow from the outer districts that the police will never find. Then you need to reinforce the wall between the two, Shinso said, standing up and opening his own locker to retrieve his standard uniform. No more split-second hesitations during class. If you're in a room full of water or condensation, your brain needs to completely forget that Flask knows how to handle it. You play the fire user. You play the loud, passionate, slightly reckless kid who overcompensates with heat. If you look like you're trying to calculate the barometric pressure of a rain puddle again, Aizawa-sensei is going to start pulling the thread until the whole thing unravels. The heavy outer doors of the locker room suddenly wind open, followed by the loud, echoing laughter of Kirishima and the rhythmic, heavy thud of Bakugo's combat boots. The second heat was officially over. Man, that maze is brutal. Kirishima's voice boomed as the group rounded the corner into the locker bay. The depth perception stuff is totally wild. Hey, Midoriya. You guys are back early. Aizawa-sensei said you got benched for structural damage? That's rough, buddy. Izuku immediately set the thermos down, forcing his posture to straighten as he pulled his standard school uniform shirt over his shoulders. The bright, enthusiastic, and slightly sheepish smile snapped back onto his face like an expert piece of stagecraft. Yeah, I really messed up the output calculation, Kirishima-kun. Izuku said, his tone perfectly matching his usual energetic pitch. I overcompensated when Kaken caught me in the rafters and took out a whole mirror array. I've still got a lot of work to do on my fine motor control. DMN right you do, Deku, Bakugo barked, throwing his wet gear into his locker with a violent clatter. He glared over his shoulder, his sharp crimson eyes tracking the faint, lingering smell of broth and the slight dampness of Izuku's green curls. You looked completely out of it today. If you're going to keep dragging your feet during close-quarters drills, just stay out of the arena entirely. I'm not interested in beating an extra who can't even keep his own flame straight. I'll do better next time, Kaken, Izuku said softly, his expression perfectly earnest. Beside him, Shinso silently pulled his tie into place, his eyes fixed on the locker door. The civilian routine rushed back in to fill the space, the standard chatter of teenagers talking about training scores, cafeteria menus, and homework assignments washing over them like a wave. Izuku tucked his empty thermos into his school bag, his fingers brushing against the cold, metallic weight of the logic scrambling drive hidden in the bottom pocket, the melted piece of evidence that had saved his life on Friday. He looked at his reflection in the small, polished mirror attached to his locker door, seeing the steady, bright green eyes of a hero student looking back at him. The lie was perfectly intact. The identity remained completely buried. But as he looked down at his palms, he could feel the silent, deep resonance of the school's underground water lines vibrating beneath the floorboards, waiting for the moment the sky turned dark again. The shift from the sterile, brightly lit training grounds of UA to the rotting, rain-slicked underbelly of the Muzutafu Industrial District always felt like crossing an invisible event horizon. It had been 4 days since the Ground Sigma incident, and Izuku had kept his promise to Shinso. He had stayed in the light. He had played the part of the slightly clumsy, overly analytical fire user to absolute perfection during class drills. But tonight, the automated police band scanner hidden beneath his mattress had flared to life with a frantic, low-frequency transmission. A rogue cell of independent traffickers unaffiliated with the Shai Hasaikai but trying desperately to fill the vacuum left by the recent police raids had set up a makeshift distribution hub in an abandoned water treatment facility near sector the heroes wouldn't arrive in time. The local precinct was already stretched thin, covering a multi-car pileup on the main expressway. Izuku crouched on the rusted iron catwalk overlooking the primary filtration room, the fabric of his dark flask suit clinging to his frame. The heavy, pressurized respirator hummed softly against his jaw, filtering out the pungent stench of stagnant water and chemical solvents. Below him, 3 traffickers were frantically throwing reinforced crates into the back of an unmarked transport van. Move it, one of them hissed, his quirk manifested as thick, metallic scales covering his forearms. The local heroes are tied up at the highway, but Eraserhead's patrol route borders this sector. If that logic-canceling freak catches us here. He won't catch you, a distorted, metallic voice echoed from the rafters. But I will. The scaled trafficker whipped his head up, but before his eyes could adjust to the shadows, Izuku dropped from the catwalk. He didn't use his fire. He couldn't risk the blinding flash of green light being spotted by the perimeter cameras outside. Instead, Izuku reached deep into his chest, tapping into the cold, heavy reservoir of his primary quirk. The stagnant water in the massive filtration tanks below responded instantly, swirling to life with a low, thundering roar. With a sharp twist of his wrists, Izuku drew 3 massive ribbons of pressurized water out of the tanks, sending them slicing through the air like liquid whips. The first stream slammed into the scaled man, the sheer kinetic force lifting him off his feet and pinning him securely against the side of the transport van. The remaining 2 traffickers lunged forward, one pulling a high-caliber firearm from his jacket, but Izuku was already moving. He swept his hand across his chest. The ambient humidity in the damp, enclosed room condensed instantly into a thick, localized wall of dense fog, throwing off the shooter's aim. A volley of bullets tore harmlessly through the mist, ricocheting off the concrete walls. Before the shooter could re-aim, Izuku condensed the fog directly around the man's face, creating a localized bubble of water that cut off his air supply just enough to induce panic. The man dropped his weapon, clawing at his throat until the sheer lack of oxygen caused him to slump to the floor, unconscious. The final trafficker, a woman with a minor speed mutation, bolted for the exit doors. Izuku didn't chase her. He simply slammed his open palms down onto the wet concrete floor. The thin layer of moisture coating the ground extended instantly, wrapping around her ankles like freezing iron cuffs. The water solidified, locking her legs in place and causing her to crash heavily onto the stone. The entire altercation had taken less than 90 seconds. Izuku stood in the center of the room, his chest heaving violently against the constraints of his respirator. The physical cost of the rapid water manipulation hit him like an physical wave. The cold was immediate, a ruthless, biting frost that spread from his palms straight to his core. His teeth began to chatter violently inside the mask, his fingers locking into rigid, pale claws. I need to get out of here, he thought frantically, his vision swimming with gray spots as his internal thermostat plummeted. If I stay here, I won't be able to crawl back into the apartment. He stumbled toward the broken window of the facility, leaving the traffickers bound in liquid restraints for the police to find. He didn't see the silent, explosive spark of orange light that flickered across the rooftops half a block away. Katsuki Bakugo hated the rain. He hated the way it muffled the sound of his explosions, and he absolutely hated the way the extra humidity made his sweat less effective if he didn't constantly keep his palms heated. He had slipped out of the Class 1A dorms an hour ago, completely ignoring the mandatory curfew. He wasn't patrolling to be a hero, he was out here because his head was a chaotic mess of overlapping, contradictory observations that he couldn't resolve. Ever since the ground Sigma mirror drill, Deku had been acting entirely too perfect. The green-haired nerd was overcompensating, throwing around his loud, stupid green flames during practical training like he was trying to prove something to the rest of the class. But Bakugo had known Deku since they were 4 years old. He knew the exact rhythm of the nerd's breathing when he was actually trying, and he knew the precise way Deku looked when he was hiding a secret. The nerd wasn't focused on his fire. He was actively holding something back. Bakugo crouched on the edge of a brick ledge, his crimson eyes scanning the dark streets of Sector. He had been tracking a low-frequency police scanner alert about a drag hub, hoping to find a villain to blast to clear his head. Instead, his eyes caught a sudden, unnatural disturbance in the atmosphere near the abandoned water treatment facility. The heavy, falling rain wasn't hitting the roof of the facility normally. It was bending. It was swirling into localized currents, drawing toward the broken third-story window like iron filings to a magnet. What the hell? Bakugo muttered, his brow furrowing into a sharp, dangerous scowl. A figure vaulted out of the broken window, dropping into the narrow, trash-strewn alleyway below. The person was wearing a dark, heavily padded vigilante suit, their face hidden by a high-grade respirator mask that hummed with a metallic hiss. Flask. Bakugo's blood ran hot. Everyone knew about the vigilante the old man Aizawa-sensei had been losing sleep over was standing less than 50 yards away. The extra palm blasts Bakugo had been saving all night began to pop with a volatile, aggressive heat. He was about to launch himself down into the alley to tear the vigilante apart when he stopped dead. The vigilante wasn't running. He was stumbling. Flask collapsed against the rusted side of a dumpster, his hands planting hard against the metal. Even from this distance, Bakugo's caught a detail that made his heart skip a violent beat. The vigilante was shivering. Not a normal tremor from adrenaline, but a violent, systemic convulsion that looked identical to the biological failure Deku had displayed during the ground gamma steam incident. Flask reached up with a trembling, pale hand, feebly trying to adjust the filter on his mask. As his glove slipped against the cold metal, a small, localized burst of green sparks, bright, distinct, and smelling faintly of burnt ozone, exploded from his fingertips, instantly vaporizing the falling rain around his wrist into a tiny wisp of steam. Bakugo's breath caught in his throat. The sparks weren't blue. They weren't white. They were the exact, highly specific shade of emerald fire that belonged to only one person in the entire country. "No way," Bakugo whispered, his voice completely dropping its aggressive edge, replaced by a sudden, hollow sense of shock. "There's no FING way." Before Bakugo could move, Flask managed to push himself away from the dumpster. With a desperate, pressurized burst of water that erupted from the soles of his boots, the vigilante launched himself over the opposite wall, disappearing into the dark, labyrinthine shadows of the commercial district. Bakugo stayed on the ledge for a long time, the cold rain soaking through his hero costume. His palms were completely cold now, the sparks gone. The pieces of the puzzle, the cold skin, the rain scent in the apartment, the strange hesitation in the mirror maze, and the emerald sparks in the dark were violently colliding in his mind, shattering the reality he thought he knew. The nerd wasn't experiencing a quirk mutation. He was living a double life right under Aizawa's nose. And for the first time in his life, Katsuki Bakugo didn't know whether to blast him or protect him. The rain over Muzurafu had transitioned from a steady downpour into a dense, clinging mist by the time the clock struck 2 a.m. Inside the temporary field office established near the border of Sector 6, the air was heavy with the smell of damp coats, industrial floor cleaner, and stale convenience store coffee. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi stood before a mobile whiteboard, his trench coat slung over the back of a folding chair. The surface of the board was covered in pinned crime scene photographs from the water treatment plant raid, red markers drawing jagged, uncoordinated lines across a map of the city's outer industrial ring. "The tactical restraint used tonight was identical to the warehouse incident," Tsukachi said, his voice carrying the raspy fatigue of a man who hadn't slept a full cycle in a week. He tapped a photograph of the scaled trafficker, who was pictured sitting in the back of a precinct cruiser, completely uninjured but thoroughly soaked. The water cuffs used to secure the runners dissolved exactly 45 minutes after deployment, just as the first patrol car arrived on the scene. "It's clean. Too clean." Shoyuta Aizawa leaned against the doorframe of the mobile office, his arms crossed over his chest, his face half hidden beneath the thick folds of his capture weapon. His dark eyes shifted from the whiteboard to the stack of forensic lab results sitting on the desk. "The suspects didn't offer anything new?" Aizawa asked, his voice a low rumble. "They repeated the same description we've been getting for months," Tsukachi sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "A smaller individual. Pressurized gear. A quirk that manipulates environmental fluid with zero cast time." But the polygraph remained completely flat when I asked if they recognized him from the local sectors. "They genuinely believe he's an outsider." Aizawa adjusted his stance, his jaw tightening slightly. "And the database tracking? The unregistered profile we flagged in the Shizuoka sub-registry on Friday. That's where the anomaly lies," Tsukachi said, turning to face him fully. "Our field agents searched the 3 abandoned facilities mapped to that specific synthetic profile. They found traces of old habitation campsites, rusted equipment, but nothing current. It's like the suspect was there months ago and simply vanished into the lower city. The trail is completely cold, Shoyuta. The system gave us a definitive match, but the physical reality on the ground feels delayed. Like we're constantly tracing a shadow that already moved on." Aizawa didn't answer immediately. He looked out the window of the mobile office, watching the yellow streetlights filter through the dense Muzurafu fog. His underground instincts, honed by a decade of navigating the city's dark corners, were screaming at him. The evidence was pristine. The polygraph was flawless. Every single technical asset pointed toward a rogue, unregistered survivalist hiding in the outer districts. Yet, every time he reviewed the tactical execution of the raids, he couldn't shake the memory of Ground Sigma, the way Izuku had stared at the condensation on the mirrors, the way his fingers had twitched toward the moisture before forcing a volatile fire flare. "Keep the perimeter guard stationed at the outer docks," Aizawa finally rasped, straightening up and grabbing his yellow goggles from the desk. "If Flask is operating this far inland, he's pushing his physical limits." The forensic reports from the treatment plant noted distinct traces of rapid thermal evaporation on the dumpster in the alley. He's struggling to maintain his core baseline after high-output maneuvers. He's going to make a mistake. "Let's hope we find him before his own quirk does the job for us," Tsukachi muttered, turning back to his maps. The walk back to the Class 1A dorms from the secondary training grounds later that morning was loud, filled with the standard, boisterous energy of 20 teenagers discussing their upcoming midterm placements. But for Izuku, the noise was nothing more than static. He moved within the center of the group, his hands buried deep inside the pockets of his school uniform jacket. His fingers were wrapped tightly around a pair of fresh, high-grade chemical handwarmers he'd snuck from the common area supply closet before dawn. The heat packs were scalding against his palms, but beneath his skin, his bones felt heavy, cold, and thoroughly waterlogged. The extraction at the treatment plant had taken a massive toll. Every breath he took felt like inhaling damp wool, his lungs protesting the sudden, violent shifts between Flask's cold domain and Midoriya's forced warmth. "Hey, Deku." The voice wasn't loud, but it possessed a sharp, cutting weight that instantly silenced the immediate circle around them. Izuku stopped, blinking out of his analytical trance. Katsuki Bakugo was standing 3 paces ahead on the concrete path, his back to the main school building. His gym bag was slung carelessly over one shoulder, his crimson eyes narrowed into 2 dangerously sharp slits as they locked onto Izuku's face. "Ah, Kaken," Izuku said, instantly forcing his posture to straighten, his face shifting into that familiar, slightly nervous, bright grin. "Are you heading down to the support studio early? I was actually thinking about asking Hatsum-san to look at the internal lining of my gauntlets." "Shut up," Bakugo interrupted flatly. He didn't yell. He didn't spark his palms. The complete absence of his usual explosive theatricality was infinitely more terrifying than an outright threat. He tilted his head slightly toward the narrow, wooded path that bypassed the main campus greenhouses, a secluded area completely hidden from the primary security camera arrays. "Come here. Midoriya, is everything all right?" Ida asked, stepping forward with his arm raised in a protective, defensive angle. "If Bakugo is attempting to initiate an unauthorized sparring match outside of designated training hours, I must report." "It's fine, Ida-kun, really." Izuku stammered, waving his hands frantically to defuse the situation, though his heart was currently performing a violent, erratic rhythm against his ribs. He looked past Ida, his eyes catching Shinso, who was standing near the rear of the class. Shinso's purple eyes were wide, his entire body going rigid as he analyzed Bakugo's uncharacteristic restraint. "Just go ahead to the cafeteria," Izuku told the class, forcing a reassuring smile. "Kaken just wants to talk about the tactical breakdown from yesterday's close quarters drill. I'll catch up in a few minutes." The class hesitated, but with a few grumbles from Kirishima about Bakugo's perpetual bad mood, they continued down the main path toward the dining hall. Shinso lingered for a fraction of a second, his hand dropping toward his pockets where his phone was hidden, before Aizawa's distant figure appearing near the faculty entrance forced him to move along. Izuku turned and followed Bakugo down the gravel path, the thick foliage of the campus trees cutting off the glare of the morning sun, plunging them into a heavy, green-tinted shadow. Bakugo stopped in the center of the small clearing near the old greenhouse maintenance shed. He dropped his gym bag onto the dirt with a heavy thud, turning slowly to face Izuku. For a long, agonizing moment, the only sound was the distant hum of the campus ventilation systems and the rustle of leaves overhead. "Let go of the heat packs," Bakugo commanded softly. Izuku froze, his hands still buried deep inside his jacket. "Kaken, I don't know what you're." "I said, drop the FING handwarmers, Deku," Bakugo snarled, a single, violent pop exploding from his right palm, the sharp smell of burnt sugar slicing through the damp air. "Pull your hands out of your pockets. Now." Realizing that evasion was rapidly becoming impossible, Izuku slowly pulled his hands free. The 2 foil packets dropped onto the gravel between them. Without the artificial heat anchoring them, Izuku's fingers began to tremble, a faint, pale blue tint visibly creeping across his knuckles under the shade of the trees. Bakugo stepped closer, his chest heaving as his jaw clenched so hard the muscles jumped along his cheek. He reached out, his hand moving with a sudden, vicious speed, grabbing Izuku by the collar of his uniform jacket and dragging him forward until they were barely inches apart. "I was out in Sector 6 last night," Bakugo whispered, his voice a low, lethal hiss that vibrated with a terrifying mixture of fury and absolute disbelief. "I watched a freak in a respirator whip a bunch of fluid around a treatment plant like he owned the place. And then I watched that same freak collapse against a dumpster, shivering like a dying dog, while green sparks idiot childhood friend specific, stupid green sparks vaporized the rain on his wrists." Izuku's breath hitched, the world around him seemingly spinning out of focus. The secret that he had nearly destroyed his own body to bury, the lie that had required cyber-espionage against the police force to protect, had been laid bare in a dirt clearing by the one person who knew his habits better than anyone else. "Kaken." Izuku choked out, his vocal cords tightening as the cold tide in his chest threatened to surge forward. "Don't lie to me." Bakugo roared, shoving Izuku back against the wooden wall of the maintenance shed with enough force to make the old structure rattle. He didn't let go of the collar, his crimson eyes burning directly into Izuku's emerald ones. Your Flask. The vigilante the old man has been hunting for months. The one the detective is currently chasing through the outer factories. You've been running around the slums playing a goddamn extra in the dark, and you're living in the same apartment as the teacher leading the investigation. Izuku didn't fight back. He let his shoulders slump against the rough wood of the shed, his head falling forward as the final defensive walls of his double life crumbled to dust. A single tear slipped down his cheek, cold and heavy. Are you going to tell him? Izuku whispered, his voice completely devoid of its usual energetic armor. Are you going to tell Dad? Do you think I'm an idiot? Bakugo screamed, his breath hot against Izuku's face, though he didn't unleash a single spark. If I tell Aizawa, his career is over. The commission will strip his license for harboring an unlicensed quirk user before the sun goes down. He adopted you, you worthless nerd. He put his entire name on your registry files. Bakugo let go of the collar, stepping back and running a frustrated, trembling hand through his spiky blonde hair. His breathing was ragged, his mind clearly racing as the full scope of the disaster settled over him. You're tearing your own body apart, Bakugo said, his voice dropping into a raw, furious register that Izuku had never heard from him before. I saw you last night. Your fire quirk is locked up because your internal thermostat is completely broken from using the water. You're committing suicide in the gutters, Deku, and you're doing it right in front of the old man while he makes you breakfast. I have to, Kaken, Izuku said softly, looking up through his messy green curls, his eyes filled with an absolute, unyielding determination. The drag syndicates. They're flooding the lower sectors with depressants that target quirk factors. The pros can't see the corners because they're bound by the legal perimeters. If I don't use the water quirk to neutralize the chemicals, people die. And if I don't keep the secret, Dad loses everything. Bakugo stared at him, seeing the raw, bleeding knuckles hidden beneath the uniform sleeves, the deep shadows under Izuku's eyes that perfectly mirrored Aizawa's, and the terrifying, cold resilience of a boy who was willing to burn his own life to ashes to keep the people he loved safe from the fallout. You're a complete and total lunatic, Bakugo muttered, his shoulders dropping slightly as the immediate fury faded into a heavy, defensive grimace. He kicked his gym bag out of the dirt, picking it up and slinging it back over his shoulder. You're benched for the rest of the week during training. If I see you throw a single spark or shiver at the lunch table, I'm going to blast you into the nurse's office myself. Understand? Izuku blinked, a faint ray of hope breaking through the absolute dread in his chest. Kaken. You're not going to reveal it? I'm keeping the old man from losing his license, you DMN nerd, Bakugo snapped, turning his back and walking toward the edge of the path. He stopped at the boundary line, looking over his shoulder with a sharp, warning glare. But Flask is done patrolling alone. If your body is failing this badly, you need someone who actually knows how to clear a perimeter without breaking the glass. Don't think this means we're friends. As Bakugo stalked back toward the main campus buildings, Izuku sank down onto the gravel, picking up the discarded heat packs. For the first time in months, the weight of the shadow didn't feel entirely crushing. The first crack had formed, but instead of shattering his world, the circle of protection around his secret had just grown wider. The atmospheric pressure over the coastal docks of Muzurafu had plummeted to a record low by 3 a.m. A thick, saline fog rolled off the ocean, swallowing the towering cranes and the endless labyrinth of shipping containers in a damp, blinding white shroud. It wasn't rain, but the moisture in the air was so dense it left a slick, glistening sheen over every metal surface. For Izuku, the environment was a double-edged sword. The extreme humidity meant he barely had to expend any energy to draw water from the air, but the biting sea breeze was a death sentence for his already fractured internal thermostat. He crouched on the roof of a rusted warehouse, his knees shaking so violently that he had to lean his forearm against the corrugated iron to keep from slipping. Beneath his dark vigilante suit, his skin felt like marble. Every breath through his pressurized respirator was an agonizing chore, his lungs burning with an intense, icy friction. He had spent the last 2 hours dismantling a smuggling operation down by Pier 4, but he had miscalculated his physical reserves. The sheer volume of water he had manipulated to secure the dockworkers had drained his core baseline entirely. Just a few more minutes, Izuku told himself, his vision blurring slightly behind his mask. Just make it back to the blind spot near the train tracks. Then I can use the heat packs. A sudden, metallic click cut through the sound of the crashing waves below. Don't move, a sharp, authoritative voice commanded from the shadows of the roof access stairwell. Flask. You're completely surrounded. Raise your hands and step away from the ledge. Izuku's heart plummeted, a sharp spike of adrenaline flaring through his chest. He turned his head slowly, his breathing rattling heavily inside his mask. Stepping out of the fog were two figures. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi stood to the left, his service weapon drawn but held at a lowered, non-aggressive angle, his tan trench coat damp from the mist. To his right stood Shoyuta Aizawa. The underground hero's capture weapon was already hovering around his shoulders like a nest of striking vipers, his dark hair floating loosely around his face. His eyes were wide, glowing with a fierce, crimson intensity. Eraserhead had his quirk active. He was trying to erase Flask's power. But nothing happened. Izuku didn't feel the familiar, snapping sensation of his quirk being forced shut. Because in that exact moment, Izuku wasn't using his fire quirk, the only one registered to his name, the only one Aizawa's brain could consciously target as a biological baseline. The hidden, secondary hydrokinetic factor remained completely untouched by the erasure, swirling restlessly in his chest like a frozen tide. "It's over, kid," Tsukachi said, taking a slow, measured step forward. His voice wasn't filled with anger, but rather a deep, profound exhaustion. "We've been tracking your operational parameters for weeks. The Shizuoka database profile might have been a dead end on the ground, but your tactical habits gave us the sector. Drop the gear. Let us help you." Izuku didn't raise his hands. He couldn't. His fingers were completely locked into rigid, bloodless claws inside his gloves. He let out a ragged, trembling gasp that translated through his respirator as a distorted, metallic wheeze. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, his underground instincts instantly picking up on the unnatural posture of the vigilante. The crimson glow in his eyes flickered, but he kept his focus locked on the boy's form. "Something's wrong," Aizawa murmured to the detective, his voice dropping into a tense, alert register. He took a step closer, his capture weapon expanding slightly. "Look at his stance. He's not prepping an attack. He can barely keep his balance." "Flask," Tsukachi called out, his brow furrowing with genuine concern. "Are you injured? The forensic reports from the previous sectors stated you were experiencing severe thermal drawbacks. Stand down before you cause permanent neurological damage to yourself." Izuku didn't answer. He couldn't risk speaking, even through the vocal modulator. The specific, ragged rhythm of his breathing might betray his true identity to the man who lived across the hall from him. Instead, he forced his trembling legs to shift, backing up until his heels were resting on the absolute edge of the warehouse roof. "Stop!" Aizawa barked, his professional demeanor instantly fracturing into raw, protective panic as he saw the vigilante prepare to drop into the dark, freezing waters of the shipping canal below. "If you fall into the channel with your core temperature that low, you'll go into immediate cardiac arrest. Stand down." Through the dark glass of his visor, Izuku looked at his father. The intense worry etched into Aizawa's face was almost unbearable to witness. His dad wasn't trying to make an arrest, he was desperately trying to stop a child from dying right in front of him. The guilt turned like a knife in Izuku's chest, but the alternative, letting them capture him, running his real biometrics, and destroying Aizawa's entire career, was a line he refused to cross. "I'm sorry, Dad," Izuku thought. With a final, desperate surge of will, Izuku bypassed the freezing block in his chest. He didn't try to manipulate the canal water. Instead, he targeted the heavy, dense fog completely surrounding the roof. With a violent outward snap of his wrists, the ambient mist condensed instantly into a localized, high-pressure shockwave of moisture. The sudden, explosive condensation created a blinding whiteout, a wall of pure, freezing vapor that slammed into the roof with the force of a physical gale. "Shoyuta, watch out!" Tsukachi shouted, throwing his arms up to shield his eyes as the freezing blast tore through the space. Aizawa launched his capture weapon through the whiteout by sheer muscle memory, the carbon fiber gray cloth slicing through the dense vapor. He felt the fabric catch on something, the heavy, padded material of a jacket sleeve. For a split second, Aizawa anchored his heels into the iron roof, preparing to reel the suspect in. But the resistance vanished instantly. The fabric slipped away, slick with an unnatural, freezing layer of ice that Izuku had flash-frozen over his uniform coat to deny any physical grip. A loud, heavy splash echoed from the dark channel below, cutting through the roar of the ocean waves. "Flask!" Aizawa yelled, rushing to the edge of the roof and throwing himself over the railing. He ignited a powerful handheld tactical light, sweeping the beam across the churning, black surface of the canal water below. The white light cut through the mist, illuminating the dark ripples, but the vigilante was completely gone. There was no bobbing head, no frantic splashing, and no trace of the pressurized respirator mask. The water had swallowed him whole. Did he clear the perimeter? Tsukachi asked, running up to the ledge, his face pale as he stared into the dark. "Should I call the harbor patrol rescue units?" Aizawa didn't answer immediately. He kept the light locked on the water, his knuckles turning white as he gripped the rusted iron railing. His breathing was heavy, his mind frantically analyzing the brief second of contact his capture weapon had made with the suspect. The cloth had returned to his hands, but as Izawa pulled the fibers back into his collar, he felt the residual texture left behind. The fabric was freezing so cold that microcrystals of frost were actively forming along the weave. But beneath the ice, there was a faint, distinct smell clinging to the material. It wasn't the smell of the sea, or the chemical solvents of the smuggling ring. It was the faint, unmistakable scent of burnt sugar and ozone. "Shoyuta?" Tsukachi asked, noticing the way the underground hero had gone completely rigid. "What is it?" "Tell the precinct to call off the harbor drag," Izawa said, his voice dropping into a dangerously quiet, hollow register that made the detective pause. He pulled his yellow goggles back down over his eyes, his face completely shadowed by the fog. "He didn't drown. He used the current to clear the secondary drainage grates before we even hit the edge. He's already inland." "But his physical condition." "I know." Izawa interrupted, his hands clenching into tight fists inside his pockets. "He's falling apart. The tactical restraint is gone. Whoever is running that suit is pushed past his absolute biological limit. If we don't find him within the next 48 hours, we aren't going to be arresting him. We're going to be recovering a body." As Izawa turned and walked back toward the roof access doors, his heart was a chaotic storm of professional duty and an elite tracker's terrifying intuition. The faculty apartment was dead silent when the digital clock on the microwave shifted to 4:45 a.m. The pale, gray light of a misty dawn was just beginning to bleed through the kitchen window, casting long, distorted shadows across the linoleum floor. Izuku sat perfectly rigid at the small dining table, his hands wrapped tightly around a massive, steaming mug of barley tea. He hadn't changed into his pajamas. He was still wearing his wrinkled UA uniform trousers and a plain white t-shirt, his green curls damp not from the ocean canal, but from a frantic, scalding shower he had taken the second he slipped through the apartment's rear window. His skin was no longer blue, but his bones still thrummed with a deep, systemic ache. Every breath felt shallow. He had barely managed to drag himself out of the drainage canals, using the last remnants of his strength to stagger through the dark alleyways back to campus. The heavy, metallic click of the front door lock made him flinch. The door swung open slowly, and Shoyuta Izawa stepped into the entryway. The underground hero looked like a specter. His hair was completely disheveled, his clothes were damp with sea salt and fog, and his capture weapon hung loosely around his neck like an exhausted coil. He paused in the genkan, his dark eyes instantly tracking the light coming from the kitchen. When Izawa walked into the living room and saw Izuku sitting at the table, he stopped. For a long, agonizing moment, neither of them said a word. The silence between father and son was thick, heavy, and charged with an unspoken gravity. "You're up early," Izawa rasped, his voice incredibly rough, scraped raw by the coastal wind and a total lack of sleep. I couldn't sleep, Dad," Izuku said, forcing his voice to hit that exact note of fragile, anxious honesty he always used when he was overwhelmed. He looked down at his tea, his fingers tightening against the warm ceramic. "My core temperature dropped again around 3. I took a hot shower to stabilize it, but I didn't want to wake you or Hizashi-san up, so I just came out here to make some tea." Izawa didn't move toward his usual armchair. Instead, he walked slowly toward the table, his heavy boots making a dull thudding sound against the floor. He pulled out the chair directly opposite Izuku and sat down. He didn't take off his yellow goggles, they rested against his chest, catching the pale dawn light. "The police task force cornered Flask at the coastal docks tonight," Izawa said flatly, his eyes locking onto Izuku's face with an intensity that made the boy's lungs seize. Izuku forced his eyes to widen slightly, a perfectly executed flicker of surprise crossing his features. "The docks? Did you catch him?" "No," Izawa said, leaning back, though his gaze never wavered. "He threw a localized moisture shockwave at us. He used the ambient fog to create a blindout and dropped into the shipping canal. He's gone. But before he jumped, my capture weapon caught his sleeve." Izawa reached into his pocket, pulling out a small, clear forensic evidence bag. Inside was a single, thick strand of gray carbon fiber cloth from his weapon, the exact piece that had made contact with Flask's jacket. "The vigilante flash froze his own clothes to break my grip," Izawa whispered, placing the bag on the wooden table between them. "The ice melted hours ago. But the fabric retained a highly specific chemical residue. Tsukachi ran the gas chromatography test at the precinct lab before I left." Izuku held his breath, his heart hammering a frantic, agonizing rhythm against his ribs. "This is it," his mind screamed. "He knows." The lab found traces of synthetic polymer, industrial-grade soot, and an exact match for a highly concentrated thermal byproduct, Izawa continued, his voice dropping into a dangerously quiet register. An ignition residue that only occurs when a fire quirk vaporizes moisture at a hyper-accelerated rate. It smells like burnt sugar and ozone, Izuku. It's the exact chemical signature your quirk leaves behind when you overcompensate during training. The trap was sprung. The evidence was sitting on the table in a plastic bag. Izuku looked from the gray fiber up to his father's eyes, seeing the deep, aching conflict swirling within them. Aizawa didn't look like he was looking at a criminal, he looked like a man desperately trying to connect the dots of a nightmare. Izuku took a slow, shaky breath, letting his shoulders slump as a profound, completely genuine look of fear and guilt washed over his face. He didn't deny the scent. He couldn't. Instead, he pulled his hands back from the tea mug, burying them in his lap so Aizawa couldn't see them trembling. "I'm sorry," Izuku whispered, his voice cracking perfectly on cue. I was going to tell you, Dad. I promise I was. I was so scared you'd be mad at me." Aizawa's entire posture went rigid. "Tell me what, Izuku?" "I know him," Izuku said, looking directly into his father's bloodshot eyes, letting a single, warm tear slip down his cheek. "I know Flask. I don't know his real name, but I've met him." The silence that followed was deafening. Aizawa leaned forward, his hands slamming flat against the table. "Explain. Everything. Right now." "It happened 3 weeks ago," Izuku lied, his brain weaving the fabrication so that it aligned with every physical piece of evidence in the police database. "It was the night my temperature dropped so badly after the rescue simulation. I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk near the commercial district border. I know I shouldn't have been out past curfew, and I'm so sorry, but I was just trying to move to keep warm." Izuku wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, his voice trembling with a masterclass of psychological misdirection. "I went down one of the side alleys near Sector 4, and I found him. He was collapsed against a fire escape. He was shivering violently just like I do when my core bottoms out. His respirator mask was cracked, and he was completely unresponsive." Aizawa's eyes widened slightly, his analytical mind instantly tying this narrative to the forensic reports of Flask's deteriorating physical condition. "You found Flask in an alley?" "Yes," Izuku nodded frantically. "I didn't know who he was at first. I just saw a kid who was freezing to death. His skin was completely white. My hero instincts took over, Dad. I couldn't just leave him there. I knelt down and used my fire quirk. I unleashed a low-output, sustained thermal field right against his chest to try and thaw his core. The heat from my flames melted the frost on his vigilante coat, and the steam. It made that exact smell. The burnt sugar and ozone. It must have baked right into the fibers of his jacket while I was trying to keep him warm." Aizawa stared at him, his mind rapidly processing the explanation. The gas chromatography results, the specific location, the physical contact, it all aligned flawlessly. A fire user providing emergency thermal regulation to a freezing hydrokinetic user would leave that exact chemical footprint. "Why didn't you call the police, Izuku?" Aizawa asked, his voice a tight, strained whisper. "Why didn't you call me?" "Because when he woke up, he panicked," Izuku said, his voice dropping into a tone of raw empathy. "He saw my UA uniform pants and realized I was a hero student. He begged me not to report him. He told me about the drag syndicates in the lower sectors, and how the police couldn't reach the corners because of the legal boundaries. He looked so scared, Dad. He looked like someone who was completely alone, trying to do the right thing even though it was killing him. He reminded me of how I felt before you adopted me." The emotional weight of the statement hit Aizawa like a physical blow. The underground hero closed his eyes, a heavy, exhausted sigh escaping his lips as the tension left his shoulders. The suspicion that had been quietly lingering in the back of his mind, the terrifying fear that his own foster son might be the lawbreaker, evaporated entirely, replaced by a profound sense of relief and a new, distinct tactical understanding. Izuku wasn't Flask. Izuku was just a fiercely empathetic boy who had crossed paths with a desperate vigilante and chosen to show mercy. "He's using you," Aizawa said softly, opening his eyes and looking at his son with pure parental protectiveness. "If he's seeking you out for thermal aid, if he's relying on your quirk to reset his baseline after his raids, he's putting you in a dangerous position, Izuku. Harbinger or not, he's a criminal in the eyes of the law." "He doesn't seek me out," Izuku said. "That was the only time. He told me to stay away from the lower sectors. He said if he ever saw me again, he'd clear the block. He was trying to protect me from getting involved." Aizawa stood up slowly, walking around the table and placing a heavy, reassuring hand on Izuku's head. "You did what you thought was right to save a life. I can't punish you for that instinct. But from this moment on, you have zero contact with him. If he approaches you, or if you see a shadow matching his description near the campus perimeters, you come directly to me. Understood?" "Yes, Dad." I promise, Izuku whispered, burying his face against Aizawa's sleeve, the guilt in his chest a heavy, burning ember. 2 hours later, the sun had fully risen, casting a bright, clear light over the Muzutafu precinct headquarters. Inside Detective Tsukachi's private office, the window blinds were partially drawn to block the glare. Tsukachi sat at his desk, a fresh cup of coffee untouched beside his keyboard, as Aizawa stood by the whiteboard, erasing the red tracking lines that crossed into the UA academic sectors. "You're certain about the origin of the scent?" Tsukachi asked, his eyebrows raised in surprise as he reviewed the updated field report Aizawa had just submitted. The chemical footprint on the capture weapon fiber wasn't a match for Flask's biology, Aizawa explained, his voice returning to its steady, professional underground cadence. "The vigilante crossed paths with Midoriya during a late-night incident 3 weeks ago. My kid found him suffering from severe thermal failure in an alley and used his ignition quirk to provide emergency first aid. The residue was baked into Flask's jacket during the heat transfer." Tsukachi leaned back in his chair, his eyes scanning the data. His truth-seeking quirk remained perfectly dormant, registering absolute validity from Aizawa's report. "So the vigilante and Midoriya have a history. Flask isn't a student, but he's operating with an awareness of our student's capabilities. If he knows Midoriya has a thermal quirk, he might try to use him as a portable biological anchor to reset his core after high-output maneuvers." "He won't get the chance," Aizawa said, his eyes narrowing to sharp, lethal slits. "I've reinforced the campus perimeter security, and Midoriya is under strict instructions to report any contact. Flask is getting desperate, Naomasa. His body is failing, and he's running out of places to hide. If he tries to leverage my son's empathy to save his own skin, I'll drag him out of the gutters myself." Tsukachi nodded grimly, tapping his terminal to update the National Task Force parameters. The profile stands. An unregistered mutant from the outer slums, currently suffering from advanced physical degradation. Operating with a small network of civilian sympathizers. We narrow the dragnet to the commercial borders. As Aizawa walked out of the precinct into the morning air, he let out a long breath. But back at the dorms, Izuku stood in front of his locker, his fingers tracing the cold, metallic surface of his hidden respirator. The common room of the 1A dorms had long since emptied, the heavy silence of 3 a.m. settling into the walls like a physical weight. Upstairs, in the far corner of the second-floor corridor, Izuku's room was completely dark, save for the weak, rhythmic green flickering of erratic sparks escaping his fingertips. He was trembling so violently that the wooden floorboards beneath his mattress hummed. His skin was translucent, a terrifying shade of ash white, and his breathing was nothing more than a shallow, rattling gasp. The encounter at the docks, combined with the immense psychological stress of lying directly to Aizawa's face, had finally broken his body's internal dam. The fire quirk was entirely locked behind a wall of ice, while the residual dampness of Flask's reservoir threatened to shut his nervous system down completely. The door didn't click, it slipped open smoothly, a dark shadow sliding into the room with practiced silence. Hitoshi Shinso closed the door behind him, his purple eyes instantly locking onto the shivering form on the bed. He didn't waste a second. He dropped a heavy, insulated thermal blanket onto Izuku's chest, quickly reaching down to press his palm against the boy's forehead. It felt like touching a block of river ice. "Midoriya, look at me," Shinso whispered, his voice sharp with an uncharacteristic edge of panic. He forced a high-sodium nutrient packet between Izuku's chattering teeth. "You're crashing. Your core temperature is bottoming out completely. You need to swallow this, now." Before Izuku could even process the taste, the brass handle of the bedroom door rattled violently. Shinso went completely rigid, his hand instantly dropping toward the capture weapon at his hip. But the door didn't just open, it was shoved inward with a harsh, aggressive force, a spiky blonde silhouette stepping into the room. "Move it, eyebags," Katsuki Bakugo growled, his voice a low, lethal hiss as he slammed the door shut behind him. He didn't wait for permission. He strode across the dark room, his palms radiating a sudden, intense wave of controlled, orange heat that instantly cut through the freezing air of the bedroom. Shinso stepped into a defensive stance, blocking Bakugo's path to the bed. "Bakugo? What the hell are you doing here? If you're here to start a fight, I said move." Bakugo snarled, shoving Shinso out of the way with his elbow. He dropped to his knees beside the mattress, his large hands planting flat against Izuku's shoulders. He didn't ignite an explosion. Instead, he channeled a steady, continuous thermal output directly through the fabric of Izuku's shirt, acting as a human heating element. "The nerd is going into shock. Keep his jaw aligned so he doesn't swallow his tongue, you idiot." Shinso froze, his eyes widening in the darkness as he looked from Bakugo's heated palms to the intense, furious focus on the blonde's face. The realization hit him like a physical blow. You know, Shinso breathed, his voice dropping into an absolute whisper. You know he's Flask. Of course I fing know. Bakugo snapped back, his teeth gritted as he maintained the steady thermal transfer. I tracked his stupid green sparks in sector and you've been covering his tracks on the campus monitors, haven't you? You're the one who helped him patch into the precinct mainframe. I did what I had to do too, Shinso countered, his gaze hardening as he knelt on the opposite side of the bed, lifting Izuku's head slightly to help him breathe. If you're going to scream about it, do it somewhere else. Right now, he needs to stabilize. For the next 45 minutes, the two fiercest rivals in Class 1A worked in absolute, tense synchronization. Bakugo provided the raw, metabolic heat required to break the internal frostbite locking up Izuku's muscles, while Shinso methodically monitored his pulse, forcing small sips of warm fluid down his throat until the translucent, deathly white tint finally began to recede from Izuku's knuckles. As Izuku's breathing transitioned from a jagged rattle into a deep, exhausted slumber, Bakugo finally pulled his hands away, his own palms smoking slightly from the prolonged output. He sat back on his heels, glaring across the bed at Shinso. He's benched, Bakugo stated flatly, wiping the sweat from his forehead. If he goes out there again in this condition, he's dead. And if he dies, the old man breaks. We keep him in this room until the database heat dies down completely. Agreed, Shinso muttered, pulling the thermal blanket securely around Izuku's shoulders. But the police aren't dropping the case. Tsukachi is desperate. The shift in the investigation occurred at noon the following day, while Izuku was still confined to his bed under the strict, double watch of his classmates. In the central holding area of the Muzutafu precinct, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. An hour prior, local patrol units had arrested a 20-year-old civilian in the outer industrial sector. The suspect, a young man named Ren, possessed a registered mutation that allowed him to manipulate the pressure of local water lines. He had been caught hiding in one of the very abandoned warehouses Tsukachi's synthetic file had mapped out. Inside the glass-paneled interrogation room, Detective Tsukachi sat across from the trembling civilian. Shoyuta Aizawa stood in the corner, his shadow falling heavily across the table, his eyes locked onto the boy's posture. Let's go over the timeline again, Ren, Tsukachi said softly, his hand resting near his desk terminal. On the night of the warehouse raid, 3 separate witnesses placed a hydrokinetic user matching your general build within the perimeter. The regional database flags your ancestral line as a match for the recessive markers we recovered from the scene. Are you the vigilante known as Flask? No. I swear to you, I'm not, the boy sobbed, his hands shaking in his metal cuffs. I don't even know what Flask looks like. I was only in that warehouse because the local gangs kicked me out of my apartment. I was squatting. I use my quirk to clear the rust out of the old pipes so I can get clean water to drink. I've never intercepted a drag shipment in my life. Beside the terminal, Tsukachi's truth-seeking quirk remained completely dead. There was no ping, no subtle vibration of falsehood in the air. The boy was telling the absolute truth. He's clean, Shoyuta, Tsukachi sighed, turning to look at Aizawa. His metabolic threshold doesn't support the high-output condensation we witnessed at the docks. He doesn't even know how to calculate barometric variance. He's just an unregistered kid trying to survive in the ruins. Aizawa didn't answer. He stepped out of the interrogation room into the main observation corridor, his fists clenching so hard the leather of his gloves groaned. 10 minutes later, Ren was officially released from custody, his records cleared of criminal intent but his name processed into the General Welfare Registry. But the fallout within the task force was immediate and devastating. The file was a ghost, Tsukachi said, walking out to join Aizawa, his expression completely hollow. He stared at the master database monitor, where the synthetic profile they had fought so hard to uncover was now flashing with a critical system error. The regional sub-registry data we pulled on Friday. It was an anomaly. A digital artifact or a corrupted entry that perfectly mimicked Flask's genetic markers by sheer, statistical coincidence. The only concrete option we had left has turned out to be completely false. The pro-heroes and the technical analysts in the room were entirely silent. The neat, logical narrative they had constructed, the idea of an unregistered slum-dweller they could systematically track through historical records, had evaporated into thin air. "We're back at less than zero," one of the senior analysts muttered, throwing his hands up in frustration. "Every tracking parameter we have left is useless. The suspect doesn't exist in the government registry, he doesn't exist in the historical archives, and he isn't connected to any local academy. He's a phantom." Aizawa stood by the glass window, looking down at the bustling streets of Muzutafu below. His mind was a chaotic maze of overlapping doubts. The system had failed them. The pristine data had led them to a dead end, leaving the entire police force completely blind. He thought of Izuku, sitting back at the apartment, safely recovering from his thermal drawbacks, entirely removed from the danger of the streets. Aizawa let out a slow, heavy breath, trying to force his tracking instincts to quiet down. The ghost was still out there, completely untraceable, and the realization that they were completely powerless to stop his slow-motion self-destruction was a weight that settled heavily behind his eyes. By the time Friday morning rolled around, the oppressive, bone-deep chill that had threatened to shut down Izuku's nervous system had finally receded. He sat at his desk in the 1A homeroom, the familiar morning sunlight streaming through the high windows and warming his shoulders. His skin was no longer the translucent, ash-white color of a biological collapse. Thanks to Shinso's strict monitoring and Bakugo's relentless, forced thermal transfers over the last few days, his core temperature had stabilized at a perfect, healthy baseline. But the physical healing came with a heavy, non-negotiable tax. Beneath his desk, Izuku's fingers traced the hem of his uniform trousers. He felt perfectly normal, but inside his chest, the vast, freezing reservoir of Flask's hydrokinetic quirk felt as though it had been locked behind 10 tons of solid iron. The water lines are completely off-limits, Midoriya, Shinso had warned him in the dark corridor the previous evening, his voice dropping into that low, absolute whisper. Bakugo and I checked the city deployment maps. Aizawa-sensei has the local precincts running manual grid sweeps near every drainage outlet because of what happened at the docks. If you tap into even a gallon of fluid right now, the atmospheric pressure shift will flag the sensors. You are a fire user. PRD. Izuku had nodded silently. He knew the boundary was absolute. The synthetic file had collapsed, the police were thoroughly baffled, and the ghost of the outer slums had officially vanished from their radar. To keep Flask dead, Izuku had to play the part of the loud, passionate, slightly reckless UA student with everything he had. "Good morning," Aizawa's flat, gravelly voice cut through the pre-bell chatter as the classroom door slid open. The underground hero stepped up to the podium, looking completely drained. The dark circles beneath his eyes were heavier than usual, the physical consequence of spending his nights chasing a phantom across the Muzurafu shipping canals, but his posture was as rigid and commanding as ever. The class immediately straightened in their seats, the casual conversations dying out instantly. "Your foundational heroics metrics from the ground Sigma mirror maze were entirely subpar," Aizawa began, his dark eyes scanning the rows of students before landing for a brief, heavy second on Izuku. There was no suspicion left in that gaze, only the deep, quiet vigilance of a foster father who was glad to see his son's color back to normal. "Your spatial awareness was lacking, and your impulse control was sloppy. However, the administration isn't giving you time to dwell on your failures." Aizawa reached down, tapping the digital console on the podium. "The UA Sports Festival is in 2 weeks." The classroom instantly erupted into a collective wave of shock and excitement. "The sports festival?" Kirishima yelled, his fists pumping into the air. "Man, that's huge. That's the biggest stage in the entire country. The top agencies are going to be watching us live. Finally, a chance to show those scout extras who's at the top," Bakugo muttered from his desk, his palms popping with a low, aggressive spark of orange flame. He didn't look back at Izuku, but his shoulders squared with a fierce, competitive hunger. "Quiet down," Aizawa rasped, a single glare from his bloodshot eyes silencing the room instantly. "As you know, the traditional media coverage surrounding the festival has been doubled this year due to the recent rise in local vigilante activity. The public is looking for reassurance that the next generation of heroes is capable of maintaining order. The security grid will be airtight, and the expectations will be absolute." He leaned against the podium, his gaze fixing entirely on the class. "You have 14 days to refine your techniques, stabilize your drawbacks, and build your stamina. The practical heroics classes are suspended until the opening ceremony to give you maximum time for personal training. Don't waste the window." The moment the homeroom bell rang, signaling the transition to self-directed study, the atmosphere in Class 1A shifted into a high-gear frenzy. Students were already pairing off, discussing counter-strategies and booking time slots in the campus gymnasiums. "Midoriya." Ida marched over to Izuku's desk, his arm chopping the air with rigid, robotic enthusiasm. "As your classmate, I must insist we establish a rigorous cardiovascular schedule. The obstacle course element of the first round requires immense physical endurance. Given your recent thermal imbalances, we must ensure your conditioning is flawless." "Ah, definitely, Ida-kun," Izuku said, instantly forcing his signature, bright, energetic grin onto his face. He rubbed the back of his neck, letting a tiny, practiced wisp of emerald fire flicker across his fingertips to put his friend at ease. "I want to focus entirely on my propulsion control. If I can stabilize the heat output from my boots, I can clear the terrain much faster." TCH, don't bother overthinking it, Deku, Bakugo growled, stalking past his desk toward the door, his gym bag slung carelessly over his shoulder. He paused at the threshold, his sharp crimson eyes cutting back to lock onto Izuku with a clear, lethal challenge. If you drop your flames or stall out like a half-baked extra during the main event, I'll blast you straight out of the stadium myself. Get ready to fight. I'll be ready, Kaken, Izuku said softly, his green eyes steady. An hour later, the training grounds of Ground Alpha were filled with the sounds of active quirk usage. Across the concrete field, Todoroki was testing the expansion speed of his ice walls, while Kirishima hardened his forearms against concrete blocks. Izuku stood in the center of an isolated target ring near the northern wall, his gym shirt already damp with sweat. He took a deep breath, focusing entirely on the warmth in his chest. He reached past the heavy, lockdown barrier of his water quirk, tapping into the vibrant, roaring spark of his registered fire power. Boom! With a sudden, powerful snap of his heels, a brilliant jet of emerald fire erupted from the soles of his boots, launching him 20 feet into the air. He flipped smoothly, his gauntlets igniting to create a counterbalancing thermal drift that allowed him to land perfectly on his feet without causing a single fracture in the concrete. The heat felt good, natural, clean, and intense. It was the absolute antithesis of Flask's freezing, silent domain. For the first time in months, he wasn't trying to calculate barometric variance or condense the moisture in the air. He was just a boy running toward the light, trying to prove he belonged in the arena. From the shade of the observation awning, Shinso stood leaning against a metal pillar, his arms crossed over his chest as his purple eyes tracked Izuku's aerial trajectory. He didn't say a word, but the slight, approving nod of his head was enough. The baseline was holding. Izuku wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking up at the massive stadium structures looming in the distance. The masks were safely put away, the police were chasing a shadow that didn't exist, and the ghost of Flask was officially resting in the dark. In 2 weeks, the eyes of the entire country would be on him, and he was going to show them exactly what his fire could do. The roar of the crowd inside the colossal UA stadium was a physical entity, a vibrating wall of sound generated by 100,000 spectators that rattled the concrete foundations deep beneath the staging tunnels. Above the arena, the mid-morning sun beat down mercilessly, turning the massive dirt field into a shimmering, high-stakes stage. Izuku stood in the dim twilight of the Class 1A waiting tunnel, his fingers methodically tightening the white and blue laces of his standard UA gym shoes. He wore the standard-issue physical education uniform, the fabric crisp and clean, unburdened by the heavy support gear or respirators of his late-night excursions. For 14 days, his internal baseline had remained a perfect, unbroken line of warmth. Under the relentless, silent scrutiny of both Hitoshi Shinso and Katsuki Bakugo, Izuku had completely severed his connection to the city's water lines. He had slept, he had eaten, and he had poured every ounce of his analytical mind into a single goal, mastering the precise, directional move of his registered fire quirk. Hey! Izuku looked up. Bakugo was standing 5 paces away, his hands buried deep in his pockets, his spiky blonde hair catching the faint glare from the tunnel exit. His crimson eyes were narrowed into a lethal, razor-sharp focus. Don't you dare hold back. Today, Deku, Bakugo growled, his voice low enough to slide beneath the deafening rumble of the stadium speakers. I didn't waste my DMN sweat keeping you from freezing to death in your sleep just to watch you choke on this stage. If you're going to use those stupid green sparks, you better use them to fight me at absolute peak output. Izuku stood up, letting his shoulders drop into a relaxed, confident posture. A genuine, fiery spark reflected in his green eyes. I'm not holding back, Kaken. Today, I'm giving everything I have. Beside them, Shinso leaned lazily against the concrete wall, adjusting his sports uniform with an unreadable expression. He didn't speak, but his purple eyes held Izuku's gaze for a fraction of a second, offering a single, subtle nod of absolute reassurance. The infrastructure of the lie was secure. The police dragnet had moved entirely to the outer districts, chasing a phantom that had long since gone cold. Out here, under the blinding glare of the national media, there was only the light. Ladies and gentlemen. Present Mick's voice boomed through the stadium speakers, the sound waves rattling the air. Welcome to the first-year stage of the UA Sports Festival. Are you ready for the opening landslide? The heavy iron gates at the end of the tunnel whirled open, and Class 1A stepped out into the blinding, open expanse of the stadium. The sheer volume of the cheers was intoxicating, a wave of human energy that made Izuku's pulse race. The starting line of the obstacle race was an immediate bottleneck. Over 100 students from the Hero, General Studies, Support, and Management courses were packed into a narrow concrete corridor, their shoulders pressing together as the massive digital countdown clock above the archway ticked down to 0. Start. Instantly, the corridor became a chaotic crucible of quirks. Shoto Todoroki didn't hesitate. With a sweeping movement of his right foot, a massive, cascading wave of jagged ice erupted from his boots, freezing the ground instantly and trapping dozens of students by their ankles while anchoring his own forward momentum. Predictable. Bakugo roared, using a pair of violent, rhythmic palm blasts to launch himself clean over the frozen crowd, his explosive trajectory keeping him parallel to Todoroki's rapid skating. Izuku, however, didn't use his fire immediately. His brain, trained by months of navigating narrow urban alleyways in the dark, had already mapped the geometry of the corridor. He didn't launch himself into the air where he would be an open target for Bakugo's stray blasts. Instead, he dropped his center of gravity, utilizing a piece of broken metal scrap he had surreptitiously scooped from a discarded support course near the starting line. As the giant robo-infernos dropped from the sky to block the path, the massive robo-villains from the entrance exam, Todoroki smoothly froze them in an unstable, top-heavy posture, creating a falling hazard for anyone following behind. He froze them while they were off balance. A student screamed as a massive mechanical torso began to topple forward. While the rest of the pack scattered in panic, Izuku sprinted directly toward the falling robot. He slid beneath the collapsing metal plating, using his improvised shield to deflect the raining shards of steel. The moment he cleared the undercarriage, he slammed his heels into the dirt. Boom! A low-output, highly concentrated jet of emerald fire erupted from his soles. The propulsion didn't launch him into a high, uncontrollable arc. Instead, it acted as a low-altitude rocket drift, propelling him across the snow-slicked ground at a terrifying velocity. He bypassed the mechanical wreckage completely, securing his position directly behind the leading duo of Bakugo and Todoroki as they reached the second obstacle, the fall. The deep, cavernous chasm was bridged only by a network of thin, high-tension wires. Todoroki skated across the ropes with effortless balance, his ice creating a smooth track, while Bakugo literally flew over the abyss using alternating, short-burst explosions. Izuku didn't have the luxury of continuous flight without draining his metabolic reserves. He vaulted onto the first wire, planting his feet firmly. He extended his arms, using tiny, microbursts of green sparks from his palms like directional thrusters to maintain perfect equilibrium while sprinting across the high-tension cable at a breakneck pace. His speed was terrifying, a testament to the absolute physical conditioning his body had undergone to survive the cold Muzurafu nights. By the time they reached the final obstacle, the minefield, the crowd was screaming themselves hoarse. Todoroki and Bakugo were locked in a vicious, shoulder-to-shoulder brawl for first place, their respective ice and explosions tearing through the dirt, carefully navigating around the hidden, low-power landmines buried beneath the surface. Izuku stopped at the edge of the minefield, his eyes tracking the layout. He could see the slight discoloration in the soil where the mines were buried. He didn't want to play it safe. He needed a massive, physics-defying burst of speed to close the 50-yard gap between him and the frontrunners. Dropping to his knees, Izuku rapidly dug up 3 closely clustered mines, piling them together in a shallow ditch. He placed his heavy metal scrap shield directly on top of the explosive cocktail, planting his boots firmly onto the reinforced steel surface. "What is Midoriya doing?" Present Mike shouted into his microphone. He's building an explosive launch pad." Bakugo caught the movement from the corner of his eye and his face twisted into a grin of pure, competitive fury. "You DMN nerd. Don't you dare." Izuku locked his jaw, tapping into the core of his fire quirk. He didn't ignite his boots. Instead, he dropped a single, high-intensity spark of emerald flame directly into the gap beneath the shield. CRA flash. The combined force of the 3 mines exploded simultaneously. The blast wave tore through the dirt, generating a massive cloud of gray smoke and pink smoke. The sheer kinetic energy launched Izuku through the air like a human cannonball, his metal shield acting as a heat deflector that protected his legs from the blast. He soared clean over the entire minefield, his trajectory carrying him directly over Bakugo and Todoroki's heads at a breathtaking speed. As he began his descent toward the stadium entrance tunnel, the gravity took over, threatening to send him crashing into the concrete at a lethal velocity. "Propulsion control. Stabilize!" Izuku roared. He flipped his body mid-air, throwing his hands down and unleashing a continuous, blinding torrent of green fire toward the ground. The powerful backward move acted as a perfect retro-rocket, slowing his descent just enough for his boots to strike the concrete floor of the tunnel in a hard, sliding skid. The friction sent a shower of sparks flying against the walls. Bakugo, utilizing a frantic, max-power explosion, lunged forward through the smoke, his hand extending to cross the finish line just a fraction of a second ahead. First place, Bakugo Katsuki. Second place, Midoriya Izuku. Third place, Todoroki Shoto. Izuku leaned against the tunnel wall, his chest heaving as a thick cloud of white steam rose from his sweating shoulders. He looked up to find Bakugo glaring at him, his palms smoking, his breathing just as ragged. "You almost had me, Deku," Bakugo hissed, a wild, dangerous smile stretching across his face. "Keep that exact same energy for the finals." The cavalry battle was a blur of tactical maneuvering. With Izuku holding a secondary point value of 70,000 points, he became the primary target for the entire arena. He paired up with Hatsum, Uraraka, and Tokoyami, using a defensive, high-mobility strategy that relied entirely on Dark Shadow's long-range blocking and his own low-altitude fire drifts to evade the aggressive assaults of Team Todoroki and Team Monoma. Through a series of calculated retreats and a final, split-second clash that allowed Todoroki to secure a portion of his headbands, Izuku's team managed to scrape by in third place, securing their advancement to the final stage. Meanwhile, Shinso had quietly manipulated his way through the bracket, using his brainwashing quirk to command his own team with absolute, chilling efficiency, securing a spot in the top 16 without revealing the true mechanics of his power to the stadium at large. The brackets for the one-on-ones were finalized under the blazing afternoon sun. The massive concrete ring of the primary fighting arena was raised in the center of the field, surrounded by a high-voltage boundary line. Izuku's path through the tournament was a display of pure, unadulterated tactical violence. In the first round, he faced Hitoshi Shinso. The match was a silent, psychological chess game. Shinso tried repeatedly to bait Izuku into a verbal response, utilizing his artificial vocal cords to mimic Bakugo's aggressive taunts. But Izuku knew the cadence of his friend's quirk perfectly. He kept his mouth tightly shut, using short, precise bursts of fire from his hands to create a thermal barrier that kept Shinso's capture weapon from securing a grip, eventually forcing Shinso outside the boundary line with a non-lethal, pressurized wave of heated air. "You're getting faster," Shinso murmured as they crossed paths at the center of the ring, a faint, proud smile touching his lips before he stepped down. In the semifinals, Izuku found himself standing across from Shoto Todoroki. The match was an elemental cataclysm. Todoroki opened with his signature glacier, a towering wall of jagged, crystalline ice that threatened to swallow the entire stadium ring in a single breath. But Izuku didn't panic. He stood his ground, his green eyes locked onto the oncoming freeze. He reached deep into his chest, unleashing a massive, concentrated torrent of emerald fire that met the ice head-on. Hiss! The arena exploded into a dense, blinding whiteout of superheated steam. It looked identical to the anomaly from Ground Gamma, but this time, there was no internal water manipulation. There was no cold. It was pure, raw thermal evaporation. Izuku moved through the fog like a ghost, using the acoustic echoes of Todoroki's ice boots to track his position. When Todoroki tried to switch to his left side, his flames finally erupting in a roaring wall of standard orange heat, Izuku met him blast for blast. The green and orange fire collided in a magnificent, swirling vortex of light that shattered the concrete floorboards. With a final, precise burst of directional propulsion, Izuku closed the distance, utilizing a low leg sweep to knock Todoroki off balance and sending him tumbling over the boundary line. Winner, Midoriya Izuku. He advances to the grand final. The sun was beginning to dip below the stadium roof, casting long, crimson shadows across the fractured, heavily scorched concrete of the final arena. The crowd was a single, unified roar of anticipation. Izuku stood at the northern entrance, his physical education uniform singed and torn at the sleeves, revealing the solid, functional muscle of his forearms. Across the ring stood Katsuki Bakugo. The blonde boy had discarded his heavy gauntlets for the tournament stage, his bare palms constantly crackling with an aggressive, highly volatile layer of nitroglycerin sweat. "This is it, Deku!" Bakugo screamed over the noise of the crowd, his face twisted into an expression of pure, unadulterated competitive euphoria. No masks. No underground secrets. No old man watching from the shadows to pull us apart. Just you and me, proving who owns the throne. "Let's go, Kaken!" Izuku roared back. Final match. Start. Bakugo launched himself forward like a missile, his explosions generating a deafening boom that shattered the remaining sound barriers in the arena. He was a blur of orange light, spinning through the air to deliver a massive, spinning heel kick fueled by a secondary detonation. Izuku didn't dodge. He threw his right arm up, a massive shield of concentrated emerald fire flaring to life around his forearm. The explosion slammed into the fire shield, the violent kinetic force driving Izuku back 5 paces, his shoes tearing deep grooves into the fractured stone. Before the smoke could clear, Bakugo was already behind him, his left hand reaching out to grab the collar of Izuku's shirt. Too slow. Izuku dropped his weight instantly. He didn't try to break the grip, Instead, he ignited his entire chest cavity, a sudden, blinding shockwave of green fire erupting outward in a 360-degree radius. The intense thermal backwash forced Bakugo to release his hold, the blonde boy vaulting backward into a series of defensive flips to clear the heat. "You're not overcompensating anymore," Bakugo yelled, his eyes wide with a manic excitement as he landed. "The fire is burning clean. Because I'm not afraid of the heat anymore, Kaken," Izuku shouted, his voice carrying clearly across the stadium. He launched himself into a full sprint. He used alternating bursts of fire from his left and right heels, creating a jagged, unpredictable zigzag trajectory that mimicked Bakugo's own explosive mobility. The two childhood friends collided in the center of the ring, a furious, rapid-fire exchange of strikes, blocks, and close-range detonations. Every time Bakugo threw a right hook, Izuku countered with a localized flame parry. The air smelled of burnt sugar, ozone, and sulfur, the atmosphere inside the ring turning into a suffocating, shimmering heat mirage. "Die!" Bakugo roared, drawing both hands back to unleash his signature maximum output blast, the howitzer impact. He began to spin through the air, creating a massive, localized tornado of explosive vacuum pressure that drew the surrounding air toward his palms. From the observation box, Shoyuta Aizawa stood with his hands clamped tightly onto the iron railing. His dark eyes were wide, tracking every micro-movement of his foster son's form. Beside him, Detective Tsukachi watched with a look of profound awe. There was no trace of the freezing, desperate vigilante Flask in this arena. This was a masterclass in fire heroics. Inside the ring, Izuku saw the howitzer spinning toward him. He knew he couldn't block it with a standard shield. He needed to match the kinetic rotation. He dropped his hands to the floor, his fingers digging into the broken concrete. He reached into the absolute depths of his core, pulling every remaining spark of his registered quirk into his palms. "Recoil! Maximum!" Izuku screamed. He unleashed a massive, continuous twin torrent of emerald fire from his hands, spinning his own body in a counterclockwise direction. The green flames twisted into a violent, roaring pillar of fire that rose 50 feet into the air, creating a perfect thermal countervortex. The howitzer impact met the emerald vortex. Crack boom! The resulting explosion was catastrophic. The shockwave tore through the stadium, shattering the protective glass of the upper press boxes and sending a massive, blinding flash of white and green light illuminating the entire city sector. The dense cloud of gray smoke swallowed the ring completely, cutting off all visibility. The stadium was dead silent. 100,000 people held their breath, waiting for the smoke to clear. Slowly, the wind from the ocean drifted over the stadium walls, pulling the heavy shroud of smoke away from the arena floor. Both boys were still standing. Bakugo was at the absolute edge of the boundary, his boots resting on the white line. His arms were shaking violently, his chest heaving as his breath rattled in his throat. He looked across the ring at Izuku, his crimson eyes blinking through the sweat. Izuku stood in the center of the ring. His uniform shirt was completely incinerated, his skin covered in soot and minor thermal scrapes, but his posture was perfectly straight. His green eyes were bright, with a blazing warmth radiating from his skin. He didn't drop. He didn't shiver. His baseline had held. The buzzer wailed through the stadium. Bakugo Katsuki is out of bounds. The winner of the first-year sports festival. Midoriya Izuku. The closing ceremony was bathed in the warm, golden-orange glow of the setting sun. The massive award platform was raised in the center of the field, the flags of UA fluttering proudly in the evening breeze. The podium was a testament to the absolute dominance of Class 1A, though the configurations had surprised many. Standing on the third-place tier were Shoto Todoroki and Hitoshi Shinso, the latter having secured his place through a spectacular comeback match in the losers bracket that left the scouting agency scrambling for his profile. Katsuki Bakugo stood on the second-place tier, his arms crossed over his chest, his expression a fierce, quiet scowl that lacked any of his usual toxic rage. He looked like a wolf that had found a worthy rival. And standing on the highest platform, the gold medal glinting against his chest, was Izuku Midoriya. All Might stepped forward, his massive, heroic form casting a warm shadow over the boys as he placed the final medals around their necks. When he reached Izuku, the symbol of peace smiled down with a profound, quiet pride. "You showed the world what your fire can do today, young Midoriya. You stood in the light." "Thank you, All Might," Izuku whispered, his voice thick with emotion. From the edge of the field, Shoyuta Aizawa stood with his arms crossed inside his high collar, watching the ceremony. For the first time in weeks, the tight, stressed lines around his eyes were completely gone. The investigation into Flask was still active, the police were still searching for a ghost in the outer factories, but out here, his son was safe. His son was a champion. Izuku looked out over the sea of cheering fans, his hand lightly brushing the gold medal. Beside him, Shinso caught his eye, giving a single, subtle wink. Bakugo let out a low huff, looking away. The double life was far from over. The dark streets of Mizudafu would call for Flask again, and the pressure of the secret would return the moment the stadium lights went dark. But tonight, as the fireworks erupted over the stadium roof, painting the sky in brilliant shades of green and gold, the walking thermometer had claimed his place in the sun. The glow of the UA Sports Festival had faded from the public consciousness within 48 hours, swallowed by the relentless, grim reality of Mizudafu's criminal underground. For the city at large, Izuku Midoriya was a rising star, a boy of brilliant green flames and unparalleled tactical promise. But in the dead of night, beneath the city's concrete crust, that star was a cold, suffocating weight. It had been 4 days since the podium ceremony. 4 days of enforced rest that Izuku's dual nature had violently rebelled against. The absolute ban on his water quirk enforced by Shinso and Bakugo had allowed his internal thermostat to settle, but it had also allowed the chemical trafficking syndicates to rebuild their shattered logistics lines along the western aqueducts. Tonight, the atmospheric conditions were entirely unique. A massive high-pressure system had stalled over the coast, trapping a thick layer of dense, unmoving smog and industrial sulfur beneath the midnight sky. It was hot, dry, and heavy, an environment that choked the lungs and made every breath feel like inhaling dust. Izuku crouched inside the massive, vaulted brick chamber of the old Miko Reservoir, an abandoned subterranean water hub built beneath the foundations of a demolished textile mill. He wore his flask attire, the reinforced fabric now repaired and stripped of the ice residue Aizawa had examined. The high-grade respirator hummed against his jaw, but the air it provided was warm and stale. Below him, 3 massive, automated industrial mixing vats were churning with a thick, iridescent violet fluid, a highly concentrated, liquid precursor to the quirk-suppressing depressants flooding the lower slums. This wasn't a standard smuggling drop, it was a production refinery. The catalyst is stabilizing, a synthesized voice chimed from a laptop terminal mounted to the central vat. Izuku didn't drop from the rafters with a flashy display of force. He knew his body couldn't handle a massive kinetic clash in this heat. Instead, he extended his hands, his fingers curving as he reached down toward the reservoir's primary inlet valve, a massive iron pipe that fed directly from the subterranean water table. He didn't draw a massive wave. He didn't create a water whip. Instead, Izuku focused entirely on the barometric pressure inside the sealed iron pipes. He forced the water to vaporize instantly inside the valve, creating a rapidly expanding pocket of high-pressure steam. Boom! The heavy iron cap of the valve sheared off under the sudden, immense pneumatic force, a concentrated, lethal jet of boiling steam blasting outward. The vapor slammed directly into the main control loop console of the mixing vats, melting the circuitry and triggering an immediate, automated emergency shutdown sequence. The violet fluid inside the vats began to drain harmlessly into the deep earth overflow channels. Clever, a low, gravelly voice echoed from the dark archway of the reservoir's western exit. Using localized thermal expansion within pre-existing infrastructure to minimize your own quirk output. It cuts down on the physical rebound, doesn't it? Izuku's heart stopped. He didn't turn around immediately, his boots anchoring to the wet brick ledge. Shoyuta Aizawa walked out of the shadows. He wasn't wearing his standard hero costume. He was in his underground stealth gear, a form-fitting, matte black tactical suit that minimized his silhouette, his capture weapon wrapped tightly around his throat like a coiled serpent. Behind him, emerging from the secondary access tunnel, was Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, flanked by 4 high-tier tactical officers armed with kinetic suppression nets. This wasn't an accidental encounter or a response to a police band broadcast. It was an ambush based on infrastructure analysis. "Don't bother looking at the drainage grates, Flask," Tsukachi said, his voice echoing off the vaulted brick ceiling. He held his service weapon at a precise, defensive low-ready position. "We installed heavy-gauge steel pressure bars inside every outflow channel within a 3-block radius yesterday morning. You can't dissolve them, and you can't squeeze through them. The game is over." Izuku slowly turned to face them, his breath rattling behind his respirator. The air inside the chamber was growing warmer, the heat from the broken steam valve combining with the heavy high-pressure system outside to create a suffocating, humid greenhouse effect. Aizawa took 2 measured steps forward, his dark eyes fixed on the vigilante's visor. His quirk wasn't active, there was no crimson glow in his eyes. He was analyzing the physical reality of the boy standing before him. "My son told me about you," Aizawa said softly, his voice cutting through the hiss of the dying steam pipe. Inside the mask, Izuku's throat tightened so hard he couldn't swallow. The lie he had meticulously crafted at the dining table was coming back to face him in the dark. He told me he found you freezing to death in an alley 3 weeks ago, Aizawa continued, his posture completely relaxed, yet radiating a terrifying, absolute authority. He told me he used his flames to keep your heart from stopping. He thinks you're a victim of the slums, Flask. He thinks you're a kid who was dealt a bad hand, trying to fix a broken system because nobody else would look down here. Aizawa took another step, his boots splashing lightly in the shallow pools of water on the brick floor. But I'm an underground hero, Aizawa whispered, his voice dropping into a dangerously sharp register. And I know how predators operate. You didn't just happen to run into Midoriya Izuku in that alley. You targeted him. You knew his registry profile listed a high-output ignition quirk, and you used his empathy to turn him into a human heating pad to reset your broken metabolic baseline. The misconception was a physical weight in the room. Aizawa genuinely believed Flask was an older, predatory manipulator utilizing a naive UA student as a biological resource to survive the drawbacks of a dual-element conflict. That is incorrect, Izuku forced out, his vocal modulator distorting his voice into a deep, mechanical growl that sounded completely foreign, even to his own ears. The encounter was an anomaly. The student was never targeted. He's telling the truth about the encounter being an accident, Shoyuta, Tsukachi noted, his eyes scanning Flask's covered face. But the systemic manipulation is still a factor. Flask, look at your own hands. You're shaking. The barometric pressure in this room is rising because of the steam you just generated. If you try to fight us, the thermal rebound will paralyze you before we even deploy the nets. Izuku looked down at his gloves. They were shaking. The dry heat of the reservoir was rapidly draining the moisture from his skin, his hydrokinetic factor screaming for a cold source that didn't exist in this subterranean furnace. His chest felt tight, a sharp, familiar ache blooming behind his ribs. You're done running, Aizawa said, his arm extending as the capture weapon began to unfurl from his neck, floating in the humid air like a living entity. I don't care what your motives are in the slums. The moment you dragged my kid, a student from my department, into your biological mess, you became my priority. Stand down, or I will take you down. Izuku knew he had less than 10 seconds before the tactical units closed the circle. He couldn't use a water shockwave. The steel bars in the drainage channels meant he would just trap himself in a rising pool of his own making. He couldn't use fire, a single green spark would destroy the entire narrative he had given his father 3 days ago. He had to use the environment against itself. Izuku looked up at the ceiling. The old Miko reservoir wasn't made of reinforced concrete like ground sigma, it was ancient Victorian brick, held together by century-old mortar that had been subjected to decades of dampness and structural settling. I am not your enemy, Eraserhead, Izuku's modulated voice growled. But I am not your prisoner. With a sudden, violent downward motion of both hands, Izuku didn't target the water on the floor. He targeted the condensation trapped inside the porous, ancient bricks directly above Aizawa and Tsukachi's heads. He didn't try to draw the water out. He did the exact opposite. He forced the liquid inside the masonry to instantly expand into solid ice, utilizing the raw, disruptive force of crystallization to shatter the structural integrity of the ceiling. Crack, crack, crack. The ancient bricks split instantly under the immense internal pressure. A massive, cascading torrent of heavy stone and dust rained down between Izuku and the pro-heroes, creating an immediate, structural collapse that completely blocked the central walkway. Eraser, fall back. Tsukachi shouted, dragging Aizawa by his tactical vest as a 12-foot section of the archway crumbled into a heap of heavy debris, completely sealing the access path between them. Through the rising cloud of blinding red brick dust, Aizawa launched his capture weapon, the gray cloth slicing through the debris to strike the far ledge. It wrapped securely around an iron railing, but the railing was empty. Flask was already gone. Izuku had vaulted backward through the broken steam valve pipe, using a tiny, pressurized stream of water from the secondary lines to propel his body upward through the old ventilation of the textile mill. He squeezed through the narrow metal opening, collapsing onto the gravel roof of the abandoned factory above, the cool night air finally hitting his face. He pulled off his respirator, vomiting a small amount of clear, bitter fluid onto the gravel as his core temperature violently destabilized from the sudden exertion. His body was completely spent, his vision swimming with dark, erratic spots. I told you. You're a complete and total lunatic, a sharp, familiar voice muttered from the shadow of the roof's water tower. Izuku blinked through the haze. Katsuki Bakugo was standing there, wearing his civilian clothes, his arms crossed over his chest as a low, dangerous orange heat radiated from his palms to keep the immediate air warm. Beside him, Hitoshi Shinso stood with a medical kit in one hand and a standard UA tracksuit in the other. They blocked the drainage lines, Izuku choked out, his chest heaving as Shinso immediately dropped to his knees to drape a thermal blanket over his shoulders. Dad thinks Flask is a predator using Midoriya for first aid. They're going to reinforce the sweeps. Then Flask stays dead until necessary, Bakugo growled, reaching down to grab Izuku by the arm and pulling him roughly to his feet, his hands instantly transferring a steady, continuous wave of metabolic heat to stop the shivering before it could start. We're getting you back into the dorms before the old man finishes writing the incident report at the precinct. Move. As the three boys slipped into the shadows of the alleyways, leaving the crumbling reservoir behind, the city below remained entirely unchanged. The rain had finally returned, but it wasn't the violent, sweeping downpour of the coastal front. It was a miserable, clinging drizzle that coated the high windows of Class 1A in a permanent layer of gray beads. Inside the classroom, the atmosphere had shifted from the frantic, high-intensity energy of the sports festival to the heavy, academic drone of late-spring coursework. For Izuku, the change was a necessary sanctuary. He sat at his desk, his fingers rhythmically tapping the edge of a fresh notebook, his eyes fixed on the chalkboard where Present Mike was breaking down English structural syntax. His hands were warm. The internal iron vault that Shinso and Bakugo had helped him construct around his primary nature was still completely intact. For 7 days, the vigilante known as Flask had been nothing more than a rumor in the lower districts, a ghost that the police task force was slowly concluding had either fled the sector or succumbed to the structural collapse at the Miko Reservoir. Midoriya. The voice was low, slicing through the scratch of chalk on slate. Izuku blinked, his focus snapping to the front of the room. Aizawa stood in the doorway, his standard black hero uniform pristine, though his face carried the sallow, drawn complexion of a man who spent his nights staring at infrastructure blueprints. "Pack your things," Aizawa said flatly. "You're excused from the rest of the afternoon drills. Meet me in the faculty parking lot in 10 minutes. The classroom went quiet. Tenya Ida's hand immediately chopped through the air. "Aizawa-sensei. As class representative, may I inquire if Midoriya is facing a medical re-evaluation? If his thermal drawbacks are fluctuating?" "It's not a medical issue, Ida," Aizawa cut him off, his voice dropping into a tone that left no room for secondary questions. "It's an administrative matter. Midoriya, don't lag." Izuku slid his notebook into his yellow backpack, his heart performing a slow, cold twist against his ribs. From the row behind him, Hitoshi Shinso's eyes narrowed into tiny purple slits, his posture going dead silent. Across the aisle, Bakugo didn't look up from his desk, but his left hand clenched around his mechanical pencil until the plastic casing groaned. 10 minutes later, the heavy passenger door of Aizawa's black sedan clicked shut, sealing Izuku into a space that smelled heavily of canned coffee and old vinyl. Aizawa didn't speak as he shifted the car into drive, the windshield wipers clearing the rhythmic drizzle with a dull, hypnotic sweep. They cleared the main security gates of UA, turning south toward the central civic district rather than the residential blocks where their apartment lay. "Dad?" Izuku finally ventured, using the private title to test the boundaries of the silence. "Where are we going? Is everything okay at the precinct?" "The police closed the field office at Pier 4 this morning," Aizawa said, his eyes fixed on the wet asphalt ahead. His hands were loose on the steering wheel, but his knuckles were pale. "Tsukachi is reallocating the tactical units back to the standard regional syndicates. The database search for the Shizuoka mutant profile has been officially archived as a system anomaly." Izuku let out a slow, invisible breath through his nose, his shoulders dropping a fraction of an inch. "So, the search is over?" "The official search is," Aizawa said. He turned the sedan into the underground parking structure of the Muzurafu Central Library, a massive, brutalist concrete complex that housed the city's pre-Quirk historical archives and regional architectural records. "But I don't work for the precinct, Izuku. I work for the future of the kids in my classroom." The engine died, the sudden absence of the mechanical hum leaving the car interior cold. Aizawa turned in his seat, his dark eyes locking onto Izuku's face with that familiar, intense parental vigilance that always made the lies feel like lead. "The brickwork that collapsed at the Miko Reservoir didn't fail because of age," Aizawa said softly. "The forensic teams found microfractures inside the stone itself, highly localized pockets where the moisture within the brick had expanded with enough hydraulic force to shatter Victorian masonry. The structural analysts think Flask used a high-frequency acoustic quirk to vibrate the water molecules." Izuku kept his expression perfectly still, his hands resting loose on his lap. "That sounds like a really complicated way to use a quirk under pressure." "It's a desperate way," Aizawa corrected, opening his door and stepping out into the cool, concrete air of the garage. "Come on. The lower basement of the central library was a world of steel filing cabinets, low-hanging fluorescent lights, and the heavy, sweet scent of decomposing paper. Unlike the digitized databases of the UA Support Studio, these archives required manual indexing, a massive, bureaucratic labyrinth that the modern police force rarely had the patience to dig through. Izawa led Izuku to a long oak table in the center of the room, where 3 massive, leather-bound ledgers from the late 1XX were already laid open under the harsh white light. "When you told me you found Flask in that alley," Izawa said, his boots clicking against the linoleum as he walked to the end of the table, "you said he warned you to stay away from the lower sectors because he was trying to protect you. You described him as someone who was completely alone, fighting a system because nobody else would look down there." Izuku stood at the edge of the table, his eyes tracking the handwritten pages of the old registries. He looked like he didn't have anyone else, Dad. "He doesn't," Izawa said, his finger dropping onto an old, yellowed municipal map of the pre-Quirk industrial districts. "But he didn't grow up in the slums, Izuku. The tactical restraint he uses, the way he maps the drainage infrastructure to isolate targets without causing civilian casualties, that's not the logic of an unregistered survivalist. That's the logic of someone who studied structural design." Izawa turned a page, revealing a series of old architectural blueprints for the city's underground water distribution networks, the very lines Izuku had spent months memorizing to facilitate his late-night extractions. "I spent the last 3 days tracking the construction records for the Miko Reservoir," Izawa explained, his voice low and steady in the empty basement. "The unique high-pressure valves he used to trigger that steam explosion weren't listed in the modern city planning files. They were part of a private, corporate water cooling network built by a manufacturing firm that went bankrupt 30 years ago. The only place those specs exist is right here, in these physical books." Izuku felt a bead of sweat trace the line of his collar. He had spent 3 days in this exact basement months ago, disguised in an oversized middle school uniform, meticulously copying those exact specifications into his notebooks to build his Flask routing maps. "The person running that suit isn't a predator utilizing you for first aid, Izuku," Izawa said, his eyes widening with a sudden, fierce intensity that caught Izuku completely off guard. "I was wrong about that. I looked at the timeline again. Flask didn't seek you out after you developed your fire quirk. He was already operating in those sectors months before you ever stepped into UA." Izawa stepped closer, his rough hand coming down to rest firmly on Izuku's shoulder. The touch was warm, grounding, and filled with a profound, terrifying trust. "He's protecting you," Izawa said softly. "He knows who you are. He knows you're my son, and he knows your quirk factor is unstable. When you helped him in that alley, he realized that if the police linked his operational parameters to your specific thermal signature, the investigation would naturally lead straight to our apartment. That's why he targeted the reservoir ceiling. He wasn't trying to escape me, he was trying to destroy the evidence of his own connection to your thermal field before Tsukachi could map the chromatography." Izuku stared at the old blue paper of the map, his mind spinning into a dizzying kaleidoscope of realization. His father's analytical mind had taken every single piece of data, the scent, the alley encounter, the structural collapse, and woven it into a narrative that framed Flask as a tragic, protective guardian angel acting from the shadows to shield a UA student from administrative ruin. The lie hadn't just held, it had mutated into a shield. "He's a criminal, Izuku," Izawa said, his grip on his shoulder tightening slightly. "But he's a criminal who understands the value of a hero's future. If he's hiding in these old sectors, using these ancient blueprints to stay ahead of the grid, then he's someone who has access to the old city records. I'm going to find out who checked these books out over the last year. And when I find him, I'm going to offer him a deal before his own body completely burns out." A deal?" Izuku forced out, his voice barely a whisper. "An administrative plea," Izawa said, turning back to the ledger. "If he turns over the chemical distribution networks for the depressants, I'll personally testify for a reduced sentence under a protective custody clause. He's too smart to die in a sewer, and he's done too much good for the lower districts to be left to the Commission's black sites." Izawa closed the book with a heavy, definitive thud that echoed through the silent basement. "Let's go back to the dorms. You have homeroom study in an hour." The drive back to the UA campus was silent, the wipers continuing their steady, rhythmic clearing of the gray drizzle. Izuku sat with his head leaned against the cold glass of the passenger window, watching the wet streets of Muzurifu blur into long, glittering streaks of light. The iron vault in his chest felt heavier than ever. He had survived the precinct, he had survived the docks, and he had survived the analytical trap of his own father. The world believed Flask was an older, tragic figure hiding in the ancient machinery of the city, a myth that Izawa was now actively working to save. When the sedan pulled into the dorm lot, Izuku stepped out into the rain, his yellow backpack slung over his shoulder. He didn't run for the doors. He walked slowly, letting the cool water coat his face, the tiny droplets catching the ambient warmth of his skin and evaporating into almost invisible wisps of steam before they could even hit his collar. Deku. Bakugo was standing under the concrete awning of the 1A building, his hands tucked into his pockets, his eyes fixed on the wet gravel. He waited until Aizawa's car had cleared the loop before he stepped out into the rain, blocking Izuku's path to the entrance. What did the old man want? Bakugo barked, his voice low and sharp. He thinks Flask is an architect, Izuku said softly, a tired, faint smile touching his lips as he looked up through his wet green curls. He thinks Flask is trying to protect me from the police. Bakugo stared at him for a long moment, the sparks in his palms dead, replaced by a sudden, heavy grunt of professional respect. He turned, shoving the heavy glass door open with his shoulder. Like I said, Bakugo muttered as they stepped into the warm, bright light of the common room where Shinso was waiting by the stairs. You're a complete and total lunatic. Now get upstairs and change your shirt before you start shivering again. The door clicked shut behind them, locking the gray drizzle out in the dark. The neon glare of the entertainment district didn't reach the upper scaffolding of the abandoned municipal transit station at the edge of sector up here, 80 feet above the wet gravel of the rail yard. The only light came from the steady, rhythmic flash of a faulty signal tower a quarter-mile away, casting long, rhythmic pulses of amber across the rusted steel beams. Izuku sat on the edge of a crossbeam, his legs dangling over the empty space below. His skin was warm for once, a steady, controlled hum of metabolic heat keeping the ambient moisture from locking up his joints. He wasn't patrolling tonight. The western aqueducts were entirely quiet, the chemical pipelines temporarily drained by the syndicates in the wake of the Miko Reservoir collapse. He was out here because the silence inside the Class 1A dorms had begun to feel like static, a suffocating space where every kind look from Aizawa and every protective glare from Bakugo or Shinso reminded him of the delicate, fragile scaffolding keeping his life together. A soft, metallic scrape echoed from the maintenance ladder behind him. Izuku didn't reach for the water lines. He didn't tense his shoulders. He had recognized the specific, heavy weight of the boots 3 minutes ago, when the silhouette first cleared the lower perimeter fencing. Shoyuta Aizawa stepped onto the iron catwalk, his capture weapon wrapped tightly around his neck, his hands buried deep inside the pockets of his stealth coat. He didn't draw a weapon. He didn't activate the crimson glow of his erasure quirk. He simply walked to the edge of the beam, stopping 5 paces away, his eyes scanning the dark expanse of the railyard below. The pressure bars inside the drainage channels are still holding, Aizawa said, his voice dropping into that flat, dry register that always sounded like gravel grinding against stone. The precinct thinks you shifted your operations to the southern harbor. But the harbor doesn't have the specific hydraulic layout required for your extraction methods. Izuku didn't look at him. He kept his eyes fixed on the distant amber signal light. The harbor is too loud. The salt corrupts the valve seals. He didn't use the vocal modulator. Instead, he forced his vocal cords down into a dry, hollow rasp, a mechanical, exhausted whisper that sounded like someone who spent their life inhaling chemical smoke in the slums, entirely stripping the youthful pitch of Izuku Midoriya from the air. So the architect theory was correct, Aizawa murmured, taking a slow step forward, his boots making no sound against the rusted iron. You're utilizing the old municipal blueprints because you know the modern digital grid doesn't map the legacy lines. You're an insider, Flask. Or at least, you used to be. Izuku let out a low, dry chuckle, a hollow, practiced sound that tasted like ash in his mouth. He leaned back against the structural pillar, letting his head tilt back into the shadows. The city doesn't bury its history deep enough, Eraserhead, Izuku rasped, spinning a tiny, intricate lie that perfectly locked into the narrative Aizawa had constructed in the library basement. When the manufacturing firms went bankrupt 30 years ago, they didn't destroy the cooling specs. They just left them in the basement boxes for anyone with enough patience to dig out. The system forgets its own bones. The system forgets a lot of things, Aizawa countered, his gaze shifting from the horizon to lock onto the side of the vigilante's profile. But it doesn't forget a connection. The forensic reports from the reservoir came back with an absolute profile. You aren't just using those lines to hide from the precinct. You're using them to monitor a specific security radius around the UA academic borders. Inside his gloves, Izuku's fingers twitched, but he kept his breathing perfectly level. The student, Aizawa continued, his voice dropping into a quiet, intense register that vibrated with a father's protective weight. The boy with the green flames who helped you in the alley. You've been tracking his patrol schedules. You've been monitoring the local gang activity near his residential sector. Izuku turned his head slowly, letting the amber light of the signal tower catch the smooth, dark glass of his visor. The boy is sloppy. He overcompensates with his thermal output because his core factor is unstable. If the syndicates realize his ignition signature can break the molecular structure of their depressants, they won't just try to avoid him. They'll try to harvest him. The statement was a brilliant, calculated piece of psychological stagecraft. By framing his surveillance as an effort to protect a valuable resource from the drag rings, Izuku reinforced the idea that Flask was a separate, older entity operating with tactical pragmatism while simultaneously validating Aizawa's fear that his foster son was under external threat. He's not a resource, Aizawa snapped, his capture weapon expanding slightly around his shoulders, his jaw tightening into a hard, dangerous line. He's a kid. And he's my responsibility. If you're using your knowledge of the lower sectors to run a protective detail around my department, you're crossing a line that will get you killed, Flask. The line was already crossed the night he knelt in the dirt and used his flames to keep my heart from stopping, Izuku whispered, letting a rare, genuine sliver of his true feelings leak through the forced rasp of his voice. He didn't look at me like a criminal. He didn't look at me like a statistical anomaly for the database. He looked at me like someone who deserved to stay warm. The words hung heavily in the midnight air, reflecting off the rusted steel of the scaffolding. Aizawa stared at the vigilante, his expression softening by a fraction of an inch, the fierce, defensive glare fading into a profound, exhausted look of understanding. He saw the slight tremor in Flask's hands, the lingering, systemic fatigue of a body that was fighting its own biological nature every single night. He's a good kid, Aizawa said softly, his voice carrying a warmth that Izuku rarely heard outside the private walls of their apartment. He carries too much weight because he thinks he has to fix every broken thing he runs into. He reminds me of someone I used to know. Someone who didn't make it out of the dark. Izuku looked down at his boots, the gold medal from the sports festival feeling like a phantom weight against his chest beneath the padded vigilante coat. He's talking about Oboro, Izuku noted, the pieces of his father's past clicking into place with a heartbreaking clarity. He thinks Flask is another ghost he couldn't save. If you accept the administrative plea, Aizawa urged, stepping closer, his hand extending slightly in a non-threatening, open gesture. If you turn over the distribution blueprints for the Sector 6 refinery, I can get you a protective custody placement. You won't have to live in these tunnels, Flask. You won't have to spend your nights freezing to death in the dark just to keep a set of pipes from leaking. Izuku stood up slowly, balancing perfectly on the narrow iron beam. He pulled the respirator mask back over his face, the metallic click of the seals locking into place with a sharp, heavy hiss that signaled the return of the phantom. The dark is the only place the water stays clean, Eraserhead, the deep, mechanical growl of the vocal modulator took over, erasing the human element completely. Tell the boy. Tell him to keep his flame small. If he burns too bright, the city will see his baseline and the system doesn't know how to handle a fire it didn't build. Before Aizawa could launch his capture weapon, Izuku stepped backward off the edge of the beam. He didn't create a massive water jet. He didn't drop into the railyard like a stone. Instead, he targeted the thin layer of condensation coating the rusted iron support cables running parallel to the scaffolding. With a precise, micro-pressure pull, he used the moisture to create a smooth, high-velocity slide along the wire, his boots gliding through the dark at a breakneck speed that carried him clean over the perimeter fence and into the labyrinth of the commercial district before the first patrol car could even turn the corner. An hour later, the faculty apartment was warm, the small kitchen table illuminated by the soft amber light of the stove lamp. Izuku sat in his regular chair, his Class 1A uniform shirt back on, his damp green curls sticking to his forehead as he took a slow, careful sip of hot barley tea. Across the table, Aizawa sat with his hands wrapped around a black mug, his eyes fixed on the small evidence folder he had brought back from the precinct. "You're home late, Dad," Izuku said softly, letting his signature, slightly nervous smile return to his face. "The task force had a sighting near the Sector 3 transit lines," Aizawa said, his voice flat, but completely devoid of the sharp, investigative edge he had used at the railyard. He looked up, his dark eyes softening as he reached across the table to briefly check the temperature of Izuku's wrist. "The core feels stable. Are the hand warmers holding the baseline?" "Yeah," Izuku nodded, his chest aching with that familiar, heavy mixture of intense gratitude and profound guilt. "Shinso helped me set up a new training schedule for the propulsion drifts. I'm keeping the output low so the drawback doesn't spike." "Good," Aizawa said, turning back to his files. "Keep it low, Izuku. The streets are getting complicated, and I need you focused on the arena. Let the pros handle the shadows." "I will, Dad," Izuku whispered. He looked down into his tea, watching the small leaves swirl in the amber liquid, the reflection of his own steady green eyes looking back at him from the surface. The architecture of the lie was still holding, the ghost was still running, and for one more night, the father and the son sat together in the light, completely unaware of how close the mirrors had come to shattering. The humidity inside ground beta had reached a critical threshold long before the afternoon bell rang. Heavy, moisture-laden air hung over the replica cityscape, trapped by the massive concrete containment walls that isolated the training zone from the main UA campus. It was an environment designed specifically for tactical endurance, forcing the students of Class 1A to manage their stamina while their uniforms clung to their skin like wet canvas. The rules for this exercise are straightforward, Aizawa announced from the shade of the observation awning, his arms crossed over his chest, his eyes bloodshot and scanning the rows of students. It's a standard perimeter denial drill. Team A will hold the central plaza. Team B will attempt to infiltrate the core using any non-lethal lane available. If you're touched by a capture ribbon, you're out. Move out. Izuku adjusted the straps of his gauntlets, his green eyes scanning the narrow artificial alleyways. He was paired with Hitoshi Shinso and Mina Ashido for the defensive rotation, a lineup that required maximum spatial coordination to prevent the aggressive infiltration style of Team B led by Katsuki Bakugo, Kaminari Denki, and Eijiro Kirishima. They're going to use the rooftops, Shinso murmured, his fingers tapping against the edge of his capture weapon as they took their positions near the central fountain. Bakugo isn't going to waste time navigating the street-level choke points. He'll look for a high-altitude drop. I'll cover the secondary fire escapes with acid lines, Mina said, her boots sliding into a low stance as she prepared to sprint toward the western sector. Midoriya, can you keep the main corridor clear with a low-output thermal wall? Yeah, I can do that, Ashido-san, Izuku said, forcing his standard, enthusiastic smile onto his face. But beneath his gym shirt, his skin felt strangely tight. The sheer volume of ambient moisture trapped within the artificial cityscape was actively pressing against his primary nature, the silent reservoir of his water quirk vibrating in harmony with the heavy air. For days, he had kept the vault locked down, relying entirely on the bright, loud emerald sparks of his registered power. But as the distant sound of a massive explosion signaled the start of the exercise, the structural balance of his control began to waver. Boom! The concrete floorboards vibrated violently as Bakugo launched himself over the three-story replica buildings, his explosive trajectory keeping him perfectly hidden beneath the low-hanging gray clouds. Found you, extras! Bakugo's voice roared from the smoke as he dropped down into the narrow alleyway directly parallel to Izuku's position. His palms were already crackling with a vicious, rapid-fire sequence of detonations meant to blindingly clear the path. Izuku moved to counter, his heels igniting to drive him forward. But as he planted his foot to pivot, his heel slipped on a thick patch of condensation pooling near a structural drainage grate. His balance fractured. In that split second of cognitive panic, his brain didn't reach for the fire, it reached for the immediate environmental stabilizer. Before he could clamp down on the instinct, a massive, pressurized ribbon of water erupted directly from the open drainage grate beneath his boot. The stream sliced through the air like a liquid whip, rising 6 feet into the space between him and the oncoming hero student. It wasn't a wisp of steam or a latent thermal byproduct, it was a clean, high-pressure extraction of pure fluid that perfectly mirrored the signature style of Flask. If anyone saw it, if the overhead observation cameras caught the trajectory, his double life would crumble to dust before the exercise could even conclude. Get out of the way, Deku! Bakugo's scream cut through the rush of the water. The blonde boy had caught the unmistakable shimmer of the liquid whip from midair. His crimson eyes widened in pure, furious realization of the mistake. Without a fraction of a second of hesitation, Bakugo altered his trajectory mid-flight, throwing his right arm out and channeling a massive, maximum output detonation directly into the path of the water. CRA flash. The violent kinetic shockwave of the explosion didn't just meet the water, it completely engulfed it. Bakugo intentionally sustained the blast, generating a massive, continuous sequence of rapid-fire pops that tore through the alleyway like a localized firestorm. The immense heat from the nitroglycerin sweat instantly vaporized the pressurized water ribbon into a dense, blinding wall of white steam that rolled over the concrete walls, completely obscuring the overhead security arrays. Man, Bakugo is totally going all out from the start. Kirishima's voice boomed from the edge of the smoke cloud. He completely incinerated that sector. Through the thick, blinding whiteout of the steam screen, Bakugo landed heavily on his feet right in front of Izuku. He grabbed Izuku by the collar of his gym uniform, his face twisted into an expression of pure, unadulterated fury as he dragged him deep into the shadows of the vapor cloud where the cameras couldn't pierce. Are you completely out of your mind? Bakugo hissed, his voice low. You just drew a full line of water right in front of everyone. If I hadn't blown the output into a vapor screen, the old man would be running your biometrics before the bell even rang. My heel slipped, Kaken, Izuku whispered, his chest heaving violently as he clamped his hands over his knees. The ambient humidity. It reacted before I could lock it down. Then lock it tighter, you DMN nerd. Bakugo growled, releasing his grip with a harsh shove. He turned back toward the edge of the smoke, his palms popping with a series of minor, low-frequency bursts meant to maintain the acoustic confusion of the drill. Get back to the central plaza and use your stupid green sparks to clear the sector. If you pull a stunt like that again, I'll blast you out of the hero course myself. By the time the steam finally dissipated underground Beta's ventilation fans, the exercise had concluded with a standard tactical reset, the class entirely unaware of the razor-thin margin that had just preserved the secret in the dark. The night brought no relief from the pressure. By 11:30 p.m., the atmosphere over Muzurifu had settled into a suffocating, silent calm, the low-hanging clouds trapping the heat of the city against the asphalt. Izuku sat at the desk in his dorm room, his civilian clothes already on, his eyes fixed on the screen of his burner phone. The automated police band scanner he had patch-programmed with Shinso's assistance had been quiet for days, but a sudden, low-frequency text transmission had just overridden the firewall. It was a localized ping from an informant network in the lower commercial district, an urgent alert regarding a major chemical distribution exchange occurring inside an abandoned cold storage warehouse near sector, unusual movement detected. High-tier chemical precursors inbound. No pro-hero units assigned to this sector tonight. Izuku stood up, his fingers immediately reaching for the dark fabric of his flask suit hidden beneath the floorboards. The local precinct is tied up at the highway, HR noted as he pulled the reinforced respirator over his jaw. If that shipment hits the distribution pipelines, the lower slums will be flooded by morning. 20 minutes later, Flask dropped silently from the fire escape of an adjacent commercial building, his boots making no sound against the wet gravel of the warehouse rail yard. The sliding metal doors of the cold storage facility were partially ajar, a faint, amber light filtering through the gap into the heavy mist. He didn't hear the sound of a struggle. There was no shouting, no roaring commands from patrol officers, and no screech of sirens. The silence was absolute and terrifying. Izuku slipped through the gap in the door, his hand instantly dropping to his side to monitor the moisture levels in the air. The interior of the warehouse was lined with massive, rusted refrigeration units, the air temperature plummeting drastically as he moved deeper into the central storage floor. The smell hit him first, not the sweet, chemical scent of the depressant precursors, but the sharp, heavy odor of ozone, wet leather, and fresh blood. "Dad?" Izuku whispered, the word escaping his lips before the mechanical growl of the vocal modulator could even take over. In the center of the concrete floor, illuminated by a single, flickering halogen bulb, Shoyuta Aizawa was collapsed against the side of a shattered wooden crate. His standard black hero suit was torn to shreds along the shoulder and chest, deep, jagged lacerations bleeding freely onto the gray stone floor. His capture weapon was severed into 3 distinct, useless pieces, scattered across the concrete like dead snakes. Eraserhead was completely unresponsive, his breathing shallow, a dark glaze of blood covering his forehead where he had been driven into the structural support pillar. Standing over him were 3 figures wearing reinforced tactical masks, their hands glowing with the distinct, humming vibration of localized kinetic quirks, the high-tier enforcers of the distribution syndicate. The underground freak actually thought he could clear this sector alone, one of them hissed, raising a heavy, metal-reinforced boot to drive it down into Aizawa's fractured ribs. Finish him before the secondary patrol route rotates back. The world inside Izuku's mind went completely white. The iron vault in his chest didn't just open, it shattered. The absolute restriction he had maintained for days vanished instantly, replaced by a cold, primordial fury that turned the ambient humidity of the cold storage room into a physical weapon. "Get away from him," the mechanical voice of Flask growled through the speaker. Before the traffickers could even pivot to face the entrance, Izuku slammed his open palms directly onto the concrete floor. He didn't look for a drainage valve. He didn't calculate the barometric pressure. He drew as much water as he could in a single, catastrophic extraction. 3 massive, swirling pillars of freezing water erupted, slamming into the enforcers with the kinetic force of a high-speed train. The sheer weight of the fluid drove them clean across the warehouse floor, pinning them securely against the reinforced iron freezer doors. Without a second's hesitation, Izuku twisted his wrists, forcing the water to flash freeze into solid, unyielding blocks of ice that locked their limbs in place, cutting off any kinetic leverage before they could activate their quirks. Izuku dropped to his knees beside Aizawa's fallen form, his hands trembling violently as he reached out to check the pulse at his father's throat. It was faint, sluggish and erratic, the internal bleeding from the chest lacerations requiring immediate tactical stabilization. "Dad, please," Izuku choked out, his visor fogging up from the frantic speed of his breathing. He pulled a high-grade emergency coagulant spray from his utility belt, quickly applying it to the deep wounds on Aizawa's shoulder to stop the immediate blood loss. He couldn't call an ambulance to this location. The moment the precinct found Flask standing over a critically injured underground hero, the entire narrative would collide with the database logs. He had to clear the sector before the secondary hero patrol arrived, but he couldn't leave his father to bleed out on the concrete. With a final, desperate effort that drained the remaining metabolic warmth from his bones, Izuku carefully lifted Aizawa's heavy frame, utilizing a low-pressure cushion of water beneath his shoulders to bear the weight without aggravating the spinal alignment. He dragged him through the rear exit into the narrow, dark alleyway that bordered the public transit lines, propping him against a clean brick wall directly beneath the security camera of a well-lit convenience store. He pressed the emergency response button on Aizawa's personal hero transponder, ensuring the local precinct would receive the high-priority recovery signal within 90 seconds. As the distant, familiar wail of hero sirens began to echo from the northern avenue, Flask stepped back into the shadows of the alleyway, his breath rattling heavily behind his mask as the freezing rebound of his own high-output maneuver began to creep toward his heart. He looked back one last time at the man who had given him a home, his green eyes dark with an intense, burning resolve. The high-intensity halogen lights of the Muzutafu General Hospital's emergency wing hummed with a sterile, microscopic vibration. The air smelled of sharp antiseptic, ozone from the filtering units, and the cold, unyielding static of a crisis in progress. Outside Operating Room 3, the linoleum corridor was completely deserted, save for two figures. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi sat on a vinyl-covered waiting bench, his elbows resting heavily on his knees, his hands clasped together so tightly the skin over his knuckles was white. His trench coat was damp from the late-night mist, the hem streaked with the red brick dust of the Sector 5 commercial district. Beside him stood Vlad King, the Class 1B homeroom hero, his massive frame casting a long, imposing shadow across the hallway. His arms were crossed tightly over his chest, his jaw set in a hard, dangerous line that vibrated with a mixture of professional fury and deep, unspoken dread for his colleague. "The internal bleeding has stabilized," Tsukachi said, his voice carrying the dry, hollow rasp of a man who had spent the last 2 hours processing a catastrophic crime scene. He didn't look up as he spoke. The surgeons managed to repair the primary lacerations along the right shoulder, but the kinetic trauma to the thoracic cavity. Shoyuta is going to be benched for a minimum of 3 weeks. If the recovery drone's cellular synthesis doesn't take, he might lose permanent mobility in the shoulder joint. "Who did this, Naomasa?" Vlad King growled, his deep voice muffled slightly by the sterile mask he wore. "Shoyuta doesn't get ambushed by low-tier street runners. His spatial awareness is too precise. To dismantle his capture weapon and breach his defensive baseline like that, it takes an organized cell." "It was the distribution syndicate," Tsukachi sighed, finally raising his head to lean back against the concrete wall. He pulled a portable, high-grade tactical tablet from his coat pocket, tapping the glass interface to bring up a secured video file labeled Sector 5, Public Transit Grid.mp4. They set a trap using a false distribution ping on an independent informant line. Shoyuta went in alone because the local precinct was fully deployed on the expressway pileup. They were waiting for him with 3 high-tier kinetic enforcers. The detective turned the screen toward Vlad King, his finger hovering over the playback icon. But the syndicate didn't clear the sector. Someone else did. The video file opened with a grainy, high-angle shot inside the Sector 5 transit line. The mist was thick on the screen, a swirling gray shroud that cut the camera's effective depth perception down to a few yards. For the first 10 seconds, the screen showed nothing but the glitched asphalt and static. Then, the video stabilized and a figure appeared on the frame. The person was small, their form draped in the familiar, heavily padded dark fabric of the Flask vigilante suit. The reinforced respirator mask hummed visibly against their jaw, the exhaust vents releasing tiny, rhythmic wisps of white condensation into the cold air. The vigilante was running to a body. Vlad King leaned closer, his chest tightening as the grainy footage resolved the identity of the second figure. Shoyuta Aizawa's massive, limp frame was slumped against a group of boxes. Flask's own boots were running across the stone, his posture warped by a profound, systemic exhaustion that made his knees buckle twice before he reached the center of the building where Aizawa was. "Look at the interaction," Tsukachi whispered, his finger tapping the screen to pause the frame. With rushed desperation, the vigilante dropped himself to his knees, his hands immediately going up to Aizawa's body. The audio channel was completely dead. The convenience store microphone had been severed by a stray kinetic blast earlier in the evening, but the visual data was devastatingly clear. Flask didn't just check on the underground hero and flee the perimeter. His hands, usually so precise when manipulating the city's water lines, were trembling violently, the padded gloves twitching as he frantically reached out to check the pulse at Aizawa's throat. The camera caught the exact second the panic set in. Flask's head whipped down, his forehead pressing directly against Aizawa's uninjured shoulder. The movement was entirely unprompted, a raw, kinetic collapse of posture that possessed no tactical logic. For 5 long seconds, the vigilante remained frozen in that position, his shoulders heaving with a frantic, silent rhythm that translated through the grainy lens as a profound, agonizing sob. He pulled a high-grade emergency coagulant spray from his utility belt, his movements frantic and clumsy as he applied the foam to the deep wounds on Aizawa's shoulder. Every time his hand slipped against the blood-soaked fabric of the hero's suit, Flask would pause, his body tensing as if he were screaming into the empty alleyway, before forcing his fingers back into the wound to secure the dressing. "He's not acting like a criminal who just secured a high-profile asset," Vlad King muttered, his brow furrowing into a look of deep, professional confusion. "Look at the hands, Naomasa. That's not a pragmatic deployment of first aid. That's personal." "Exactly," Tsukachi said, advancing the frame. "My quirk remained completely flat when Shoyuta told me about Flask's motivations last week. We built an entire profile based on the idea that Flask was an architect from the outer slums utilizing a naive UA student for thermal resets. But this footage, it shatters that baseline entirely." On the screen, the vigilante finally reached out, his trembling fingers brushing a stray lock of dark hair away from Aizawa's blood-covered forehead. He pressed the emergency response button on Aizawa's personal hero transponder, ensuring the local precinct would receive the high-priority recovery signal. Then, Flask stood up. He didn't look at the exit lanes or the rail yard. He looked directly up at the camera lens. Even through the dark, polished glass of his visor, the posture was an accusation, a silent, burning glare of absolute fury and devastating grief that lasted for a fraction of a second before he vaulted backward into the shadows of the alleyway, disappearing into the mist just as the first wail of hero sirens echoed from the northern avenue. "The pros are completely baffled," Tsukachi said, closing the file and rubbing his face with both hands. "The task force analysts reviewed the footage 3 times before dawn. If Flask is a cold, calculated operative who views the hero course as an administrative barrier, why did he nearly destroy his own metabolic core to drag Shoyuta out of that warehouse? He could have left him to bleed out. It would have taken the lead tracker off his case permanently." "Maybe he's a sympathizer," Vlad King suggested, leaning his head against the wall. "Or maybe he genuinely believes the lie he told Midoriya in that alley. Maybe he views the underground department as the only thin line keeping the slums from completely collapsing." "Whatever the reason, the parameters have shifted," Tsukachi said, his voice dropping into a quiet, dangerous whisper. "Flask didn't just neutralize the enforcers at the warehouse. The forensic teams found the 3 traffickers flash frozen into solid blocks of ice inside the freezer units. Their kinetic quirks were completely locked down by the crystallization before they could even draw a breath. Flask didn't use a high-frequency acoustic quirk tonight, Vlad. He used raw, high-output condensation manipulation. He used the very power we thought he was too weak to maintain." "Wait," Vlad King interrupted, his voice dropping into an incredibly tense, severe register. He reached out, tapping the tablet screen to pull up a separate forensic attachment, the crime scene photographs from inside the cold storage unit. "Look at these containment patterns, Naomasa. Flask didn't just freeze them to secure a tactical arrest." The photographs showed the 3 kinetic enforcers completely encased from the neck down in dense, blue-tinted glacial ice. The absolute precision of the freeze was terrifying. The ice had crept directly into their clothing, sealing their hands flat against their chests to entirely deny them the finger-snapping gestures required to initiate their kinetic shockwaves. But it was the sheer force of the deployment that made Vlad King's breath hitch. The concrete wall behind the freezer units had cracked under the pressure of the expanding ice. The enforcers' masks were shattered, their eyes wide with a lingering, frozen panic that suggested the water had slammed into them with the kinetic mass of a solid tidal wave before solidifying in a fraction of a second. "They were completely overwhelmed," Vlad King murmured, a cold sweat breaking out along his neck as he analyzed the sheer structural violence of the scene. "These 3 are seasoned underground fighters. They've gone toe-to-toe with disaster relief pros, and they were neutralized so fast they didn't even have time to activate their kinetic dampeners. This wasn't a standard vigilante intervention. This was an execution of absolute rage. Flask didn't just stop them, Naomasa. He absolute crushed them for touching Shoyuta. I know, Tsukachi said, his eyes darkening as he stared at the fractured concrete in the photographs. The forensic team noted that if the ambient room temperature had been 2 degrees lower, the sheer density of the flash freeze would have collapsed the suspect's rib cages entirely. Whoever is running that suit. They lost their mind when they saw Shoyuta bleeding. The calculated restraint we've been tracking for months? The clean, non-lethal water cuffs? It completely evaporated the second an underground hero was put in danger. We're not dealing with a detached vigilante anymore. We're dealing with someone who is weaponizing pure, protective fury. Back at the Class 1A dorms, the early morning light was completely blocked by the heavy, drawn curtains of the second-floor corner room. Izuku sat on the edge of his mattress, his civilian clothes still on, his hands wrapped tightly around a scaling foil packet of high-sodium broth that had long since gone cold. He wasn't shivering. The freezing rebound that usually followed a high-output water maneuver had been brutally suppressed by a massive, continuous transfer of metabolic heat, a process that had left the air inside his room smelling faintly of sulfur and burnt sugar. In the center of the floor, Katsuki Bakugo stood with his arms crossed, his face twisted into an expression of pure, unadulterated venom. Beside him, Hitoshi Shinso sat at the small desk, his fingers rapidly deleting the automated police logs from the burner phone interface to ensure no digital breadcrumbs remained within the campus firewall. They're going to put the sector on high alert, Shinso said, his voice dropping into a flat, steady tone that betrayed none of the panic that had consumed them when Izuku first stumbled through the window covered in Aizawa's blood. A camera caught the extraction, Midoriya. Tsukachi already has the footage. They don't know your name, but they know Flask was the one who helped Aizawa-sensei and pressed his emergency button. Izuku didn't look up. His green eyes were fixed on his own palms, where the faint, residual scent of his father's leather gear still lingered beneath the chemical smell of the soap he had used to scrub his skin. He was dying, Kaken, Izuku whispered, his voice a raw, broken thread that didn't possess a single ounce of his usual energetic stagecraft. The enforcers. They had his capture weapon severed. They were going to finish him right there on the concrete because the local precinct didn't have enough units to cover the sector. If I had stayed in this room, if I had listened to the rules and kept the vault locked, Dad wouldn't be in that operating room right now. He'd be gone. Bakugo didn't yell. He didn't spark his palms. The complete absence of his explosive theatricality was a terrifying testament to the absolute gravity of the situation. He stepped forward, his heavy combat boot planting hard against the frame of Izuku's bed, forcing the green-haired boy to raise his head. I'm not saying you should have let the old man die, you idiot, Bakugo hissed, his crimson eyes burning with a fierce, protective fury that matched the intensity of the final match at the sports festival. I'm saying that you left important evidence. The detective isn't stupid. He's going to look at that footage and realize Flask has a personal stake in Aizawa's survival. Every time the old man takes a step or opens an investigation from this point on, the task force is going to be looking for a shadow that matches his cadence. Bakugo leaned down, his face barely inches from Izuku's. The sports festival proved you can burn clean, Deku. But Flask just became the #1 target for the entire underground department. If you slide into those tunnels again before the old man clears the hospital wing, I'll personally tear that respirator off your face and hand you to the precinct myself. Understand? Izuku looked at his childhood friend, seeing the raw, defensive fear hidden beneath the aggressive scowl, and then looked over at Shinso, whose silent, resolute nod confirmed the absolute boundary of their circle. I understand, Kaken, Izuku softly confirmed, his fingers tightening around the cold foil packet. The air inside room 414 of the Muzutafu General Hospital was heavy with the rhythmic, mechanical sigh of a medical ventilator and the sterile, sharp tang of localized antiseptic. Shoyuta Aizawa sat propped up against a mountain of stiff, white hospital pillows. His right shoulder and upper torso were completely immobilized beneath a thick, reinforced tactical cast, layers of dense medical gauze peeking out from beneath the collar of his hospital gown. His face was pale, shadowed by a thick layer of dark stubble, but his left eye was sharp, clear, and intensely focused on the two figures sitting at the foot of his bed. You look awful, Shoyuta, Hisashi Yamada present mic said, his voice completely stripped of its usual radio show theatricality. He sat in a plastic visitor's chair, his leather jacket draped over his lap, his long blonde hair pulled back into a loose, uncharacteristic ponytail. His eyes were wide with a genuine, raw exhaustion. Like, seriously, Sho. You can't keep pulling these solo stunts in the lower sectors. If the rescue drone hadn't stabilized the internal thoracic pressure. I'm fine, Zashi, Aizawa rasped, his voice rough and dry, scraped raw by the intubation tube the surgeons had removed only 6 hours prior. He shifted slightly, a low grunt of pain escaping his lips as the movement aggravated the fractured ribs beneath the cast. His gaze drifted to the right, landing on the small, quiet form of his foster son. Izuku sat perfectly rigid on a low stool beside the window, his hands clamped tightly over his knees. He was wearing his standard UA winter uniform coat, the fabric heavy enough to mask the subtle, frantic trembling of his shoulders. His green curls were a messy, uncombed tangle, and his eyes were wide, fixed on the linoleum floor with an expression of pure, anxious devotion. He looked exactly like a terrified teenager who had spent the last 12 hours convinced his father was going to die in a sewer. "You shouldn't be skipping the afternoon foundational drills for this, Izuku," Aizawa said softly, his tone shifting into that quiet, grounding register he reserved exclusively for the apartment. I couldn't stay in the classroom, Dad," Izuku whispered, his voice cracking perfectly on cue as he looked up, letting a single, warm tear slip down his soot-stained cheek. Inside his chest, the iron vault was screaming, his mind frantically calculating the proximity of Detective Tsukachi's briefcase on the bedside table. "When Vlad-sensei told us what happened in Sector I thought the syndicates. The syndicates didn't finish it," Naomasa Tsukachi's voice cut through the room as the door clicked open. The detective stepped into the room, his trench coat missing, his shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He looked entirely hollow, his eyes dark with a total lack of sleep. In his right hand, he held a sleek, black forensic tablet, the interface glowing with a secured police network emblem. "Naomasa," Aizawa nodded, his posture instantly stiffening into a professional underground baseline despite the pain. "What's the status on the Sector 5 raid? Did the tactical units secure the chemical precursors?" "The vats were secured, and the distribution network in that sector has been entirely dismantled," Tsukachi said, walking over to the foot of the bed and setting the tablet flat on the overbed table. He didn't look at Izuku, but his fingers were steady as he brought up a video file labeled secure_playback_005.mkv. "But we didn't clear the floor, Shoyuta. And the 3 kinetic enforcers who ambushed you? They aren't in a holding cell. They're currently in the ICU under heavy sedation." Hizashi blinked, his brow furrowing. "Wait, what? The enforcers are in the ICU? Did the backup units use excessive force during the extraction?" "The backup units didn't touch them," Tsukachi said grimly. He tapped the glass screen, activating the playback. "We recovered surveillance footage from the alleyway, as well as the interior logistics array from inside the cold storage unit. Shoyuta, you need to see what happened after you lost consciousness." Izuku's heart plummeted into a cold, suffocating abyss. His fingers dug so deeply into the fabric of his uniform trousers that the seams groaned. The footage, his mind screamed, a sudden spike of adrenaline flaring through his chest. "They have the interior array. They saw the condensation extraction." The interior camera was partially damaged by a stray kinetic shockwave, Tsukachi explained as the screen flickered to life, showing a grainy, monochrome angle of the warehouse floor. "There's no audio baseline, but the visual data is perfectly intact." On the screen, the image resolved into the brutal reality of the ambush. Aizawa was seen collapsing against the wooden crate, his capture weapon severed, the 3 masked enforcers closing the circle. The tallest enforcer raised a heavy, reinforced boot, preparing to drive it down into the hero's ribs. Then, the mist exploded. The video showed a small, dark shadow dropping from the ceiling ventilation. The figure was draped in the heavy, padded fabric of the Flask suit, the dark glass of the visor catching the yellow glare of the single halogen bulb. "Flask," Aizawa muttered, his left eye widening slightly as he stared at the screen. What followed on the footage was a display of pure, unadulterated tactical violence that made Hisashi Yamada drop his black-rimmed glasses onto his lap. The vigilante didn't look for a pipe. He didn't use a localized steam pocket like he had at the Miko Reservoir. With a sudden, violent downward motion of both hands, Flask drew 3 massive, swirling pillars of freezing water directly from the ceiling's condensation lines. The liquid slammed into the 3 enforcers with the force of an industrial piston, throwing their massive frames across the floor and pinning them against the freezer doors. Before the smoke could even clear, the water flash frozen into dense, blue-tinted blocks of glacial ice, locking their limbs in a fraction of a second. "Look at the density of that freeze," Hisashi breathed, his jaw dropping as he leaned forward until his nose almost touched the glass. That's not a low-level mutation, Naomasa. He completely crushed them. The concrete behind the freezer doors is cracking." "It's an execution of absolute rage," Tsukachi whispered, his eyes fixed on the screen as the video transitioned to the exterior convenience store lens. The footage shifted to the dark, misty alleyway. The camera caught the exact second Flask lower Aizawa against the brick wall using a low-pressure cushion of water. Then, the vigilante dropped to his knees. The camera zoomed in slightly, the grainy pixels resolving the frantic, clumsy movements of Flask's hands as he checked Aizawa's pulse, before slamming his forehead directly against the hero's uninjured shoulder in a posture of complete, devastating collapse. The silence inside the hospital room was deafening. Aizawa stared at the screen, his left eye wide, his breath catching in his throat as he watched the small, dark figure on the monitor press his face against his own bleeding shoulder, his body heaving with a frantic, silent rhythm that translated through the lens as an agonizing sob. "He's crying," Aizawa whispered, his voice completely raw, a sudden, profound look of shock and confusion crossing his features. Why? Why is he reacting like that? Beside the window, Izuku felt a cold sweat break out along his collar. He forced his eyes to widen in a look of perfect, horrified surprise, his hands coming up to cover his mouth as if he were completely overwhelmed by the violence of the footage. This is the vigilante?" Izuku asked, his voice trembling with a flawless mixture of anxiety and confusion. "The one from the docks? Why did he stay with you, Dad? If he's a criminal." "That's exactly what the task force is trying to calculate, Midoriya-kun," Tsukachi said, turning to look at the boy with a look of deep, professional intensity. "Flask has been operating in the lower sectors for months with a profile of cold, analytical detachment. He doesn't take sides, he barely engages with the pros, and he handles his extractions with a non-lethal, calculated baseline designed to avoid police scrutiny. But last night? The calculated restraint completely evaporated." The detective advanced the frame to the exact moment where Flask stood up, his visor turning to glare directly into the security camera before vanishing into the mist. "Look at the posture," Tsukachi insisted, his finger tapping the glass. "He didn't just save Shoyuta because it was convenient. He nearly destroyed his own metabolic core to drag him out of that warehouse. The forensic team found traces of heavy thermal overcompensation on Shuta's jacket, the exact same burnt sugar and ozone residue we found on the capture weapon fiber 3 weeks ago." Hisashi's head snapped up, his eyes locking onto Izuku. "The residue? The same one from the alleyway? The one Izuku left when he gave him first aid?" "Yes," Tsukachi nodded grimly. "The task force analyst spent 5 hours running the behavioral algorithms. There is only one logical conclusion that fits every single piece of evidence we have. Flask isn't an unregistered slum dweller who happens to run into UA students. Flask is an insider who has a deep, personal, and highly specific connection to the underground department. He knows Shoyuta. He knows his habits, he knows his patrol routes, and he has a protective stake in his survival that borders on psychological obsession." Aizawa closed his eye, a heavy, exhausted sigh escaping his lips as he leaned his head back against the pillows. The shock of the video was still vibrating through his nervous system, but his brain was already rebuilding the puzzle pieces. "The architect theory was a false baseline," Aizawa rasped, his left hand clenching into a fist against the white blanket. "He didn't target Izuku in that alley to use his flames for a reset. He was already monitoring our apartment sector. He knew Izuku was my son. He knew that if the drag rings moved into Sector 4, my kid would be the first one in the line of fire. So he's a guardian angel with a badge problem?" Hisashi asked, his voice low and serious. "Shoyuta. Who do you know from the old industrial divisions who possesses a high-output hydrokinetic mutation? Think about the legacy cases from 10 years ago. Someone who dropped off the grid after the corporate liquidations." "Nobody fits the metric," Aizawa muttered, his brow furrowing as he stared at the ceiling. "The sheer volume of water he manipulated last night. That's a top-tier disaster relief baseline. Someone with that kind of power doesn't just disappear into the sewers without leaving a footprint in the National Registry." Izuku took a slow, steady breath through his nose, forcing his heart rate to drop back into a controllable rhythm. They believed Flask was an old associate, a ghost from Aizawa's past who was weaponizing his power to run a private protective detail around their family. Izuku looked at the pale, bandaged face of his father, the guilt in his chest burned hotter than any green flame he had ever unleashed. He had saved his dad's life, but the shadow was growing wider and Flask was officially running out of places to hide. The underground parking garage beneath the Muzutafu General Hospital smelled of damp concrete, exhaust fumes, and the sharp, chemical bite of industrial cleaner. It was 2 a.m., a Tuesday morning, and the heavy rain that had plagued the city for 3 days had finally dwindled to a miserable, clinging mist. Hitoshi Shinso leaned his back against a massive concrete pillar, his hands buried deep in the pockets of his UA gym trousers. His purple eyes were bloodshot, tracking the slow, rhythmic sweep of a nearby security camera. Every few seconds, the motorized lens clicked, pivoting 45 degrees to monitor the rows of parked sedans. The loop is clean, Shinso said, his voice nothing more than a low, flat vibration in the humid air. He didn't turn his head as a small, shadow-draped figure materialized from the dark stairwell behind him. I mapped the local precinct's external server before we left the dorms. The camera on Grid 4 is running on an overlapping delay. If you move during the pivot, the frame rate will skip you completely. Izuku stepped into the pale fluorescent light of the garage, pulling the heavy, water-repellent hood of his civilian coat down over his green curls. He wasn't wearing the flask suit. The padded vest, the carbon fiber trousers, and the dark visor were all securely locked behind the false panel in his dorm room locker, scrubbed clean of everything except the lingering, metallic scent of the cold storage facility. Tonight, he was just a student sneaking past a hospital perimeter, his bare hands tucked into his pockets, his skin radiating a faint, frantic hum of metabolic heat. "How is he?" Izuku asked, his voice rough and uneven. "The night nurse cycled the recovery drone's nutrient line an hour ago," Shinso replied, straightening up from the pillar and tossing a small, encrypted keycard toward Izuku. "Aizawa-sensei's vitals are holding steady at a baseline of 92. The internal bleeding hasn't flared up since the afternoon evaluation, but the detective has 2 plainclothes officers stationed at the main elevator lobby on the 4th floor. They aren't there to protect him from villains, Midoriya. They're waiting to see if Flask tries to deliver another first aid package." Izuku caught the keycard, his fingers tightening over the plastic edge until the material bowed. "They think Flask is a rogue pro. Dad spent 3 hours reviewing the old administrative termination files from the logistics purge before he finally fell asleep. He's looking for someone who doesn't exist." "Then let him look," Shinso said coldly, his purple eyes narrowing as he stepped back into the shadow of the stairwell. "As long as the task force is chasing a 40-year-old disgruntled architect from the old commercial division, the search parameter stays exactly 3 decades away from your desk. Use the service elevator in the loading bay. The cleaning staff uses the keycard to bypass the main reception monitors between 2 and 3. "Thanks, Hitoshi," Izuku whispered. "Don't thank me yet," Shinso muttered, his voice trailing off into the concrete dark. "Bakugo's running a thermal perimeter drill around the ground beta perimeter right now just to explain why the dorm sensors are registering an anomalous heat spike tonight. If the old man wakes up while you're in the room, the situation is going to look completely different." The 4th-floor intensive care corridor was a silent labyrinth of soft white linoleum and double-paned glass insulation. Izuku slipped through the heavy fire door at the end of the Western Service Hall, his soft-soled shoes making no sound against the polished floor. The hospital was dead, the rhythmic, distant beep-beep-beep of cardiac monitors from the surrounding rooms acting as a steady, mechanical heartbeat for the entire wing. When he reached room 412, he paused, his hand resting flat against the cold wood of the door frame. Through the narrow glass viewport, he could see the soft, amber glow of the small reading lamp mounted above the bed. Shoyuta Aizawa wasn't asleep. The underground hero was sitting perfectly upright against the white pillows, his left hand methodically sorting through a stack of physical forensic photographs laid across his blanketed lap. The thick, white tactical cast still held his right shoulder in a rigid, unnatural alignment, and the dark circles beneath his eyes looked like bruised ink in the dim light. Izuku took a slow, deliberate breath, forcing his pulse to drop to a calm, steady rhythm before he turned the handle and pushed the door open. The hinges didn't creak, but Aizawa's head snapped up instantly, his sharp dark eye tracking the movement with a lethal, instinctive speed that didn't falter despite the heavy doses of pain suppressants running through his foreline. When he saw the green curls and the oversized UA winter coat, the tension in his jaw dropped by a fraction of an inch, replaced by a deep, quiet frown. "It's past 3, Izuku," Aizawa said, his voice incredibly rough, a low rasp that vibrated with a father's exhaustion. "The campus gates have been locked for 4 hours. If Hizashi found out you were navigating the central transit line after curfew in this rain." "I didn't take the train, Dad," Izuku said softly, closing the door behind him and walking over to the side of the bed. He pulled up the small plastic stool, sitting down beside the monitoring console. He reached out, his small, calloused fingers wrapping around Aizawa's left hand, the one resting on the blanket. He let a gentle, controlled wave of emerald fire flicker across his knuckles for a split second, just enough to transfer a soothing, steady heat to his father's cold skin. "Shinso's foster uncle has a logistics van with an academic clearance sticker. He dropped me off at the loading bay." Aizawa stared down at their joined hands, the green sparks reflecting in his dark eye. A slow, heavy sigh escaped his lips, the breath rattling against his fractured ribs. "You're stubborn." "I was worried," Izuku whispered, letting his voice hit that exact pitch of fragile, desperate honesty that always anchored his performance. He looked at the forensic photographs scattered across the blanket. Did Detective Tsukachi find something else at the warehouse? Aizawa didn't answer immediately. He used his thumb to slide the top photograph across the fabric, revealing a high-resolution, close-up shot of the blue-tinted glacial ice that had encased the 3 kinetic enforcers. The laboratory results from the ice samples came back an hour ago, Aizawa said, his voice dropping into a quiet, dangerous register that made the hair on the back of Izuku's neck stand up. The water flask used wasn't drawn from the public utility lines. It didn't contain the standard fluoride additives or the chloramine purifiers that the city uses to treat the municipal supply. Izuku held his breath, his fingers tightening against Aizawa's hand. What did they find? The water contained an incredibly high concentration of dissolved heavy metals, industrial sulfur, and ancient sediment from the lower pre-Quirk aquifer, Aizawa continued, his eye locking onto Izuku's face with an intensity that made the boy's chest tighten. It's the exact chemical footprint of the deep earth reservoirs beneath Sector the lines that were capped off years ago after the tectonic shift. Aizawa reached down, tapping the photograph with his index finger. To pull fluid from a capped aquifer 80 feet beneath the concrete crust without using an industrial pump or a mechanical drill requires a molecular pull that exceeds every known hydrokinetic registry marker in the country. Flask isn't an associate from my past, Izuku. He isn't an architect who found the old books. Then, who is he? Izuku forced out, his analytical mind frantically trying to calculate the trajectory of the detective's new hypothesis. He's a mutant whose quirk factor is evolving at an exponential, catastrophic rate, Aizawa whispered, his gaze shifting back to the dark window where the mist was strkng the glass. The sheer force of that freeze. It wasn't just an execution of rage. It was a biological dump. His body is generating so much internal pressure that if he doesn't discharge the fluid into the city lines every 48 hours, his own vascular system will crystallize from the inside out. Aizawa turned his hand over, his fingers wrapping around Izuku's wrist, checking the steady, warm pulse of the boy's thermal baseline. He's using you to stay alive, Izuku, Aizawa said, his voice thick with a profound, terrifying parental protectiveness. The scent on my capture weapon. The burnt sugar and ozone. The forensic team realized it wasn't baked into his jacket 3 weeks ago during that alley incident. The chemical bonding was fresh. It happened, at maximum, a week before the warehouse ambush. The room went completely silent, save for the mechanical click of the 4-pump. Izuku felt the ground beneath his stool shift. The meticulous lie he had spun at the kitchen table was fracturing under the weight of the police laboratory's precision. They knew the contact was recent. They knew Flask had been near him right before the raid. He came to the campus perimeters, didn't he? Aizawa asked, his voice dropping into a tone of absolute certainty that left no room for denial. The night after the sports festival. While I was at the precinct reviewing the synthetic file, Flask approached you near the ground alpha training walls. He needed your fire to reset his baseline after the exertion at the docks. Izuku looked down at his own shoes, his green curls falling forward to cast a deep shadow over his eyes. He let his shoulders tremble, a single, shaky breath escaping his lips as he wove the fabrication into the new framework of evidence. He didn't hurt me, Dad, Izuku lied, his voice dropping into a fragile, guilty whisper that perfectly matched Aizawa's expectations. He was shivering so badly his mask was frosted over. He was standing in the alley behind the convenience store. He told me if I didn't give him a thermal spark, he wouldn't survive the night. I was so scared. I didn't want him to die on the campus line. Aizawa closed his eye, his fingers tightening around Izuku's wrist until the grip was almost painful. A deep, aching look of relief and fury crossed his face. You did what you thought was necessary to save a life, Aizawa said softly, his voice trembling slightly with an emotion he rarely allowed himself to show. But he's leveraging your empathy, Izuku. He knows you won't turn him in because of what happened the first time. He's turning my son into a biological accomplice to keep himself from burning out in the gutters. The underground hero reached down, sliding the forensic photographs back into the folder and closing the tab with a heavy, definitive snap. Tsukachi is setting a new dragnet tomorrow morning, Aizawa said, his eye opening, burning with a lethal, cold resolve. We aren't searching the old buildings anymore. We're monitoring the deep earth pressure valves along the Sector 6 line. If Flask comes near you again, if he steps within a mile of the UA perimeter to look for your heat, I will ensure the tactical units deploy the non-lethal kinetic nets before he can even draw a gallon of fluid from the pavement. I am going to end this, Izuku. For good. Okay, Dad, Izuku whispered, his face still buried in the shadows. He stood up slowly, gently releasing Aizawa's hand and pulling his yellow backpack over his shoulder. The iron vault inside his chest felt heavier than ever, the walls of the double life closing in with a terrifying, mathematical precision. The police were moving to the very valves he used to breathe, his father was weaponizing the entire underground department to protect him from himself, and Flask was officially running out of pavement. As he walked out into the cold, misty air of the parking garage where Shinso was waiting in the shadows of the loading bay, Izuku looked up at the black sky. The heavy iron door of the 1A homeroom didn't slide open with its usual smooth, rhythmic click. Instead, it was pushed inward with a slow, deliberate weight that instantly brought the pre-bell chatter to an absolute, suffocating halt. Shoyuta Aizawa stepped up to the podium. He was still wearing the reinforced tactical sling over his right shoulder, his arm bound tightly against his chest beneath a modified version of his dark hero uniform. The right side of his jaw was still shadowed by the fading yellow bruises of kinetic impact, and his dark eye looked hollow, sunken deep into the sallow skin of his face. But his posture was as rigid, cold, and commanding as the day he had first walked into the classroom. "Sit down," Aizawa rasped, his voice a low, gravelly friction that didn't require a microphone to cut through the room. The students materialized in their seats instantly, their eyes locked onto the bandaged form of their teacher with a mixture of profound relief and guarded tension. From the second row, Izuku kept his hands flat against his desk, his fingers digging into the polished wood until his knuckles turned ash-white. His green eyes were wide, fixed on the black sling with an expression of intense, quiet devotion. Inside his chest, the iron vault was vibrating with a heavy, rhythmic pulse. He shouldn't be back yet, Izuku's mind screamed, a cold sweat breaking out along his collar. The recovery drone's cellular synthesis takes at least another 4 days to secure the thoracic cartilage. He's forcing the baseline. "As you can see, the administration has cleared me for light field supervision," Aizawa said, his single dark eye scanning the rows before stopping for a brief, heavy second on Izuku. There was no suspicion left in that gaze, only the deep, fiercely protective vigilance of a father who believed his son was being hunted by a phantom. "The syndicate activity in Sector 5 has been suppressed, but the systemic instability in the outer districts is rising. You do not have the luxury of trailing behind the curriculum." He tapped the digital console on the podium with his left hand. "Today's exercise is a joint combat simulation with Class 1B at Ground Gamma," Aizawa announced flatly. "The parameters have been modified to focus entirely on high-density environmental adaptation. The hero course isn't about fighting in a pristine vacuum. You will be deployed in a multi-level industrial layout under active atmospheric variance. Get into your costumes." The artificial verticality of Ground Gamma loomed over the students like a labyrinth of rusted iron, weathered concrete, and low-hanging steel pipes. For today's drill, the support course had dialed the facility's climate control to a suffocating extreme. The air temperature was locked at a crisp, freezing 45 degrees Fahrenheit, while the ambient humidity was spiked to a maximum of 95%. It was a heavy, clinging mist that coated every iron handrail and concrete ledge in a permanent, slick film of moisture. "The scenario is a tactical retrieval," Vlad King's voice boomed over the structural loudspeaker network as the two classes lined up at the western staging platform. "Team 1A will defend the central pressure hub on the 4th tier. Team 1B will execute a multi-pronged infiltration sequence. The boundaries are absolute." Izuku stood near the secondary support pillar, his gloved hands adjusting the alignment of his thermal boots. He was paired with Uraraka, Ashido, and Mineta for the defensive anchor, a configuration that relied on high mobility and zone denial. But across the concrete divide, the infiltration unit of Class 1B was already settling into their stances. Nito Monoma stood at the front of the line, his slick blonde hair damp from the heavy mist, his standard hero tuxedo crisp despite the humidity. His gray eyes were locked directly onto Izuku, a thin, sharp smile stretching across his face, a look of pure, calculated provocation that made Bakugo, who was anchoring the secondary sector, let out a low, dangerous growl. "The golden boy of the sports festival," Monoma called out, his voice echoing clearly off the rusted iron plating of the rafters. He took a step forward, his hands resting casually on his hips as his gray eyes narrowed into tiny, venomous slits. "The prodigy with the brilliant green fire. Tell me, Midoriya, does that burning spark of yours feel a bit heavy today? Or is the weight coming from somewhere else?" Izuku didn't answer, his emerald eyes remaining steady as he dropped into a standard low-ready stance. "We're ready when you are, Monoma-kun." "Oh, I'm sure you are," Monoma chuckled, a low, melodic sound that carried a strange, dangerous edge through the humid air. He leaned against the railing, his gaze shifting briefly toward the observation tower where Aizawa stood with his left hand clamped onto the iron banister. "But I wonder, when the pros look at you, do they see a hero? Or do they just see a convenient distraction? I mean, look at your foster father up there. He nearly died in a ditch last week because he was too busy chasing a shadow around your perimeter. It must be fascinating." being the reason a pro hero breaks his own bones just to keep you from freezing in the dark. The words hit the concrete floor like a drop of acid. Beside the pillar, Shinso's posture went dead silent, his purple eyes locking onto Monoma with a lethal intensity. Bakugo's palms popped with a sudden, violent spark of orange flame that instantly vaporized the surrounding mist. "Shut your mouth, you blonde extra, or I'll blast that slick hair right off your head." But Izuku didn't look at Bakugo. He didn't look at Monoma. Inside his chest, the mention of the warehouse ambushed the image of Aizawa bleeding out against the shattered wooden crate because the local precinct had been pulled away tore through the iron vault like a kinetic drill. The guilt, the absolute, suffocating fury of his double life, surged upward into his throat. He didn't reach for the fire quirk. He didn't think about the green sparks. "Start!" Vlad King's voice roared through the speakers. Monoma launched himself forward, his hand extending to copy the solid force quirk of Shishida as he charged across the central catwalk. "Let's see how hot those flames burn when the air gets heavy, Midoriya." Izuku sprinted to meet him, his heels igniting with a frantic, erratic burst of green fire. But as he drew his right fist back to execute a defensive parry, the intense internal pressure of his primary nature, the raw, suffocating volume of the water quirk that had been violently compressed by his emotional spike refused to be contained behind the ice wall. It didn't manifest as a liquid whip. It didn't draw from the pipes. Instead, the sheer kinetic energy of his firepower collided with the compressed molecular moisture inside his sweat glands at a hyper-accelerated rate. The temperature around his right arm didn't rise, it plummeted into a freezing, localized vacuum while simultaneously expanding with the force of an industrial turbine. Thum! A massive, blinding shockwave of white, superheated steam erupted directly from the pores of Izuku's right forearm. It wasn't a standard cloud of vapor, it was a dense, hyper-pressurized column of white static that screamed through the alleyway with the acoustic pitch of a jet engine. The concussive force of the expansion didn't just obscure the line of sight, it shattered the thick concrete floorboards beneath Monoma's boots, the pneumatic pressure throwing the Class 1B student 40 feet backward into the structural safety netting. The steam didn't dissipate. It hung in the air like a solid wall of white wool, completely blocking the infrared sensors of the overhead observation cameras. Inside the dense whiteout, Izuku stood frozen, his right arm extended, his breath rattling violently behind his teeth. He wasn't shivering from a thermal drawback. His forearm was covered in a bizarre, glistening pattern of microcondensation, tiny, perfectly symmetrical beads of water that didn't run down his skin, but instead vibrated in harmony with the high-frequency static humming in his ears. The air directly around his fingers was so cold that the falling mist was instantly crystallizing into tiny, microscopic shards of frost that drifted through the air like diamond dust before vanishing into the heat of his boots. What is this?" Izuku whispered, his own voice sounding muffled, as if the dense steam had completely swallowed the acoustic properties of the room. The smoke cleared 20 seconds later under Ground Gamma's emergency exhaust fans, revealing Monoma groaning inside the safety nets and Izuku standing in the center of a heavily fractured concrete platform, a thick cloud of white vapor still rising from his shoulders. "The molecular density of the output was entirely anomalous," Aizawa said 2 hours later, his dark eye fixed on the medical monitor inside the faculty review office. Izuku sat on the edge of the examination table, his hero costume uniform shirt removed, revealing the clean, uninjured skin of his shoulder. The glistening pattern of microcondensation had long since faded, replaced by the standard, healthy warmth of his registered fire quirk under the steady application of Recovery Girl's diagnostic patches. Tsukachi sat in the corner chair, his notebook open, his eyes scanning the digital printouts from Ground Gamma's environmental sensors. The technical analysts reviewed the atmospheric variance log from the drill, Shoyuta. The moisture levels within Grid 3 dropped by 12% in the exact millisecond Midoriya deployed that blast. He didn't just heat the air to create steam. He processed the ambient humidity into a kinetic expansion. "It's a subharmonic development," Aizawa muttered, his left hand reaching up to rub his temple, his expression a tight, heavily guarded maze of professional evaluation. He looked down at Izuku, his voice dropping into that low, serious register that always made the lies feel like iron weights. "When your quirk factor stabilized during the sports festival, the ignition source was entirely internal. But today, you altered the barometric density of the room to sustain the propulsion. That's not a standard fire mutation, Izuku. That's an environmental conversion." I didn't mean to create that much pressure, Dad," Izuku said, his voice dropping into a perfect, slightly nervous stutter as he rubbed the back of his neck. He forced a small, energetic spark of green flame to flicker across his thumb to break the investigative tension. "Monoma-kuin's comments. They made me lose my focus. I felt this sudden, cold weight in my chest, and when I tried to push the flames through my arm, it felt like the heat was trapped behind a wall of cold air. I just pushed as hard as I could to break through it. Aizawa stared at the green sparks for a long moment, his eye narrowing slightly as a single, fleeting thought brushed against the edge of his consciousness, a cold weight. A high-pressure conversion. A molecular pull that mimics the structural logic of the reservoir. He pushed the thought away instantly, his jaw tightening as the sheer, absolute absurdity of the premise hit his logical baseline. No. That's ridiculous. His genetic registry is a clean line of succession from the Shizuoka branch. The tracking data places Flask 3 sectors away during the drill. And I would know if Izuku had some other quirk. Your core is adapting to the regional climate, Aizawa said finally, his hand coming down to rest firmly on Izuku's uninjured shoulder, his grip warm and protective. The high humidity at ground gamma forced your internal thermostat to compensate by drawing the external moisture into the thermal exhaust to prevent your own skin from blistering. It's a rare drawback adaptation, but it means your ceiling is higher than we calculated. We're going to update your official registry files to list thermal vaporization as a secondary behavioral aspect, Tsukachi noted, closing his notebook with a clean click. But you need to practice the output control, Midoriya-kun. If you trigger a pneumatic expansion like that inside a closed residential block, the pressure wave could collapse the internal drywall before the hero units can even deploy. I will, detective. I'll work with Kaken and Shinso on the containment drills, Izuku said, his bright green eyes steady as he forced a genuine smile of gratitude onto his face. As the two men turned back to the medical monitors to finalize the clearance paperwork, Izuku looked down at his own palms, his fingers curving into a tight, quiet fist. A week after the joint training exercise at ground gamma, the oppressive, heavy humidity that had choked Muzutafu finally fractured, pulled out to sea by a brisk northern front. The midnight sky was a crisp, obsidian vault, clear enough for the distant glitter of the coastal stars to pierce the standard layer of urban smog. High above the silent streets of Sector 4, Izuku sat on the rusted iron ledge of an abandoned water tower assembly. He wore the flask suit, the reinforced carbon fiber fabric cool against his skin, completely absorbing the ambient chill of the night. For 7 days, he had strictly obeyed the boundary enforced by Bakugo and Shinso. He hadn't touched a single municipal drainage valve, his water quirk entirely locked away behind the heavy iron vault in his chest. Tonight, he wasn't tracking a chemical shipment or mapping the legacy pipelines. He was just breathing. His skin radiated a faint, rhythmic hum of metabolic warmth, keeping his core temperature perfectly balanced at its baseline. The soft, rhythmic clink-clink of a loose carabiner against a steel ladder echoed from the maintenance platform below. Shoyuta Aizawa stepped onto the upper catwalk. He was no longer wearing the heavy tactical sling. The recovery drone's cellular synthesis had finally taken hold, leaving his right shoulder free, though his movements possessed a slight, guarded stiffness that betrayed the lingering deep tissue soreness. He wore his standard black underground hero gear, the long, gray strands of his capture weapon coiled loosely around his neck like a sleeping viper. He didn't activate the crimson glow of his erasure quirk. He simply walked to the edge of the iron beam, stopping exactly 5 paces away, his hands buried deep inside his tactical pockets. The medical examiners told me the ice samples from the cold storage unit were completely pure, Aizawa said, his voice a low, gravelly friction that cut through the whistling mountain wind. No chemical signatures. No treated city additives. Just deep earth groundwater from the Sector 6 aquifers. Izuku didn't turn his head. He kept his green eyes fixed on the distant, glittering grid of the city lights below. The deep lines are quiet, eraserhead. The pressure stays stable if you don't fight the current. He forced his vocal cords down into that dry, hollow rasp, the mechanical, exhausted whisper he used to strip the youthful pitch of Izuku Midoriya from the air. You nearly killed those 3 enforcers, Aizawa said, taking a slow, measured step forward, his dark eye tracking the slight, rhythmic rise and fall of the vigilante's shoulders. The thoracic compression from the flash freeze almost collapsed their sternums. The doctors had to use localized thermal probes just to restart their circulatory mapping. Izuku let out a low, dry breath, the vapor freezing into a tiny, brief wisp of white steam before vanishing into the dark. They were going to finish you on the concrete. The local precinct was deployed 5 miles away on the highway blockage, and your tactical transponder was running on an encrypted 3-second delay because of the signal dampeners inside the warehouse walls. If I had used a standard non-lethal water cuff, their kinetic shockwaves would have shattered your ribs before the fluid could even crystallize. The silence that followed the statement was sudden, absolute, and freezing. Aizawa's left hand slowly slipped out of his pocket, his fingers hovering just an inch above the loose fabric of his capture weapon. His dark eye narrowed into a sharp, lethal slit, the skin around his temple tightening with a sudden, fierce investigative focus. The signal dampeners inside the warehouse were military-grade, Flask, Izawa whispered, his voice dropping into a dangerously quiet register that made the hair on the back of Izuku's neck stand up. The precinct didn't find the interference units until the secondary forensic sweep at noon the next day. The technical logs were fully encrypted on a private corporate frequency. How did you know the transponder was running on a 3-second delay? Inside his padded gloves, Izuku's fingers went entirely numb. A sudden, violent spike of adrenaline flared through his chest, his mind executing a frantic, terrifying backward loop through the words he had just spoken. The transponder data, the realization slammed into him like a physical blow. Flask shouldn't have known about the encryption lag. The only people who had access to the recovery drone signal metrics were Detective Tsukachi, Present Mike, and the select few UA faculty members who had sat in room 412 while the forensic tablet was playing back the logistics reel. He had let a piece of private, high-tier UA security data slip right through the rasp of his disguise. I monitor the local frequencies, Izuku forced out, his mind spinning at a breakneck speed to construct a counter-narrative before Aizawa's hand could move. He turned his head slowly, letting the pale starlight catch the dark, polished surface of his unlatched respirator. When you operate in the lower sectors without a registered license, you learn to read the static. When a pro-hero's beacon drops below a certain decibel threshold without triggering an immediate regional dispatch, it means the network is lagging. It doesn't take a genius to calculate the math of an ambush. Aizawa didn't break eye contact. He stood perfectly still on the iron catwalk, his mind methodically processing the explanation, checking it against his logical baseline. For a single, terrifying second, a bizarre, chaotic thread of thought brushed against the very edge of Aizawa's consciousness, the defensive obsession. The precise, structural calculation of the network lag. It matches the exact way the kid analyzes hero metrics in his notebooks. He pushed the thought away instantly, a faint, mental scowl crossing his features at the absolute, statistical absurdity of the premise. No. Izuku's my kid. And he was sitting right beside me in the hospital room when Tsukachi brought the tablet. He was terrified. Flask is an independent operative who has been hacking the municipal grids for months. He probably has a backdoor tap into the regional transit servers. You're playing a high-stakes game, Flask, Aizawa said finally, his hand dropping back down to his side, though his posture remained tightly coiled. The detective isn't looking for an architect anymore. The task force is currently setting manual pressure monitors along every major pressure valve on the Sector 6 line. If you drop into those channels to draw fluid, the grid will flag your signature before you can even clear the intake caps. The grid belongs to the city, Izuku rasped, pulling the respirator mask back up over his jaw and clicking the side latches into place with a sharp, mechanical hiss that sealed the phantom away from the light. But the water belongs to the dark. I told my son about what you did, Aizawa said softly, his voice shifting into that quiet, private register that always made the guilt in Izuku's chest burn hotter than any emerald flame. I told him you nearly destroyed your own metabolic baseline to drag me out of that warehouse. He thinks you're a guardian. He thinks you're running a protective detail around our family because you don't want the syndicates to target his flames. Through the dark visor of his mask, Izuku watched his father's face, seeing the profound, fierce parental protectiveness written into the lines around his eye. He's a naive kid, Aizawa continued, his gaze drifting back to the city lights. He thinks everyone in the dark can be saved if you just give them enough heat. But I know the cost of this life, Flask. If you keep approaching him near the campus perimeters, if you use his empathy to turn him into a human heating pad to reset your system one more time, I will personally ensure the underground department locks you in a containment block where you won't see a drop of moisture for the rest of your natural life. Stay away from my son. The boy is safe from me, Eraserhead, the mechanical growl of the vocal modulator took over, completely erasing the human element from the air. Tell him to keep his fire clean. The winter is coming, and the cold doesn't care about a hero's metal. With a sudden, backward step, Izuku dropped off the edge of the iron assembly. An hour later, the 1A dorm room was entirely dark, save for the faint, green glow of the digital clock on the desk reading 3:42 a.m. Izuku sat on the edge of his mattress, his civilian clothes back on, his breath shaking slightly as he held his palms out in front of him. A steady, continuous wave of intense metabolic heat was radiating from his skin, forced outward by a series of quiet, rhythmic contractions to burn away the lingering chill of the railyard slide before his system could trigger a thermal drop. The door to his balcony clicked open, and Hitoshi Shinso stepped into the room, his purple hair damp from the morning mist, a clean towel in his hand. From the corner shadow near the wardrobe, Bakugo leaned against the wall, his arms crossed over his chest, his crimson eyes burning through the gloom like twin coals. "The old man just checked in with the front gate security," Shinso said, his voice nothing more than a whisper as he tossed the towel toward Izuku. He spent 20 minutes reviewing the external camera logs for Grid 4 before he went up to the faculty apartments. "Did he see the suit, Midoriya?" "No," Izuku whispered, wiping the cold condensation from his forehead, his green eyes dark with an intense, fragile exhaustion. "But I made a mistake, Hitoshi. I mentioned the 3-second transponder delay from the warehouse ambush. He caught it. He was suspicious for a second. I could see it in his eye." Bakugo didn't yell. He didn't spark his palms. He walked forward, his heavy hand coming down to slam roughly against the top of Izuku's green curls, his fingers transferring a massive, sudden surge of orange heat that instantly stabilized the boy's trembling baseline. "I told you, you DMN nerd," Bakugo hissed, his voice a low, dangerous vibration that remained buried beneath the quiet hum of the room's ventilation fan. "The old man is an underground tracker. If you drop one more thread of UA data in front of his face, he's not going to look at the regional registries anymore. He's going to look at the row of desks right in front of his podium. Keep your mouth shut, or you're going to get us all burned." Izuku looked down at his own hands, watching the tiny, green sparks dance across his knuckles, completely hidden from the world behind the drawn curtains of the dorm. The morning sun had barely managed to pierce the iron-gray overcast of Muzutafu when Class 1A assembled for the homeroom lecture. Izuku sat perfectly straight at his desk, his uniform jacket buttoned precisely, his green eyes fixed on his notebook. His left arm rested flat on the wood, his fingers loosely curled. On the surface, he was the picture of an anxious, hyper-focused student. But beneath the desk, his fingers were working a small, soft cotton cloth, rhythmically dabbing away the persistent, microscopic beads of moisture that kept forming along his knuckles, the lingering, stubborn condensation left over from the midnight slide at the rail yard. "Midoriya." The voice was a low, gravelly rasp that instantly broke the morning silence. Shoyuta Aizawa stood at the podium, his dark eye fixed on Izuku's left hand. He wasn't wearing his tactical gear today, he was in his standard black faculty jumpsuit, his posture rigid but slightly shifted to favor his healing right shoulder. "Bring your combat logistics ledger to the desk," Aizawa said flatly. "The administrative board needs a manual signature to confirm the atmospheric conversion metrics you logged during the ground gamma drill." "Yes, sensei," Izuku said, standing up with a quick, energetic nod that perfectly projected his usual eager demeanor. He walked up the aisle, holding the thick leather-bound ledger in his left hand. As he reached the front podium, his heel caught the slightly raised edge of the rubber floor mat, a genuine, accidental stumble caused by the tiredness in his calves. He instinctively reached out with his left hand to brace himself against the edge of the wood. His bare palm pressed flat against the polished dark surface of the faculty desk. "Sorry, Aizawa-sensei," Izuku muttered, quickly pulling his hand back and offering a nervous, stuttering smile as he stabilized his balance. I guess I'm still a little clumsy during the morning rotations." Aizawa didn't answer immediately. He took the ledger with his left hand, his sharp eye dropping to the exact spot where Izuku's palm had just rested. There, on the dark, lacquered wood, was a perfect, pristine outline of a handprint. It wasn't made of sweat or oil. It was a layer of microscopic, icy frost, the white crystals shimmering briefly under the fluorescent lights before the ambient heat of the classroom instantly melted them into 5 tiny, stagnant pools of clear water. A sudden, violent silence filled the space between them. Aizawa stared at the dissolving moisture, his single eye widening with a cold, terrifying clarity. The piece of data hit his mind like a physical blow: the condensation. The exact chemical footprint of an internal pressure dump. The frost that Flask left on the railyard cable less than 6 hours ago. He looked up, his gaze locking onto Izuku's green eyes with a lethal, piercing intensity that made the boy's breath catch in his throat. For 3 agonizing seconds, the underground tracker didn't see his foster son. He saw the shadow on the railyard. He saw the precise, structural calculation of the transponder lag. He saw the small, dark figure who had sobbed into his bleeding shoulder in the dark of sector. The suspicion was a physical, suffocating weight in the air. Then, Izuku's face crumpled. It wasn't a calculated performance, it was the raw, genuine terror of a boy who realized his father was looking at him like a monster. His shoulders trembled, a look of profound, devastating vulnerability crossing his features as he took a small, shaky step backward, his green eyes filling with sudden, warm tears. I'm trying to control the thermal drawback, Dad," Izuku whispered, his voice cracking perfectly, pitched low enough so the rest of the classroom couldn't catch the title. The cold weight from ground gamma. It keeps coming back when I get nervous. Kaken said it's just the ignition core overcompensating for the heavy air, but it scares me. Aizawa froze. The sharp, investigative edge in his mind fractured instantly, replaced by a sudden, overwhelming wave of profound, agonizing guilt. He looked at the tears in the boy's eyes, at the frantic, desperate tremor in his small hands, and he felt a sickening twist behind his own ribs. What am I doing? Aizawa's thought slammed into his own consciousness with a wave of self-loathing. I'm so obsessed with finding this vigilante that I'm analyzing my own kid like a suspect. He's 16 years old. His quirk factor is unstable because I pushed him too hard at the sports festival, and I'm treating his medical setbacks like forensic evidence. Go back to your seat, Izuku, Aizawa said softly, his voice dropping into that private, protective register that erased the underground tracker completely. He reached out, his left hand coming down to press firmly against Izuku's shoulder, a silent gesture of profound apology. We'll adjust the baseline training after the afternoon bell. Don't push the output. Yes, sensei, Izuku whispered, wiping his face with his sleeve as he turned back to the aisle, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. The suspicion had been broken, but the margin had just become razor-thin. The night brought no sanctuary. By midnight, a massive, unannounced police raid had been triggered along the northern shipping canal of Sector. The chemical distribution syndicate hadn't fled the city, they had consolidated their remaining enforcers inside a sprawling, multi-level water filtration complex that bordered the shipping lanes, an industrial fortress of iron walkways, massive intake pipes, and rushing, unlit water channels. Boom! The sound of a heavy kinetic blast tore through the central turbine room as Detective Naomasa Tsukachi launched a secondary tactical squad across the lower catwalks. Hold the line on the western tier. They're trying to dump the remaining chemical precursors into the primary intake valves. Aizawa moved like a black blur through the rising smoke, his capture weapon slicing through the darkness to secure a masked enforcer by the ankles, throwing him violently over the iron railing into the secondary containment net. Beside him, 4 high-tier tactical officers were pinned down behind a row of steel filtration units, their service weapons held at a defensive low ready as a continuous, lethal hail of high-velocity kinetic rounds from the upper rafters tore through the sheet metal. We have 2 high-tier snipers on the crane platform, Shoyuta. Tsukachi shouted from behind a concrete pillar, his service weapon crackling as he returned fire. The signal dampeners are back up. We can't request a heavy unit rotation from the precinct. A sudden, high-velocity shimmer of water cut through the blinding smoke. Flask dropped from the overhead ventilation crane, his dark fabric completely invisible against the rusted iron. He didn't look at the police. He didn't acknowledge Tsukachi's warning. With a violent, sweeping motion of both hands, he drew a massive, pressurized curtain of water directly from the open filtration vats, creating a solid, unyielding liquid shield that completely absorbed the incoming kinetic rounds, the metal slugs flattening against the high-density surface before falling harmlessly into the gravel. Flask! Tsukachi barked, his eyes widening as the tactical tablet remained flat. He's matching the Sector 6 signature. Clear the lower valves, detective, the mechanical growl of the vocal modulator boomed through the turbine room. The upper rafters are rigged with kinetic compression mines. If they detonate the structure, the intake lines will collapse into the shipping lane. For 90 seconds, the coordination was a beautiful, terrifying symphony of necessity. Aizawa used his erasure quirk to neutralize the enforcer's line-of-sight abilities, while Flask operated as a fluid shield, his precise, high-pressure water cuffs securing the traffickers against the iron supports before they could even draw a weapon. They fought side by side, their movements completely in sync, an underground hero and a vigilante ghost navigating the chaos of the industrial furnace with a shared, unspoken cadence. Then, the world slowed down. High on the western crane platform, a wounded enforcer, his kinetic quirk neutralized by Aizawa's gaze, managed to drag a heavy, mechanical service pistol from his tactical vest. Aizawa's eyes were already pivoting to counter a secondary threat on the catwalk below, his erasure shifting away from the crane for a fraction of a second. The enforcer didn't target the shield. He targeted the exposed, uninjured left side of the underground hero's chest. Izuku saw it. Through the dark glass of his visor, his mind calculated the direction of the sniper's muzzle in a millisecond. There was no time to raise a water shield. There was no time to trigger a pressurized vapor blast. The bullet was already clearing the chamber. Inside the suit, the boy didn't think about the double life. He didn't think about Class 1A, the sports festival, or the Iron Vault. He only saw his father. With a sudden, violent lunging motion, Flask threw his entire body forward, his padded shoulder slamming directly into Aizawa's torso. The sheer force of the impact launched the underground hero 5 feet across the iron catwalk, clear of the sniper's line of sight. Bang! The heavy, high-velocity kinetic round tore through the mist. It didn't hit the carbon fiber plating. It struck Flask directly in the right side of his lower abdomen, tearing through the reinforced fabric with a sickening, wet impact. The force of the slug spun the small vigilante entirely around, his boots losing their grip on the slick iron ledge as he collapsed heavily against the rusted railing. "Flask!" Aizawa roared, his left hand launching his capture weapon automatically to secure the enforcer on the crane, dragging him over the ledge into the concrete void below. The turbine room was still a chaotic crossfire of police sirens and syndicate blasts, but Aizawa didn't look at the remaining traffickers. He scrambled across the iron catwalk on his knees, his hands reaching out to catch the falling form of the vigilante before he could slide into the rushing water of the intake channel below. "Hold on," Aizawa rasped, his voice cracking with a sudden, violent panic as his hands came away from the dark fabric covered in thick, warm blood. He dragged the small, limp frame backward into the deep shadow of the secondary maintenance tunnel, completely isolating them from the police units still fighting on the main floor. "Naomasa! Cover the western exit. I'm moving the asset out of the line of fire." Inside the dark tunnel, the silence was absolute, save for the frantic, wet gasps coming from behind the vigilante's respirator. Aizawa pressed his bare hand firmly over the wound, trying to stem the heavy flow of blood, his dark eye wide with a profound, terrifying confusion as he looked down at the small, shattered figure in his arms. The respirator mask was cracked from the impact, the electronic hum of the vocal modulator sputtering wildly before dying completely, leaving nothing but the raw, hitching breath of a child in the dark. "Why did you do that?" Aizawa whispered into the shadows, his hands shaking as the blood seeped through his fingers. "You're a criminal. Why did you take that round from me?" The vigilante's hand rose slowly, the wet, gloved fingers trembling as they brushed against the sleeve of Aizawa's jumpsuit. He didn't use the deep growl. He didn't use the rasp. Behind the shattered visor, a low, familiar, and completely unmodulated whimper escaped the mask, a sound that made the entire universe inside Shoyuta Aizawa's mind instantly come to a violent, screaming halt. The mechanical hum of the warehouse filtration systems faded into a distant, underwater drone inside the dark mouth of the maintenance tunnel. Here, hidden behind a firewall of rusted steel pipes and forgotten junction boxes, the air was freezing, thick with the smell of stagnant river water and fresh iron. Shoyuta Aizawa's hands were stained completely red. He kept his left palm clamped over the right side of the vigilante's abdomen, applying as much pressure to the wet, torn carbon fiber fabric that he could. The blood was warm-hot, even surging past his fingers with a terrifying, rhythmic velocity that signaled a ruptured arterial branch. Beneath the heavy, padded layers of the Flask suit, the small frame was convulsing, brief, shallow tremors racking the torso with every hitching breath. "Stay with me," Aizawa rasped, his voice sounding entirely foreign to his own ears, hollowed out by an instinctual, animalistic panic he hadn't felt since the structural collapse at Ground Beta. He didn't know why his chest felt like it was being compressed by an iron vice. He didn't know why the sight of this specific, faceless criminal bleeding out in a ditch was making his vision blur at the edges. "Flask, look at me. Keep your eyes open. The recovery units are clearing the secondary tier. I need you to regulate your breathing." The vigilante didn't look at him. His head was tilted back against the cold brick wall, the polished dark visor of his mask shattered down the center by a secondary impact against the iron railing. "Dad." The word didn't come from a speaker. It didn't possess the mechanical, digitized resonance of the vocal modulator, nor the forced, hollow rasp of the railyard phantom. It was a tiny, broken thread of sound, a child's voice, suffocated by blood and agonizing terror, slipping through the cracked plastic of the respirator. Aizawa froze. The entire universe inside his mind, the forensic files, the data logs, the tracking algorithms, the library ledgers came to a violent, screaming halt. The blood in his veins turned to liquid nitrogen. His left hand, still pressed against the bleeding wound, began to tremble so violently that the dark fabric beneath his palm rustled. "No," Aizawa whispered, the syllable escaping his lips like a breath of ash. "No. That's not possible. No. This is some sick joke." With a jerking, frantic motion that bypassed every single rule of preservation, Aizawa reached up with his left hand and caught the side latches of the Flask respirator. His fingers slipped against the blood-slick plastic, his breathing turning into a ragged, desperate heave as he tore the side seals open. He ripped the heavy mask away from the face, throwing the cracked plastic assembly across the concrete floor where it shattered against a water pipe. The amber glare of a distant emergency signal light flickered through the rusted grating above, casting a dull, rhythmic pattern of light across the damp skin. It was Izuku. His green curls were a matted, sodden tangle, stuck to his forehead by a mixture of cold sweat and the heavy mist of the filtration room. His skin was a sallow, translucent white, entirely stripped of the vibrant, healthy color he had carried into the classroom that morning. A dark smear of blood lined his lower lip, and his emerald eyes were wide, unfocused, and glossy with a profound, agonizing shock as they rolled upward to meet his father's gaze. Izuku, Aizawa choked out, the name tearing through his throat like jagged glass. The world collapsed into a sickening, vertical drop. The foster son he had spent months trying to protect from the shadows, the boy who sat at his dining table and nervously analyzed hero metrics in yellow notebooks, the boy who had cried in the hospital wing because he was scared of the cold weight in his chest was the phantom. The predator. The architect. The monster his own tracking unit had been hunting through the sewers of Muzutafu. I'm sorry. Izuku whispered, a small, dark bubble of blood escaping his lips as his head rolled weakly against the brickwork. His fingers, still covered in the wet, black tactical gloves, rose an inch from the concrete, trying to reach the sleeve of Aizawa's jumpsuit before dropping back into the dust. The bullet. I had to push you. Shut up, Aizawa commanded, his voice breaking completely into a raw, ragged sob as he slammed both hands back down over the abdominal wound. The blood was still coming, pooling in the grooves of the concrete floorboards beneath his knees. Shut up, Izuku. Don't talk. Don't you dare talk. The sheer, staggering weight of the realization was a physical mutilation. Aizawa's mind executed an instantaneous rewind through the last 3 months: the accidental alley encounter, the ice residue on the capture weapon, the collapse at the Miko reservoir, the microcondensation on the classroom desk. Every single piece of evidence he had used to construct his tragic, protective guardian angel wasn't a separate entity trying to shield a UA student. It was his son, fracturing his own body in the dark to keep the city from burying his primary nature. Naomasa! Aizawa screamed into the empty maintenance tunnel, his voice a wild, unhinged roar that didn't possess a single ounce of his standard underground authority. Tsukachi! Get a medical drone to the western tunnel access right now. Now! Shoyuta? Tsukachi's voice crackled through the earpiece, muffled by the distant sound of secondary kinetic gunfire from the main floor. We're still taking fire from the upper crane tier. I can't move the tactical line without. I don't give a DMN about the tactical line. The asset is a civilian. Aizawa roared, his left eye turning crimson as his erasure quirk activated completely out of pure, unmitigated terror, his hair rising into the humid air like a halo of serpents. He's a minor. He's dying, Naomasa. If you don't clear that lane in 30 seconds, I will drop the structural anchors myself. On the concrete floor, Izuku's breathing was turning into a wet, rattling gasp. The intense internal pressure of his primary nature, the raw, hydrokinetic reservoir that had been violently suppressed during the fight, began to react to the traumatic drop in his metabolic baseline. Tiny, glittering shards of frost began to erupt directly from the edges of his uniform collar, the white crystals creeping up the line of his throat like a frozen vine. Kaken. Heat. Izuku wheezed, his vision swimming with thick, dark spots as his body temperature began to plummet into a freezing, systemic vacuum. Dad. The vault. It's breaking. I can't keep it warm. I've got you, Aizawa whispered, his voice shaking as he leaned down, completely burying his face against the boy's wet green curls. He abandoned the tactical pressure on the wound for a fraction of a second, throwing his left arm completely around Izuku's shoulders and pulling the small, shivering frame tightly against his chest. He didn't care about the blood ruining his uniform. He didn't care about the police units clearing the catwalks 50 feet away. He only cared about the terrifying, rapid cooling of the skin beneath his hands. I've got you, Izuku. Listen to my voice. Don't look at the dark. Look at me. It's so cold. A tiny, broken sob escaped the boy's lips, his gloved fingers finally catching a handful of Aizawa's tactical vest, clinging to the fabric with the desperate, final strength of a drowning child. I didn't want to lie. The system. They wouldn't let me. I know, Aizawa choked out, the tears finally breaking past his lower lid to track through the soot on his own face. I know, kiddo. It's my fault. I should have looked closer. I should have seen what you were carrying. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I should have been better. I'm so sorry, Izuku. Aizawa desperately held Izuku closer, trying to keep him warm while simultaneously stopping the blood. It wouldn't stop. The blood kept gushing out of the wound, and Izuku's blood-wet coughs filled the air. Izuku's neck was almost completely covered in frost at this point, and it began to creep up his cheeks. Aizawa was crying, trying to stop it. Stop the blood. Stop everything. He couldn't lose Izuku. This was his kid, his son, the one who brought light into his life, into each other's lives, when everything was dark. They had saved each other, pulled each other into the light. And now Aizawa's light was fading right before his eyes. The corridor of the filtration plant was a concrete echo chamber of distant sirens, rushing water, and the metallic tang of old rust. Shoyuta Aizawa sat flat on the damp floorboards, his knees pressed against the cold floor of the maintenance tunnel entrance. His knees were drawn up, forming a tight, desperate cradle for the small, limp frame held against his chest. The heavy respirator mask had been cast aside, rolling into a drainage gutter somewhere in the dark, leaving Izuku's face entirely exposed to the flickering amber glare of the emergency signal lights. "Stay with me," Shoyuta whispered, the words ragged and broken, a low sound tore from his throat that he didn't recognize as his own. "Izuku, keep your eyes open. Regulate the breathing. Don't let it drift. Please, please Izuku." He was using both hands. His left palm was pressed firmly against the right side of the boy's lower abdomen, his fingers stained dark with blood, applying every ounce of pressure he possessed to stop the flow, even as it continued to flow through the cracks in his hand. His right arm was wrapped securely around Izuku's shoulders, pulling the child's upper body into the deep, frantic warmth of his faculty sweatshirt. The frost was still trying to climb. Tiny, brittle crystals of white ice were creeping up the side of Izuku's cheek like frozen vines, a systematic, freezing systemic drop that threatened to lock the boy's airway. Shoyuta used his bare knuckles to frantically rub at the matted green curls, pressing his own face against the boy's temple, trying to force his own metabolic heat across the cold skin. "Don't look at the dark," Shoyuta choked out, a heavy, warm tear tracking through the soot on his own face to drop onto Izuku's pale forehead. "Look at me, kiddo. I've got you. I've got you." The heavy, rhythmic slam of combat boots shattered the corridor's silence. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi burst through the reinforced fire doors at the end of the hall, his trench coat splattered with river runoff, his service weapon held at a defensive low ready. Two high-tier tactical officers sprinted directly behind him, the forward officer carrying a heavy, red industrial medical kit with both hands. As the glare of Tsukachi's flashlight hit the two figures on the concrete as the bright beam illuminated the unmistakable green curls of the UA student cradled in the underground hero's arms, the detective's entire posture locked up. He stopped dead in his tracks, his service weapon dipping toward the floorboards as his face went completely gray. "Shoyuta," Tsukachi whispered, his chest heaving as his eyes widened into a look of profound, uncomprehending horror. "Shoyuta. Is that Midoriya? Give me the kit." Shoyuta roared, his voice a wild, unhinged bark that made the tactical officers automatically stumble backward against the brickwork. He didn't wait for them to comply, he lunged forward from the floor, his left hand snatching the red plastic case from the officer's grip with a violent, jerking motion that tore the side latches clean open. "Call the medical line. Call recovery girl. Get the specialized transport units to the western loading dock right now. Right now, Naomasa." He didn't look at the instructions. He didn't care about the steps or the hero way to do it. Shuta's hands were shaking with a terrifying, rhythmic violence as he ripped open 3 layers of heavy sterile bandages, packing them flat over his own stained fingers to reinforce the pressure on Izuku's side. With his right hand, he tore the safety seals off 4 chemical heat warmers, shoving them directly beneath the matted layers of the flask suit, pressing the burning packets against the boy's shivering chest to combat the spreading frost. He's dropping," Shoyuta whispered into the dark, his shoulder pressing hard against Izuku's cheek as the boy's breathing turned into a faint, intermittent click against his collarbone. "He took the round for me, Naomasa, he put himself in front of me. Call the line. The transport is already clearing the lower perimeter, Shoyuta." Tsukachi shouted back, his own voice cracking with a frantic panic as he slammed his hand against his tactical radio. "Grid 6, clear the western transit lane. We have a red-level civilian trauma asset moving out of the filtration plant. Clear the gates." 20 minutes later, the rain outside the Sector 6 docks had turned into a blinding, horizontal sheet of gray needles. The courtyard was a chaotic crossfire of red ambulance strobes, flashing high beams, and the loud, continuous roar of police sirens. A specialized, heavy-duty UA medical transport, a reinforced vehicle equipped with independent climate stasis vault, stood with its rear doors thrown wide, the interior illuminated by a harsh, clinical white light. 2 automated medical assistants, their faces hidden behind sterile visors, were swiftly lifting the stretcher containing Izuku's frame into the vehicle's tracking brackets. The boy was completely enveloped in high-density thermal wraps, an oxygen line secured over his mouth, his face a sallow, motionless white against the clinical linens. "I'm staying in the vehicle," Shoyuta rasped, his hand clamped firmly onto the iron frame of the door, his boots skidding against the wet gravel as he tried to force his way into the interior bay beside the mattress. His dark hair was plastered flat against his skull, and his sweatshirt was entirely saturated with river mist and his son's blood. The manual baseline needs to be regulated during the transit. He reacts to the pressure drops. Sir, the stasis vault is completely sealed to maintain the barometric isolation, the forward assistant said, his hand coming up to press firmly against Shuta's chest, resisting his forward momentum with an absolute, professional rigidity. The atmosphere inside the cabin is locked at 78 degrees to prevent a systemic relapse. If we leave the seals open for a passenger rotation, the temperature variance will compromise the synthesis. You cannot ride in this vehicle. Get out of my way, Shoyuta whispered, a sudden, terrifying crimson spark flaring behind his dark eye as his hair rose into the freezing air like a halo of serpents. His fingers dug into the aluminum paneling of the ambulance door until the metal groaned under the force of his grip. He's my son. I'm not leaving the platform. Shoyuta, let go of the door. Tsukachi's arms came around Shuta's chest from behind, his boots digging into the mud as he used his entire body weight to drag the underground hero backward, away from the vehicle's steps. The seals have to close. Every second you hold that bracket open is a second he's losing air. Let them go. With a heavy, definitive slam, the rear doors of the transport swung shut, the iron latches clicking into place with a sound that felt like a guillotine dropping across Shuta's consciousness. The emergency siren screamed to life with a high-frequency wail, the heavy tires throwing a massive spray of dark gravel into the air as the ambulance surged forward, tearing through the precinct barricades toward the northern highway line that led back to the safety of the UA campus. Shoyuta stood alone in the center of the dark courtyard, his arms dropping weakly to his sides as the red strobe lights began to fade into the driving rain. His hands were shaking so violently that he had to tuck his thumbs inside his pockets to keep from losing his balance entirely. The tears were coming now, hot, silent, and continuous, tracking through the dirt on his cheeks before being washed away by the freezing downpour. The world around him felt like it was executing a slow, vertical drop into an abyss. The child he had spent 4 years trying to shelter from the shadows, the boy who analyzed hero statistics at his kitchen table, had just vanished into the dark behind a pair of steel doors, and there was absolutely nothing his erasure quirk could do to bring him back. Show! The voice tore through the roar of the storm like a physical impact. Hisashi Yamada came sprinting across the flooded asphalt from the direction of the transit van, his long blonde hair completely loose, sticking to his shoulders in heavy, sodden clumps. He wasn't wearing his hero gear, he was trying to pull a jacket on, his face pale, his glasses spotted with rain as he skidded to a halt directly in front of Shoyuta. Naomasa called the radio band, Hisashi breathed, his chest heaving with a desperate, ragged cadence as he instantly threw the jacket around Shuta's wet shoulders, his hands coming up to grip the sides of Aizawa's face with a fierce, trembling pressure. His voice was completely stripped of his public persona, cracked, low, and vibrating with a profound, terrifying sorrow. Is he? Shoyuta, is Izuku all right? What happened in the tunnel? Shoyuta couldn't answer. He looked at his best friend, his vision completely blurred by the rain and the tears, and his entire posture finally collapsed forward. He buried his face directly into Hisashi's shoulder, his hands catching the fabric of the cardigan, clinging to it with the same desperate, final strength he had seen in Izuku's fingers less than half an hour ago. Hisashi didn't push for details. He wrapped his long arms entirely around Shuta's frame, pulling him tightly against his chest in the middle of the empty, rain-slicked courtyard, his own shoulders beginning to shake as the reality of the secret finally broke over them both in the dark. 4 days later. The passage of the hours did not clear the fog. It simply slowed the world down into a quiet, rhythmic sequence of white wall panels and electronic monitor hums. By the 4th day, the private isolation room inside the Recovery Girl Annex had been cleared of the emergency surgical lines. The air was comfortably warm, the ambient temperature locked at exactly 78 degrees Fahrenheit to ensure Izuku's primary system remained stable during the metabolic recovery. The line on the cardiac monitor was tracking a steady, unhurried 82 beats per minute. The internal bleeding had been fully arrested by the automated synthesis patches, and the sallow, translucent glaze that had shadowed the boy's skin on the first night was slowly beginning to fade, replaced by a faint, natural warmth. But his eyes remained closed. Shoyuta had become a permanent fixture in the small vinyl chair beside the mattress. He moved like a ghost through the campus when the morning bells forced him to manage his homeroom rosters, his lectures delivered in a flat, hollow whisper that kept Class 1A completely silent out of sheer, protective respect. The moment the afternoon bell cleared the secondary yard, he would return to this room, his dark gray sweatshirt unchanged, his fingers resting gently against the side of his son's palm. The flask suit was gone, cut away by the automated surgical shears and deposited into a sealed biohazard bin in the corner of the room. Izuku lay beneath 3 layers of thick, white thermal blankets, a standard oxygen mask fitted over his mouth and nose, his green curls neatly combed back from his face. His skin was still pale, but the sallow, translucent glaze had faded, replaced by the faint, familiar warmth of his core. Aizawa sat in the single vinyl chair beside the mattress, his left hand still wrapped tightly around his foster son's right wrist. He hadn't moved for 90 minutes, his dark eye fixed on the slow, rhythmic rise and fall of the boy's chest. The door clicked open, and Present Mike stepped into the room, his long hair pulled down, his expression completely stripped of his radio show persona. He set a warm paper cup of black coffee on the bedside table, before placing his hand gently on Aizawa's uninjured shoulder. Recovery girl said the arterial branch is fully synthesized, Shoyuta, Hisashi said softly, his voice a low whisper in the quiet room. The hydrokinetic pressure has settled back into his secondary baseline. The school board. Nizu already issued an absolute classification order on the Sector 6 data logs. The police task force won't be able to access the biometrics. Aizawa didn't look up from the bed. He used his thumb to gently trace the line of Izuku's wrist, feeling the small, steady pulse beneath the skin. I spent 3 months chasing him, Aizawa whispered, his voice cracking slightly into the quiet air. I sat at the kitchen table and told him I was going to find Flask and keep him away from himself. I looked my son in the eye and told him I would lock him in a containment block where he wouldn't see a drop of moisture for the rest of his life. I looked right at him, Hisashi. And I told him he was a criminal who was leveraging his empathy to stay alive. You didn't know, Hisashi urged gently, his grip on his shoulder tightening. The kid wove a perfect narrative, Shoyuta. He did it to protect you. He did it because he knew that if the commission found out he carried a dual-element mutation that could dismantle the depressant pipelines, they would have pulled him out of the hero course before he could even finish his first semester. He took a bullet for me, Aizawa said, a single, hot tear finally slipping down his cheek to drop onto the white fabric of the blanket. He's 16 years old, and he dropped off an 80-foot scaffolding because he saw a rifle vector pointing at my chest. I'm supposed to be his father, Zashi. I'm supposed to be the one who keeps him safe from the dark. How did it go like this? How did I not recognize my own son? Aizawa said as his free hand clenched the fabric of his pant leg. He's my son, Hisashi. No one knew Shoyuta. Hisashi replied. He kept it from everyone. You couldn't have known. Aizawa didn't say anything else. He just stared at his kid, a tear running down his cheek. He had almost died. Recovery girl told them his heart stopped for almost 4 minutes when he first got to UA. 4 minutes. He had lost way too much blood, and they had to do 3 separate surgeries for his wounds, one of which was purely for the cold that froze his throat and jaw. Izuku had ran around for months, trying to avoid his own dad while simultaneously dealing with the drawback from his 2 quirks. And Aizawa had chased him. He had told him he was a predator, that Flask targeted his son, and that he was going to lock him up. He said that to his own son, even while he was being torn apart by his 2 quirks. In the end, Izuku didn't even care about himself. He threw himself forward, taking the bullet for Aizawa. For his dad. And in return, he's now unconscious on a medical bed, a permanent scar on his side, and no sign of waking up anytime soon. And it was all because Aizawa was so blind that he couldn't even spot what was going on in his home. In his classroom. On the field. In the streets. Aizawa, a man who prided himself on observation, was now paying the price of his blindness, and watched as his son's light got violently ripped away from him. 24 days. 576 hours. 34,560 minutes. 2,073,600 seconds. Shoyuta Aizawa did not calculate these numbers because he had a fondness for mathematics, he calculated them because the passage of time had stopped being an abstract concept and had instead become a physical weight pressing down on his shoulders. Every tick of the digital clock on the wall of the Recovery Girl Annex was an accusation. Every steady, rhythmic electronic pulse of the heart monitor was a thin, fragile wire holding the universe together. He sat in the single vinyl chair beside the elevated medical mattress, his posture rigid, his hands resting flat against his thighs. He had not moved in the last few hours. His gray sweatshirt was frayed at the cuffs, and the dark shadow of a beard line traced the sharp, hollowed contours of his jaw. He looked like an underground hero who had survived an ambush, but the damage inflicted upon him wasn't physical. It was emotional. On the bed, Izuku Midoriya lay perfectly still beneath 3 layers of clinical thermal blankets. The boy's face was smooth, entirely devoid of the animated, frantic energy that usually defined his presence. His green curls were washed, brushed back from his forehead, and his eyes, those massive, hyperanalytical green eyes that spent hours cataloging the world in yellow notebooks, were sealed shut behind pale, translucent lids. The oxygen mask say over his mouth and nose, regulating an oxygen intake that Izuku's body was too exhausted to manage on its own. For over 3 weeks, the room had been empty of everything that mattered. There was no rapid, breathless muttering about hero logistics. There was no quiet, hesitant laugh echoing from the corner of the small apartment kitchen. There were no green sparks dancing across the breakfast table, threatening to singe the morning papers. There was only the clinical drone of the machines, counting the seconds of a child's absence. Shoyuta shifted his gaze down to the boy's right wrist, where a thin, clear foreline was taped securely to the skin. The flesh was pale, nearly translucent under the harsh fluorescent lighting of the ward. I looked right at him, Shuta's mind repeated, the thought a heavy, repeating loop that had been grinding through his consciousness since the midnight raid at the Sector 6 filtration complex. I stood in that alleyway. I stood on that railyard catwalk. I looked at the dark glass of that mask and I called him a criminal. I threatened to lock my own son in a containment vault because I was too blind to see the frost on his fingers. The guilt was a physical mutilation. As an underground tracker, Shoyuta prided himself on his ability to read the unspoken margins of a scene to identify the invisible threads connecting a suspect to a crime. But when it came to the boy he had dragged out of the Shizuoka rain 4 years ago, his analytical genius had failed completely. He had analyzed the microcondensation on the classroom desk, the regional barometric anomalies, and the structural logic of the transponder lag as separate, forensic data points. He had treated his son's physical setbacks like evidence, never once realizing that the phantom he was hunting was simply a child trying to protect the home they had built together. The sliding glass door of the isolation bay clicked open with a soft, muted hiss. Hisashi Yamada stepped into the room, his long blonde hair pulled down into a loose, low ponytail that rested against the collar of a plain black cardigan. He wasn't wearing his directional speaker, his throat was bare, and his face was stripped of the loud, theatrical animation he used to fill the classrooms. He looked smaller, the lines around his eyes deepened by the same sleepless vigil that had anchored Shoyuta to the chair. He didn't speak. He walked to the opposite side of the bed, setting a fresh paper cup of black coffee on the bedside console, before reaching down to adjust the tension of the thermal blankets around Izuku's shoulders. His movements were slow, deliberate, and intensely tender, the quiet actions of a man who had spent 24 days learning how to speak in whispers. The afternoon curriculum for tomorrow is handled, Hisashi said, his voice a low, gravelly murmur that barely cleared the hum of the heart monitor. Ken took the secondary rotation for the tactical drills. The campus grid is quiet. Shoyuta didn't look up from Izuku's wrist. Did the principal finalize the registry encryption? Nizu locked the server line under an institutional override, Hisashi replied, his hand coming down to rest briefly against Izuku's forehead, checking the temperature with a practiced, habitual vigilance. The Public Safety Commission's automated audit flagged the Sector 6 data drop twice yesterday, but the system redirected the signature to a dead maritime file. The paper trail is dead, Shoyuta. The kid is safe from the bureau. But he isn't safe from himself, Shoyuta thought, his jaw tightening into a hard line. According to Recovery Girl's internal scans, the arterial synthesis had completed its primary mapping, but the internal pressure of Izuku's dual-element mutation, the raw, volatile intersection where the hydrokinetic nature met the thermal ignition source, remained locked in a delicate, fragile stasis. The boy's consciousness wasn't being held down by sedation, he was stranded within his own mind, his baseline executing a continuous, frantic calculation to ensure the elements didn't fracture the cellular walls a second time. You need to walk outside, Hisashi said softly, his hand moving from Izuku's forehead to press firmly against Shuta's shoulder. Even if it's just to the courtyard stairs. You're moving like a ghost through the halls, Shoyuta. The students. They see you. I'm staying here, Shoyuta flatly refused, his voice carrying an absolute, unyielding finality that didn't allow for argument. If the baseline drops while the automated filters are executing the flush cycle, the manual line needs to be reset instantly. Recovery Girl can't monitor the barometric variance from the faculty lounge. Hisashi let out a long, slow breath, his shoulders dropping a fraction of an inch. He didn't push further. He had known Shoyuta long enough to understand that trying to drag him away from this bed was like trying to wrench an iron anchor out of the sea floor. He simply pulled a secondary stool over from the corner, sitting down in the shadow of the window to join the silence. Throughout the weeks, the isolation bay had become a quiet junction for a very specific, fiercely protective circle. Katsuki Bakugo and Hitoshi Shinso flitted through the room the most often, usually arriving in the late afternoon after the training blocks had concluded. They never stayed long, and they rarely spoke to Aizawa, but their presence was marked by a tense, heavy solemnity that filled the small space. Bakugo would stand at the foot of the bed, his uniform jacket unbuttoned, his hands shoved deep into his pockets. His face would be twisted into an aggressive, rigid scowl, but his crimson eyes never left the diagnostic monitor tracking Izuku's core temperature. Sometimes, if the line dipped below the 70-degree threshold, the blond boy would reach out, his bare palm slamming against the iron frame of the bed to release a short, controlled burst of orange heat, a silent, desperate attempt to force the room's thermostat to stay within the safe parameters his friend needed. Shinso would sit on the small bench near the door, his purple eyes shadowed by dark circles that rivaled Aizawa's. He would keep his leather-bound logistics ledger open on his knees, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the page as he reviewed the old security routes they had mapped together. He was the one who checked the water intake logs for the campus, ensuring that no anomalous pressure changes within the UA drainage system could be traced back to the annex. They were children who had been forced to learn the weight of an underground secret before they had even cleared their first-year curriculum, and the sight of them standing guard in the quiet room only added to the heavy, suffocating ache in Shuta's chest. On Wednesdays, the door would open for a wider circle. Class 1A would arrive in small, quiet groups of 3 or 4. They weren't allowed inside the sterile glass barrier. Recovery Girl was absolute about the isolation parameters, but they would crowd against the viewing window, their faces pressed against the glass with expressions of profound, uncomprehending grief. Uraraka would stand near the center, her hands clasped tightly against her uniform collar, her eyes watery as she watched the slow, mechanical rise and fall of her classmate's chest. Todoroki would remain near the rear of the group, his dual-colored eyes fixed on the white thermal blankets with a deep, silent recognition, a boy who understood the exact cost of a family legacy that had been built on fire and hidden in the dark. They didn't know about Flask. They didn't know about the blood-binding horrors in the alleyways or the industrial security chains that had left those pale, thin scars along Izuku's wrists. To them, Midoriya was simply the heart of their classroom, the bright, overly anxious kid who always smiled through the smoke and told them everything was going to be fine. Seeing him reduced to a silent, motionless figure beneath a mountain of medical gauze had broken the pristine, invincible illusion of the hero course before their eyes. Shoyuta would watch them through the glass, his crimson eye remaining dark, his face a completely unreadable mask of professional detachment. But inside, every look they gave the bed felt like a blade twisting in his ribs. They think I'm protecting him, he thought bitterly. They think the school is a fortress. They don't know that the monster who almost tore him apart was a ghost I couldn't track for 3 months. The sun set at 7:39 p.m., pulling the long, golden shadows of the campus trees across the floorboards of the bay until the room was swallowed by the familiar, dark blue hue of the evening. Hizashi had left an hour prior to manage the dorm check-in rotations, leaving Shoyuta alone once more with the hum of the machines. The digital clock on the console clicked forward. 34,561 minutes. Shoyuta leaned forward slightly, his left hand finally shifting from his knee to reach across the thin space between the chair and the mattress. He did not grasp the boy's hand with the tight, desperate grip of a civilian. He simply rested his fingers gently against the side of Izuku's palm, letting his own skin absorb the steady, quiet warmth that was radiating from the core. "You've cleared the 24-day mark, Izuku," Shoyuta whispered into the dark room, his voice a low, gravelly vibration that barely disturbed the silence. It was the first time he had spoken aloud in hours, and the sound felt rough, heavy, and tired. "The tracking lines are clean. The precinct has stopped looking for the suit. There are no more valves to turn off." He closed his eye, letting his head drop until his forehead rested against the cold metal railing of the bed frame, his long hair falling forward to shield his face from the dim ambient light of the monitors. "The kitchen is too quiet," he muttered into the shadows, his fingers tightening just a fraction of an inch against his son's wrist. "The notebooks are sitting on the desk. Hitoshi is still trailing behind the logistics curriculum because he doesn't have anyone to calculate the transit lag with. You've done enough running, kiddo. It's time to turn off the alarm." The digital clock clicked again, the tiny red numbers shifting in the dark as the 2,073,601st second passed into the silence. There was no sudden movement from the bed. There was no dramatic flare of green sparks or a change in the respirator's rhythm. But beneath Shuta's resting palm, deep within the small, pale wrist of his son, the pulse remained steady, a stubborn, unyielding heartbeat that refused to give the dark the final word and leave his family in the dust. The interior maze of a quirk fracture does not possess a visible horizon. It is a space built entirely out of raw mathematics and pressure, a chamber inside the consciousness where the walls are made of unlit liquid and the ceiling is a solid plate of volcanic iron. For 24 days, Izuku Midoriya had been trapped inside. He wasn't floating. He was suspended at the exact spot where the freezing point of water intersected with the ignition threshold of his green flames, a razor-thin line of stasis that his mind had to manually calculate every microsecond to keep from being torn apart. If the core temperature drops below 32 degrees, his mind repeated, the thought echoing through the dark in a distorted, hollow loop that sounded like a mechanical vocal modulator, the hydrokinetic reservoir expands. The cellular walls fracture. If the thermal core flares to compensate without an exhaust vent, the internal steam collapses the thoracic mapping. He was the valve. He was the iron casing. And he was completely exhausted. In the dark of his own mind, Izuku was 12 years old again, standing on the narrow iron catwalk of the Sector 4 pumping station. The rain outside was a distant, muffled roar, but the pipes around him were vibrating with a terrifying, rhythmic velocity. Every time he tried to take a step forward toward the light at the end of the maintenance tunnel, a heavy, rusted iron chain would snap taut around his ankle, dragging him back down into the turbine pit. Keep the lines hot, Izuku, the phantom memory of Hisashi's voice echoed from the dark corners of the vault, a cruel, heavy vibration that made the fluid in his chest turn to liquid nitrogen. If the balance breaks, the whole foundation drops into the canal. I can't, Izuku whispered into the empty void of his subconscious, his voice stripped of the mechanical growl, sounding small, fragile, and terrified. The iron is too cold. The sparks won't catch. He reached out with both hands, his fingers opening to find the familiar, rough canvas of the Flask suit, but the fabric wasn't there. His palms were bare, covered in the pale, thin scars of his childhood, trembling violently as a sudden, massive wave of systemic frost began to creep up the line of his arms. The water's kinetic nature was surging, the compressed water from the Sector 6 aquifers tearing through the internal vault like a kinetic drill, trying to flood his consciousness until there was nothing left but a frozen baseline. Too cold, his mind screamed, the tactical algorithms executing a frantic, looping sequence through his survival metrics. The volume is too high. I need an ignition source. I need the heat. He forced his thoughts backward, searching through the static for the image of the green fire. He didn't look for the volcanic, destructive rush his father had beaten into his ribs, he looked for the clean, linear emerald bolts he had practiced in the ground alpha sand pit. He looked for the warmth that didn't burn, the steady, grounding heat that smelled of black coffee and cedar panels. With a sudden, violent contraction of his chest, Izuku triggered the ignition. Thum! A blinding wall of emerald flame erupted from his core, the intense green light cutting through the obsidian vault of his mind with the concussive force of a pneumatic piston. The heat slammed into the advancing ice, and for a terrifying fraction of a second, the two elements collided with an absolute, deafening roar of white static. The pressure inside his head spiked to a catastrophic maximum. The steam was everywhere, blinding him, suffocating him, turning his mind into a chaotic crossfire of thermal expansion and liquid retention. The lines were tangling. The geometry was fracturing. He couldn't find the middle. Every time the fire burned hotter, the liquid retaliated with a deeper, heavy vacuum, dragging his consciousness back and forth across the zero-point line until his sense of self began to blur at the edges. I can't balance it alone, Izuku thought, his mental grip on the element slipping as the whiteout consumed his vision. The vault is breaking. I'm going to drop into the dark. Then, through the deafening roar of the steam, a new frequency entered the system. It wasn't a spark. It wasn't a fluid change. It was a heavy, steady vibration that pressed flat against his right wrist, a grounding, physical anchor that radiated a stable, continuous warmth that didn't belong to the internal furnace. It felt like a calloused hand pressing firmly against the back of his neck in a silent gesture of approval. It felt like a low, gravelly voice cutting through the panic of a classroom stumble. The vault is closed, kiddo. You're out of the pipeline. You're coming home. The words didn't come from the dream. They came from the surface, drilling through the layers of his unconsciousness like an iron anchor dropping into the sea floor. Izuku locked onto the vibration instantly. He abandoned the frantic, looping calculations. He stopped fighting the ice, and he stopped forcing the green fire. He simply let his entire system collapse toward that physical touch. The steam began to settle. The chaotic crossfire of phase changes slowed down, the whiteout gradually dissolving into a quiet, cool mist that retreated back into the margins of his mind. The iron chains around his ankles shattered into harmless diamond dust, and the dark vault of the pumping station finally fractured, pulled out to sea by a brisk, clean northern front. The silence returned, but it wasn't the suffocating, empty silence of the dark. It was the quiet, restful silence of an equilibrium that had finally been found. The transition back to reality was a slow, agonizingly heavy climb through layers of gray wool. The first thing that returned to Izuku wasn't sight, but the physical sensation of his own weight. His body felt like it had been cast in solid lead, his limbs entirely unresponsive to his commands, his chest aching with a deep, systemic soreness that made every breath feel like an immense effort. The air in his throat was dry, and he could hear a rhythmic, low-frequency sound directly to his left, a steady, electronic beep. Beep. Beep that perfectly matched the slow, unhurried thump of his own heart. He tried to shift his fingers, but the movement was caught by a heavy, warm resistance. Izuku blearily opened his eyes a crack. The world was an unfocused smear of harsh, clinical whites and deep blue shadows. The fluorescent light of the ceiling hit his pupils like a physical impact, causing his vision to swim with large, watery spots before his glossy green eyes could very slowly adjust to the room's geometry. The white walls of the Recovery Girl Annex gradually resolved into focus. The digital clock on the console read 6:42 p.m., its tiny red numbers casting a faint, ambient glow across the white linoleum floorboards. Directly beside the mattress, Shoyuta Aizawa was sitting in the vinyl chair. The underground hero's upper body was completely laid across the edge of the bed frame, his long, dark hair falling forward in a tangled, messy veil that entirely obscured his face. His left arm was extended over the sterile white blankets, his long, calloused fingers still wrapped tightly around Izuku's right wrist, his thumb resting directly over the pulse point even in his sleep. His breathing was heavy, slow, and ragged with an intense, bone-deep exhaustion, the posture of a guardian who had refused to move from the gate for 576 hours. Izuku stared at the dark fabric of his father's sweatshirt, a sudden, overwhelming wave of raw, genuine warmth rushing through his chest that had absolutely nothing to do with his quirk factor. The suit was gone. There was only the man who had dragged him out of the ash, sleeping in the dark shadow of the monitors. Izuku swallowed hard, his throat scraping together like sandpaper as he tried to force his muscles to respond. He shifted his right hip barely a fraction of an inch, trying to lift his hand to touch Aizawa's shoulder. A sudden, sharp bolt of localized pain tore through the right side of his lower abdomen. The muscle tissue along the bullet wound stung with a burning friction that made his breath catch instantly in his throat, a small, involuntary whimper escaping behind the plastic of the oxygen mask. The movement was microscopic, but the physical anchor on his wrist reacted instantly. Aizawa's head snapped up from the bed frame, his dark eye widening with a sudden, violent clarity as his posture went rigid. His long hair fell back from his face, revealing the dark, heavy circles beneath his eye and the gaunt, exhausted lines of his jaw. Through the dim amber light of the recovery room, Izuku looked directly into his father's face, his voice a tiny, cracked whisper that barely cleared the hum of the machines. Dad." The dawn that followed the revelation did not arrive with a sudden burst of light. It bled into the eastern sky over Muzurafu as a pale, slate-gray gradient, casting a muted luminescence through the floor-to-ceiling reinforced glass windows of the Recovery Girl Annex. Inside the private isolation ward, the steady, rhythmic hiss-click of the automated respirator had been dialed back, replaced by the low, unobtrusive drone of a localized thermal stabilizer. The room was warm, ambiently locked at exactly 78 degrees Fahrenheit to alleviate the lingering metabolic drag on the patient's primary system. Izuku lay propped up at a slight angle, the thick layers of hospital blankets pulled taut across his chest. The heavy oxygen mask had been replaced by a light nasal cannula, the clear plastic tubing framing a face that was finally beginning to regain its natural complexion. The dark circlets that had shadowed his eyes for weeks were fading, though his emerald gaze remained quiet, fixed on the small, square tile patterns of the ceiling. Beside the bed, Shoyuta Aizawa sat motionless. He was wearing a simple, dark gray faculty sweatshirt, but he hadn't slept. His left hand was clamped firmly around Izuku's right wrist, his thumb resting directly over the pulse point, monitoring the steady, unhurried thump of his son's heart like an internal clock. The board of directors met at 4 a.m., Aizawa said, his voice dropping into a dry, gravelly register that was completely devoid of its usual sharp, academic edge. He didn't look at Izuku as he spoke, his eyes were fixed on the small digital display of the cardiac monitor. Principal Nizu has initiated an absolute institutional quarantine on the forensic data from Sector. The police database entry for the Flask profile has been overwritten with a red-level security seal. As far as the Public Safety Commission is concerned, the vigilante operating in the lower sectors was an unregistered foreign national who fled the country via the shipping lanes 3 hours ago. Izuku shifted slightly, a sharp, localized hiss of pain escaping his lips as the movement tugged at the tissue along his lower abdomen. And Detective Tsukachi? Naomasa is a professional, Aizawa said flatly, his thumb pressing a fraction deeper against Izuku's wrist, ensuring the brief spike in heart rate settled back down. He understands the administrative implications of a dual-element mutation within the hero course. He signed the non-disclosure waiver before he left the precinct. But he didn't look me in the eye when he did it, Izuku. The silence that followed was heavy, filled only with the faint, electronic hum of the 4-pump. Izuku looked away, his gaze drifting toward the window where the first signs of campus life were beginning to stir in the distant courtyard. The relief of the survival was a physical weight, but the guilt, the absolute, suffocating reality of the deception remained anchored behind his ribs. I didn't want to build the phantom, Dad, Izuku whispered, his voice cracking slightly against the plastic of the cannula. But after the quirk factor mutated during the middle school evaluations, the internal pressure was too much. If I didn't discharge the condensation, the metabolic frost would start locking up my joints. The registry office. They don't have a category for a baseline that alters its own state of matter. If I told them I could extract groundwater while registering an ignition source, the oversight committees would have classified me as a high-risk anomaly before I could even take the UA entrance exam. Aizawa slowly turned his head, his single dark eye locking onto Izuku's face with an intensity that made the boy's chest tighten. The anger wasn't there, it had been entirely consumed by a profound, hollowed-out look of parental exhaustion. You should have told me, Aizawa said softly. The night I brought you to the apartment from the precinct. The night you sat at my kitchen table and spent 3 hours sorting through old hero agency directories because you were too nervous to look at the ceiling. I am an underground tracker, Izuku. My entire professional existence is built around navigating the spaces where the system fails to look. Did you honestly think I would have handed my own son to a commission research block? I was scared, Izuku said, a single, warm tear slipping down his cheek to drop onto the white fabric of the sterile sheet. You were so proud of the green fire. You looked at me like I was someone who finally had a chance to stand in the light. Every time you talked about Flask at the precinct, every time you called him a criminal who was going to end up dead in a ditch, I felt like if I told you the truth, you'd look at me and see a lie instead of a son. Aizawa didn't answer immediately. He reached out with his left hand, his long, calloused fingers wrapping around the back of Izuku's neck, pulling the boy forward until his forehead rested against his sweatshirt. The touch was firm, unyielding, and vibrating with a quiet, intense ferocity. The fire didn't make you my son, you idiot, Aizawa muttered into the green curls. I took you out of that sector because you were the only kid in the district who looked at the dark and tried to figure out how to fix it. The mask doesn't change that. The water doesn't change that. But if you ever slide down an open drainage grate without logging your coordinates with my desk again, I will personally ensure your hero license is archived before you ever see a second-year curriculum. I won't, Izuku whispered, his hands coming up to grip the fabric of his father's sleeve, letting his forehead rest against the familiar, grounding warmth of the dark fabric. I promise, Dad. The door to the isolation ward slid open with a sharp, heavy click at 8:30 a.m. Katsuki Bakugo stepped into the room, his UA uniform jacket unbuttoned, his hands shoved deep into his pockets. His face was twisted into its standard, aggressive scowl, but his eyes were completely bloodshot, his gaze instantly locking onto the diagnostic monitors to check the baseline readouts before he even looked at the bed. Behind him, Hitoshi Shinso slipped through the gap, his face pale, a thick, bound folder of academic logistics files held tightly under his arm. The old lady said you've still got a while before you're cleared for normal class activities, Bakugo barked, walking over to the foot of the bed and planting his boot roughly against the iron frame. Which means you have plenty of days to figure out how to balance that stupid green spark of yours without relying on a municipal water line to dump the pressure, Deku. Kaken, Izuku said, a small, genuine smile finally breaking through his exhaustion. Did the dorm sensors flag the heat spike last night? No, Shinso said, stepping up to the opposite side of the bed and dropping the logistics folder onto the table. His voice was flat, but his shoulders dropped a fraction of an inch as he saw the stable color in Izuku's face. Bakugo spent 3 hours manual venting the ground beta thermal S with localized explosions until the campus grid registered a system-wide climate calibration error. The administrative logs show nothing but a standard equipment maintenance cycle. The circle is clean. Aizawa stood up from his chair, his dark eye scanning the 3 students with a cold, evaluative look that made Shinso instinctively straighten his posture. The 3 of you modified the automated police band scanner using a Class 1A technical bypass, Aizawa stated, his voice dropping into his classroom baseline. You actively suppressed a forensic biometric match during a live tactical operation, and you facilitated the unauthorized movement of a classified asset within a secure academic zone. Bakugo didn't look down. He matched Aizawa's gaze with a fierce, stubborn defiance. He was freezing to death in the rail yard, sensei. If we hadn't run the thermal balance, the old man at the registry office wouldn't be looking for an architect, he'd be looking for a corpse. Aizawa stared at the blond boy for 3 long seconds before a faint, almost invisible twitch of his jaw signaled the retreat of his professional anger. 10 days of administrative cleaning duties after the evening curfew, Aizawa announced flatly, turning back toward the window. The three of you will log your manual stamina metrics directly with my office every morning before the first bell. If I catch a single millisecond of unauthorized signal static on the dorm network, I will expel the entire line. Clear. Clear, Sensei, Shinso nodded, a quiet look of relief passing between him and Izuku. Whatever, Bakugo muttered, turning toward the door and shoving his hands deeper into his pockets. Just don't get shot again, you DMN nerd. It ruins the training rotation. As the door slid shut behind the two students, the silence inside room returned, but the static was gone. The morning sun had finally managed to break through the gray Muzurafu overcast, casting a long, warm beam of golden light across the white linoleum floor and the edge of the bed. The physical therapy room in the basement of the Recovery Girl Annex smelled of wintergreen oil, clean cotton, and a very specific kind of administrative boredom. Izuku stood with his bare heels planted against the blue foam balance mat, his eyes narrowed in deep, localized frustration as he stared at a stack of heavy rubber resistance bands. He had been locked inside this particular suite for exactly 14 days, subjected to a daily regimen of leg lifts, core stability drills, and joint mobility checks that felt entirely detached from the rhythm of his real life. His body was done with it. The soreness along his lower abdomen, the sharp, stinging reminder of the rail yard scaffold, had subsided into a dull, manageable ache that only flared if he tried to execute a tactical drop without activating his core. You're tracking 3% ahead of the structural synthesis projection, Midoriya, the automated medical assistant muttered, its electronic screen blinking as it logged his latest ankle flexion metrics. Which means I'm technically cleared for standard academic environments, Izuku said, his voice carrying a sudden, stubborn sharpness that he had definitely picked up from his father over the last 4 years. He stepped off the foam mat, his bare feet hitting the cold linoleum with a solid, definitive snap. The internal vascular lining completed its synthesis on Tuesday. There's no secondary pressure lag. I've checked the data myself 3 times. The sliding frosted glass door clicked open, and Recovery Girl stepped into the room, her signature syringe cane clicking rhythmically against the floorboards. She took one look at Izuku's crossed arms, then shifted her gaze to the diagnostic monitor displaying his perfectly stable cardiac and thermal baselines. You have that look in your eye, young man, she sighed, her tone a mixture of maternal exhaustion and professional defeat. The exact same look Shoyuta gives me when he's trying to leave the surgical bay with half his ribs still wrapped in gauze. I've been in this room for 2 weeks, Izuku pleaded, stepping forward, his green eyes bright with an intense, desperate need for the open air. The dorms are clean. The curriculum is moving ahead without me. Hitoshi says the logistics class is already drafting the midterm scenario loops, and I'm just sitting here stretching my calves. Please, Chiyo-san. The elderly nurse stared at him for a long, silent minute, her eyes tracing the thin, faded scars along his wrists, the old markings of his childhood that were now surrounded by healthy, resilient runner's muscle. She let out a sharp, decisive huff, her cane tapping once more against the linoleum. 3 days, she announced flatly, pointing a stern finger at his chest. You are officially discharged from the recovery ward, but you are confined to light mobility drills only. If I catch so much as a single green spark near the training grounds before Monday morning, I will personally have your father lock you in the faculty lounge until the summer holidays. Do I make myself clear? Izuku's face split into the first massive, genuine grin he had worn in nearly a month. Clear. Thank you, Chiyo-san. The walk back to the Class 1A dormitory block felt like stepping out of a concrete vault. The early autumn breeze was crisp, carrying the scent of damp earth and fallen leaves across the campus courtyard, a welcome relief from the clinical, sterile air of the isolation ward. By the time Izuku walked through the door of the common room, the quiet atmosphere was instantly broken by a familiar, explosive sequence of orange sparks. Katsuki Bakugo was sitting on the main sofa, his uniform jacket discarded over the back of the cushions, his boots propped unceremoniously against the coffee table. He didn't look up from the tactical tablet he was reviewing, but his palms crackled with a sudden, sharp burst of heat the second the front door clicked shut. You're 3 hours late, you DMN nerd, Bakugo barked, his voice dropping into its standard, aggressive rumble, though his crimson eyes instantly darted to Izuku's side to check for any signs of an unnatural gait. The old lady took her sweet time signing the discharge paperwork, didn't she? She made me do the full resistance circuit twice before she'd even look at the pen, Izuku laughed, dropping his yellow backpack onto the carpet and sliding into the empty space on the sofa beside him. Hitoshi Shinso stepped out of the kitchen, a tall, steaming mug of black coffee held loosely in his right hand. His purple eyes were still shadowed by those characteristic dark circles, but the heavy, suffocating anxiety that had lined his shoulders during the hospital vigil had completely vanished. He dropped a heavy, leather-bound logistics ledger right onto Izuku's lap. "You missed 3 tracking updates on the municipal grid," Shinso said, sitting down on the armchair opposite them, taking a slow sip of his coffee. Bakugo tried to run the thermal balance loops by himself on Wednesday, and he ended up blowing out a secondary exhaust valve near ground beta. The entire class had to do their tactical drills in a sauna. "Shut up, mind freak!" Bakugo snapped, his face twisting into a furious scowl. "The system calibration was off by 2%. It wasn't my fault the nerd's notes are written in a completely unreadable chicken scratch layout." Izuku looked down at the ledger, his fingers tracing the neat, handwritten columns that Shinso had kept in his absence. Over the last few months, the 3 of them had formed a tight, fiercely protective circle, a trio that operated in the quiet margins of the class, bound together by a secret that went deeper than any school curriculum. They were the only students who knew about the dark glass of the mask, the ice in the maintenance tunnels, and the long, terrifying road it had taken to bring the Phantom into the light. "The circle is clean," Izuku murmured softly, his green eyes meeting Shinso's with a look of deep, wordless gratitude. "No anomalies on the wire?" "None," Shinso nodded, his voice dropping into a comforting, quiet register. "The police task force formally archived the Flask profile on Friday. The file is sealed under a red-level security block. As far as the city is concerned, the pipeline Phantom just evaporated into the shipping lanes." Izuku opened his right palm, staring at the smooth, clear skin. For 4 years, his entire existence had been built around suppression, trapping the immense, hydrokinetic fluid pressure of his primary nature behind a violent wall of emerald fire because he was terrified of what the world would do to an anomaly. But the fracture at Sector 6 had changed the geometry of his system. The vault wasn't a cage anymore, it was an equilibrium. With a precise, perfectly relaxed contraction of his chest, Izuku let a small, brilliant stream of clear groundwater lift directly from the surface of his palm. It didn't flash freeze, and it didn't vaporize into a blinding cloud of static. The liquid swirled around his fingers like a translucent ribbon, catching the golden afternoon light filtering through the dorm windows, before settling neatly back into his skin without leaving a single drop of residue. The commission had officially processed the registry modification earlier that morning. His power was no longer listed as a simple thermal spark, it was now formally designated as an advanced phase shift mutation, a sudden, late-stage development that allowed him to utilize the ambient humidity as a kinetic conduit. To the public, it was an exceptional advancement. To the people in this room, it was a promise that he was finally allowed to breathe. "It looks completely stable, Deku," Bakugo muttered, his aggressive demeanor softening by a fraction of an inch as he watched the water vanish. He reached out, his bare hand clapping roughly against Izuku's uninjured shoulder, a firm, heavy weight that felt entirely like home. "Just don't let it lag when we hit the training grounds on Monday. I'm not carrying your rotation." Later that evening, the faculty residential block was completely silent, the heavy autumn rain returning to patter gently against the double-paned glass of the kitchen window. Izuku sat at the small wooden table, his uniform replaced by a comfortable green hoodie, his fingers wrapped around a warm mug of barley tea. The apartment smelled of roasted rice and deep earth coffee, a comforting, familiar aroma that had anchored his entire childhood since the night he was dragged out of the Shizuoka rain. Aizawa walked out of the study, his long hair pulled down into a messy, loose bun, his dark eye tracking his son's posture with a quiet, evaluative intensity. He had finally discarded the stained tactical gear, now wearing a faded black long-sleeve shirt and sweatpants, but the gaunt, exhausted lines of his jaw remained a testament to the 24-day vigil he had just concluded. He didn't speak immediately. He walked over to the stove, poured himself a fresh mug of black coffee, and sat down in the chair directly opposite Izuku. "Recovery girl sent the discharge logs to my desk," Aizawa said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble that left no room for professional distance. "She included 3 pages regarding your compliance parameters, Izuku. Apparently, you threatened to audit her clinical data if she didn't sign the release." Izuku offered a small, sheepish grin, looking down into his tea. "I didn't threaten her, Dad. I just reminded her that my vascular mapping was tracking 3% ahead of the baseline." It was a logical argument. "You sound like an underground tracker," Aizawa muttered, but the corner of his mouth twitched, a faint, almost invisible sign of a smile breaking through his tired expression. He reached across the small space between their mugs, his long, calloused fingers catching Izuku's right wrist, his thumb pressing firmly over the pulse point. The touch was firm, unyielding, and completely grounding. There was no volcanic heat explosion, and there was no freezing systemic drop. Beneath Aizawa's palm, the heartbeat was steady, strong, and perfectly warm, a continuous equilibrium that had finally found its home. The registry paperwork is finalized, Aizawa said softly, his eye locking onto Izuku's face with an intensity that carried a profound, quiet pride. The school board accepted the profile modification without any secondary oversight reviews. You're clear to utilize the fluid metrics during the live scenario drills on Monday. Thank you, Dad, Izuku whispered, his fingers curling slightly around his father's sleeve, letting his forehead rest briefly against the familiar, rough fabric of the dark cloth. For everything. For not looking away when the mask broke. I took you out of that municipal sector because you were my son, Izuku, Aizawa said, his voice thick with an emotion he rarely allowed to break his professional baseline. His hand shifted from the wrist to press firmly against the back of the boy's green curls, holding him against his shoulder with a fierce, protective ferocity that felt like an absolute shield against the dark. The mask didn't change that. The water doesn't change that. You're home. That's the only thing that matters. The door to the apartment slid open with a soft, muted click, and Hisashi stepped into the hallway, his long blonde hair pulled down, a heavy brown paper bag full of fresh groceries held tightly in his arms. He took one look at the two figures sitting at the kitchen table, his standard public persona completely melting away into a bright, watery smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. Hey, the kid's finally out of the clinical block. Hisashi cheered softly, his voice pitched low to respect the quiet room as he dropped the bag onto the counter and walked over to throw a long arm around both of their shoulders, pulling them into a rough, warm embrace that smelled of the autumn rain outside. I bought the good pork cutlets from the district market, Shoyuta. We're going to run the full dinner rotation tonight. Izuku laughed, his chest heaving with a clean, painless rhythm as he let himself be pulled into the middle of the hug, the last remnants of the double life finally dissolving into the amber light of the kitchen. The ghost was dead, the rail yard was silent, and the long road to the stadium lights was waiting for them on Monday morning. The fire was bright, the water was clear, and for the first time in his life, Izuku Midoriya was stepping into the light, completely whole, completely safe, and completely home.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.